the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm certain you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinch nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed, fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now, now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up. Up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Up louder. Killer with a sound, yeah, killer the sound, made the beats go bang. When you see me in the town, made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed, people moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip-hop, you know, cause we made pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now, now, now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Yeah. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit hold the feeling high.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit hold the feeling high. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. We feel the air, whoa. Just it all to feel alive. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky.
You're my little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes call me to explore every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, not coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare, till I'm almost there. Shining ashes call me to explore every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret, you're my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La 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 la. One finger on your lips, shining ashes call me to explore. Down every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from red feet. see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It is day 2 of week 2. My name is Dom Roner. I'm taking over the desk, claiming it from Pulse after his exceptional performance yesterday. I am joined by 2 very spectacular analysts. We've got Barento Raz Mohammed and Zach Rusty Pie. How you doing, gentlemen?
What up? Yeah, no, good. Happy to be here. Of course, the second day of LPL, we saw some exciting games yesterday, if nothing else. And the LPL, after its 2-week break for the Lunar New Year, has definitely kicked off with a bang once again.
Yeah, I mean, day 1 was hilarious to me. Just seeing Ziggs, seeing Darius and Camille walk around the Rift. Always fun to see.
It certainly is. You can see some of the players getting ready for today's matches. EDG in their room are getting a little hyped up, taking the match against Game Talents very seriously. But before we actually get to today's matches, which I'm sure you saw on the graphic as we were loading in, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in the LPL as a whole, especially after yesterday's games.
Yeah, so we have to start with highlighting once again what we were talking about yesterday. It's the fact that the Lunar New Year was actually 2 weeks off for all of the teams competing. Traditionally in the LPL and in all of China, Shanghai empties. Nobody does anything. It's actually just a break period. And so we come into this second week and we have to challenge the teams throughout this week of, are they actually improving, performing well, or is this basically week 1 all over again for them?
It certainly felt like week 1 all over again because some of the teams, we did talk about Snake specifically being a slower team. Now it's a little bit faster, but faster because the games were a little bit messy. So overall, we see their intent, and the intent is good that they are turning to be a lot more of a slower or strategical team, but the execution is left to be desired.
Yeah, I will say yesterday was, if nothing else, messy, and there were a lot of good signs. I actually saw a lot of positives and good takeaways from the games that we saw from what was 5 versus 6 and effectively 1 versus 2. Like, IMA could have beaten Snake in both of those performances, but all of the positives are also clouded by potential negatives that need to be fixed moving forwards, and that's where those 2 weeks off could actually be detrimental.
Yeah, and the perfect comparison was the second set of yesterday in LGD. Though they did win, it wasn't exactly what you could call the cleanest of victories.
I just love the fact that they just doubled down on the Ziggs. The first time around, you're like, it's never going to happen again. I mean, there was a real, I mean, it wasn't his fault technically in the first week, but it was just like, still Ziggs mid overall. But then the second time around, he actually plays it pretty well.
Yeah, no, he definitely did play it well, and Imp just showed up to play as well. So LGD being able to 2-0 their opponents wasn't unsurprising, but you never really know with what is basically the guessing game of the LPL in terms of teams.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw that in Godvi as well. I mean, he was pretty monstrous over the course of the game, but he dueled, I believe it was Icon 3 times over the course of that match, and all 3 times he lost.
Just kept taking it.
Yeah.
Just stop doing it. You know, after a couple times, you feel like maybe he won't this time.
Yeah.
Maybe he's learned his lesson that he just kept going in and kept dying.
Kind of reminds me of like an elongated scrim. You're like, you know what, next time I'm just going to test your limits. Get out there, see if I can take that. I guess I lost again. So it's wait until the death timer runs
It's like,
out.
okay, it's been 15 minutes. I've got some more items. I can totally win this time. But anyways, okay, it has been a day, and we are getting to these new matches relatively quickly. First up, we've got EDG versus Game Talents, and after that, we have our match of the week. It's Xiaogu taking on Vici, and this is the Week of the Reapers.
It's going to be fun to see because the first week we saw them go up against Game Talents. Now they smashed them absolutely. It was a little bit of a wrecking ball. You can just see every single one of those players topping KDA charts. So everybody who's checking out the KDA charts, it was just one set. Watch yourselves because now they have to go up against Vici, and it seems like this is where we're going to really find out if they're better, or let's see how the competition reigns.
And that's the big thing. We don't actually know how good Game Talents are when they got completely dismantled by QG, but we also can't gauge how good QG is until we see an increased sample size. So for both of these teams coming into today, there's a lot for them to learn, perhaps garner their performances and grow it better in QG's case, or bounce back if you're Game Talents. But it really is the Week of the Reapers. We said this coming into the week, and they've got a lot to prove. They want to get into the newbie week, showing that they are potentially the best team in their group.
Yeah, it is only next week when they get to play against their rivals.
Yeah, I mean, even the best thing, too, is that actually on Sunday, they're going to be playing WE. So for us, Xiaogu, this is the week that we find out what we need to learn from them. Like, what are the faults from? Because the week 1 was all good points. There were a few poor points to see, but we want to really see if their mid game is that poor, or if their early game continues to be as good as we saw it. Overall, going up against WE and going up against Vici Gaming tonight should be a great test for all of us.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of that coin, Vici have been performing rather well. In addition, they recently got Benji starting in this split. Bengi, sorry,
See, I was
starting
waiting
in
for
this
someone
split.
to make that mistake.
We've got a Benji that works in the office, so the name's Benji Mangi. He came in. He certainly had he had a couple of standout moments, but overall, to me, it seemed like he left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, Bengi was a bit hit and miss, and we highlighted this before, just having a chat to each other. The big hit from Bengi was actually when the team was drafting around him. And yeah, he might feel a little bit lackluster or hard done by, but it's more the style that I'm sure Raz will delve into on both of the players on the team, the Koreans in particular.
Yeah.
But when they looked really good, it was a Shen Olaf, which was literally Shen ulting Olaf and him just going in. And it does work for them because it can be built around what is a fantastic player, but letting him shine.
Yeah, and it was a very direct composition. They knew exactly what they were going to go towards. Like the moment that Righteous Glory was built, it was like, all right, head mid and find some people. That's what I love to see. But for me, it's the styles that we tend to see on the team, right? Because Easy Hoon and Bengi are pretty supportive players, and they're supposed to be the Korean superstars on that team. So I'm going to be interested to see how they actually play towards the team, or maybe that's their style as well.
Yeah, so taking a look at the current standings, you can see for Group A, both Snake and Aime lead with 2 wins, though Aime does have a loss, while the remaining teams have got 1 win, and OMG currently not a single win to their name. Group B, which is where we're going to be focusing today, EDG is the only team with 2 wins, though we're going to be seeing them play up next against Game Talents, who so far has had 1 loss, and both Xiaogu and Vici have got 1 win, though Vici also has a loss.
So right, that's a big point too, is that even though EDG are 2-0, that's just because Xiaogu hasn't had the opportunity to play another game. So this is going to be a good week for them to get those 2 games out and see, maybe they come off the week 3-0, maybe they come out 1-2. We don't know, but it'd be a good time to find out.
Yeah, it certainly is. Their opponents, again, EDG, are going to be playing against Game Talents for our next match coming into this for the day. And let's actually get a little bit into this match as well. Obviously, Game Talents, they had some difficult opponents, and they barely were able to stay in the LPL last split, and I know our expectations aren't terrifically high for them.
I mean, we have to taper your expectations, definitely, with this team. We said they were the underdogs coming into week 1. We didn't expect them to be absolutely destroyed in that first week, and I still would actually say they are the underdogs because, again, this team has been together for a very prolonged period of time. I think only Shubin is the newest and only new member on the team, and he's going to be with Savoki, that is a well-rounded player that can at least complement him and let him grow within the team. Like, they are consistent, if nothing else, which means they're dangerous, and they can get wins. Not exactly realistic, perhaps, against EDG when we highlight the matchup itself, but Game Talents are someone that you can't disrespect when you prepare and plan against.
Yeah, they definitely are a team that ramps up. The problem so far, seeing it, like we talked about their last split, that it was fairly lackluster. They didn't go into the relegation tournament. They did go into the playoffs just barely, and then they got kicked from the playoffs pretty
Almost
quickly.
immediately.
Exactly. And so going into this split, of course, they just have to redefine who they are. Maybe because we did see Gimgoon playing the Fiora, but then he also played the Singe. So specifically, it just seems like they're trying to play towards, in the pick ban specifically, trying to get Gimgoon that proper match.
And that's the thing. I don't actually know if they need to reinvent their personalities and styles as a team. They need to just rediscover what was actually good for them in the first place. Because towards the end of last split, there's a reason they started having that late playoffs run and actually making it in the first place is because their bottom lane, Pentakill and Zavoki, was coming out with Tahm Kench Jinx. It was a strategy, and they stuck to it, and it definitely worked for them. But that's completely gone with the new AD carry there.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps that's a good point, especially since they are in the toughest group you could possibly get. I know there are only 2 groups, but that second group is pretty strong.
EDG, Vici, WE, Xiaogu.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiaogu was a question mark, but after that one, suddenly you're looking at Game Talents and saying, "Oh, you're worse than Xiaogu. You're probably worse than WE." Like, you are looking at, after just 1 week, they're probably just at the bottom of the barrel. So they need to figure out what they want to do, and they need to do it quickly.
Absolutely. And the big question is, do they have time to wait? If they're up in this group where they have to play all of their opponents twice before they get the opportunity to try taking wins off the other group, when's it going to start?
My opinion of this, and take it with a grain of salt, of course, if I was Game Talents, their coaching staff, or a player, I would be looking at the cross group and saying, this is where I'm going to win every single game. Like, I am 100% winning these games. I'm coming in with extra strategy, extra practice and preparation, because they're wins that you only get once because you play your own group twice. And so being in the hardest group means the cross group's the most valuable time of the split for Game Talents to actually show their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even last split, or at least last year too, we saw teams really take a lot of wins during the cross group, so they were able to actually, those points were really valuable going into their own group. So maybe Game Talents can do that. Maybe they can actually start eking out some wins here and there in their own group.
Yeah.
You can only hope.
Again, if they were able to take a win off of EDG, even just one, that would be a huge statement for them over the course of the entire, like, it's week 2, but if they could just set the stage nice and early on we can compete.
Just to put people into perspective here, the last time we saw these teams face off, EDG kind of smashed them, kind of just a little bit.
How kind of are we talking here?
Well, he
Like 20
just-
minutes, 25?
Clearlove picked Evelyn and absolutely demolished
Yeah.
their backline. So it was just something to see, even though Evelyn was not getting picked anywhere in that meta, and it was just like, suddenly you just picked and styled.
Yeah, and speaking of Clearlove, he has made a return to the LPL. What do we think?
Yeah, it's important to, I guess, preface this with Clearlove has said he is back as of the second week. He is definitely on the roster officially as of the second week, but he's not listed as a starting member for the teams. So when we go through those rosters later on, we will confirm that he's not going to be playing. But it does mean Game 2 is always a consideration. The coaching staff can put him in if things go awry with Fire Lolly, if he has a random implosion of mental. Like, you never actually know.
You never know. This is the time to find out.
And even as you can see for the trailer, Fire Lolly is still on this. It is EDG versus Game Talents getting ready. And I got to admit, I'm pretty excited. If you bring in a new jungler like Fire Lolly specifically to stoke your flame, to inspire you to do better, that's got to do a lot for Fire Lolly as well.
Yeah, Fire Lolly, I just feel like when you said you were excited for this game, I am so excited, but probably not for the right team. I am so excited for Game Talents. Like EDG specifically, Fire Lolly, he's shown that Vi in the first week, and he was fantastic. But Game Talents, I mean, sure, they got bopped in the first week. This week now, this is redemption period. I mean, perhaps they're not going to be, no one expects them to take a win here. I mean, or like the series win. But they got to start fighting.
It's like the banana, you know, in Mario Kart. Like, they just got to throw those bananas out and pray that it hits the front runner. If they
Just keep chucking
accidentally slip
bananas.
over it,
Yeah, tragically, we don't have any blue shell rules here in the LPL, but we're certainly going to find out if Game Talents can bring a fight. They have had a lot of time to prepare, and though it has been the Chinese New Year and break for most of these teams, you can't imagine that they have been just completely ignoring it. As we run through the roster, you can see it is Fire Lolly starting for EDG, along with Koro, Scout, Zet, and Mako rounding out their side. Their opponents, Game Talents, on the other side of the rift. They are going to be on the red side of the map for the first game. They've got Gimgoon, Wushong, Republic, Zubin, and Savoki.
Now, we've gone through Game Talent's roster, but I do want to once again bring it back to EDG and highlight that Koro 1 is the starting member for the team. He's someone who has been religiously underperforming throughout every single split up until right now, where he came back for the first week and only in the second time we saw them compete. And he did look really good. One shaky game where he got camped out the wazoo, but that's like it's not unexpected. He just got completely dismantled. The second game tore apart his opponents, and that was a really positive sign for Koro, and positive once again to see him actually starting for this team.
Yeah, I really love it. It's great for Fire Lolly as well, especially since Scout is going off. You got Koro 1 doing incredibly well in the top lane, and Zet's actually been playing really well in in the lane, but also in the team fights. His
He's been a
position.
god.
Exactly.
I actually did not come into this expecting any positives from Zet for at least 5 weeks, and then he just rocks up and he's like the best performing team on EDG next to Scout, who, you know, reflective of how well Scout's playing, it says a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is indicative of EDG as a whole. The question was, hey, they've mostly swapped out their roster, bringing in these people who have been on the bench behind the frontliners of like Deft and Pawn, and then they immediately showed in week 1 they can compete, and boy, they brought out their A game.
Yeah, and they can compete with Fire Lolly as well as another different top laner. So with Mouse and Fire Lolly in a roster to be able to compete with what was WE and Vici in the first league, 2 teams we said were going to be difficult, can only speak praises towards how EDG went.
I was just so surprised. I mean, everybody was surprised. We were talking about if this is like you're throwing in Fire Lolly, you're throwing in Mouse, if there's and Zed as well, because it's not so much Zed, it's the fact that they lost Deft, and you're just like, well, if there's going to be a split that you lose the first place, it's going to be this one. But no, they're just as good, just as smart.
Just deciding to show that, hey, we've got the organization to back it up. Question is, though, their opponents, Game Talents, they've got quite a challenge ahead of them if they want to try to break this down. We've talked about the strengths of EDG. We've talked a little bit about the strengths of Game Talents. What weaknesses have we seen out of EDG that Game Talents can attempt to capitalize on?
I guess there's a lot of over-aggression, perhaps, from Fire Lolly. Playing a champion like Vi is very indicative of his play style, and I think he's being a little bit reminiscent of what Clearlove wants to provide to the team also, with that hyper-aggressive nature now. That can always be exploited. If you're aggressive as a jungler, you're either ganking too much or you're invading too much. And it's not necessarily too much unless they catch you doing it. And something like we saw yesterday from Ben 4 on IMA can be a little bit too much here and there and can lose you games.
Yeah, and I remember when Game Talents were good, or at least when they were having good performances, it was based off of the fact that they would play Trundle support, play Trundle top, and if you were to over-aggress onto them, they would 100% punish you.
And that's the thing with Game Talents. They're known as the late game team fighting team. The one thing they excelled at was akin to something like Team WE and where they would go well. And it's hit about 40 minutes. Just survive with your Jinx and your Tahm Kench composition. Have a Poppy to protect them all in the top lane from Gimgoon. And just team fight. Just 5v5 at them with the standard comp and actually get those victories.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at for Game Talent specifically, I just want them to survive early. They couldn't do that versus Xiaogu, but if they can survive early, if they can get to the point where their composition, we don't know what it is, but technically their style indicates that they love to play those team fight comps. We're even seeing a lot of Victor in the mid lane lately globally. That's just right down Republic's road. So if he wants to pick it up, this is the time to do just that.
Yeah, you can see Mako on your screen as he is preparing for this setup. A big thing for me is going to be taking a look at these pick ban phases. Obviously, we started off with 10 bans in week 1. The teams have had about a weekend to play with it professionally, and I'm sure they've been scrimming and practicing with it. But EDG's pick ban in particular has been stellar throughout all of week 1.
It's interesting to see what they like to ban away specifically on Red Side, right? Because the 3 top bans that we see from Red Side are Rengar, Camille, and of course LeBlanc. Specifically, EDG will always ban the Rengar and Camille. They're not comfortable playing it naturally, but they actually do love to keep up the LeBlanc and force Blue Side to actually ban it away. And then we saw that one game where, you know what, CA picks it up on when they were playing WE, and they dealt with it fairly well, even though CA went off.
Yeah, and EDG have a higher probability of looking towards Jace and other assorted champions, so they're building themselves team comps and drafts around the coming metas and patches, which could be a potential danger point in this patch. Thankfully, the champions are still strong now, even though they were also strong at patch ago, so EDG should be fine.
So then, knowing that EDG are so good at this champion select, can we expect them to allow this sort of team fighting comp? We're actually going to have to say goodbye to Rusty as we get ready for the cast for this game 1 between EDG and Game Talents. But I'm going to pose that question to you, Raz. Do you think EDG is smart enough to ban away the late game team fighting that Game Talents is fond of?
I think they just have to play against it because EDG technically they're a smarter team, and once they get to that point in the game, that's when they like to. They're similar styles in a sense, so I actually think that they should be fine with it. Right now they're on Blue Side, so I love the fact that they're already getting rid of the Singed and Camille.
Yeah.
So right there they're saying, you know what, Gimgoon, we saw what you were doing week 1. We're just gonna smack it away.
Yeah, and we saw that Singed yesterday. Righteous Glory Ghost chasing up to people. Absolutely hilarious, but also a little bit terrifying as the final ban is going to be rounded out. Zyra, as we are racing through these pick bans right quick. That's Varus immediately locked in for EDG.
Yeah, it's a solid priority pick we've been seeing, especially in 7.1. Even though in 7.2 you see the lethality changes come through, we've been seeing an EU during the 7.1 patch that people have been going towards the lethality anyways on the Varus. As the game goes on, he can just threaten the backline with his poke, regardless of whether there's a fat Maokai in front of him. So I've been liking the pick, especially since it disregards supports in the poke supports, or at least, like for instance, Zyra's already gone, but generally it makes it so the laning phase much easier for you.
Yeah, and with that, you've got Lee Sin and Misfortune picked up to pair with that Varus. To try to destroy him, however, Game Talents have picked up Malzahar, and now they've also got Kha'Zix as they're looking for their final pick on this side. Rise is currently the look at. Great way to lock somebody down who ends up getting out of position. Perhaps a Lee Sin going a little bit too far. Game Talents look like they might be taking the sort of composition that can capitalize on over-aggression.
It would be smart for Game Talents to just focus down mid bans here. They've already taken down the Orianna, but I do want to see a Cassiopeia ban as well. Make it so it's much easier for Rise to just lane through this here. I really do like what I see because Kha'Zix is fantastic into the Lee Sin, and on top of that, you got that Rise as well. So if you can have that mid priority, you can really set up the bot lane gank anytime you want. And with that being said, Gimgoon hasn't chosen a champion, but the fact that you have Malzahar and the Kha'Zix means that just set him up with a tank. It really doesn't matter who you pick up here. So that just means EDG, they don't have to focus on a ban towards that top side of the map because really Gimgoon's just trying to fill with it, whatever the team needs here.
Seems like Game Talents have taken your advice as it is double mid ban. Orianna and Corki going to be the bans from Game Talents as Ashe banned away from Zubin, and looks like EDG does want to prioritize that bottom lane.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Corki banned out. It's fine because Corki, he's definitely, he achieves what Rise does a little bit better because once he does get to the point where he can wave clear mid lane, he's safe because he gets that early MR item, and then he can just roam out with his package. And so you're just trying to catch up as Rise. So that's a solid pick. With that being said, EDG will probably end up going towards Casio since it is left up.
Very strong. We've seen Casio into Rise a couple of times already. It can go either way depending on the skill of the players, but looks like that it is Caitlyn for the pickup and Syndra making it all the way through.
Almost forgot about the Syndra, so that's actually really solid because Syndra just sets up mid ganks so easy. If you can actually, if Fire Lolly can set up with the Syndra to be able to get Republic off the map early, then that would be really well done.
Yeah, just giving it a hover, but there's no need for them to pick it up right now unless they wanted to prepare to swap champions. So that means that they could just trade once instead of having to trade champions 3 times.
I love the Maokai simply because it's a takeaway, right? We talked about the fact that Gimgoon will want to pick up a tank top laner, right? He really poppied Maokai. Even, let's say, Scion's a bad example, but just like as a general point. But Maokai just does everything just as good. So the fact that the Maokai was picked up away from him is solid. If they go for the Rumble, it's focusing too much on the lane. It'll make it fairly hard for Game Talents to team fight, but it is a good team fighting champion regardless.
Might be looking towards that the terror of Noxus. Kled instead is going to be locked in for Gimgoon as Scout, taking the Golden Emperor of Shurima on that Azir in the mid lane. And this looks like to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, so the Azir is really interesting. He's hovering over the exhaust because he definitely needs it going up against Rise. He's going to get shoved in. It's going to have Azir has usually been a fantastic shoving lane early. And that's going to be the case because early on, level 1 through 3, he's going to be just shoving in constantly because he has it. What's going to be difficult is once Rise actually can just wave clear out, once he starts getting mana items, the first stack when he gets the tier, once he gets the catalyst and start leveling up his E, it's going to be too hard for Azir to actually catch up to that Rise if he does tend to roam.
It certainly will be. One of the big points that you hit on with Rusty before the game is, can Game Talents survive the early game to get towards the late game? Do you think this composition enables them, or at least sets them up to be able to do that?
Their early game is just fine. I think from looking at the composition that EDG has set up, it's fairly tame in the sense that they do want to look to teamfight later on in the game. They have Maokai in the top lane, they have Azir in the mid lane, and of course Lee Sin. So Lee Sin is going to be, usually Lee Sin's fairly active early, but he doesn't want to catch out Kha'Zix because Kha'Zix is going to tear him to pieces. So you just have that strong top side that's going to be great as the game goes on with the playmaker of Lee Sin. But it's just going to be hard for them to do much early. It's going to be Game Talents with the early game priority.
We'll have to see if they can take advantage of EDG during that early game. Perhaps they try to go for something where they don't even have to wait for the late game if they can win in the early or the mid game. Of course, this is EDG, who are currently looking very strong, #1 in their group, defeating out WE last week. It's certainly going to be a challenge to see if that can happen.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see. I think this is going to be a great game for Game Talents to show us if they can actually play well early. Just looking at it, it's like, okay, you know what, you have the Kled. We haven't seen Kled since, of course, RNG played it in the first week, and it was a bit of a disaster, but it's a good lane for Kled. So this is actually something we should focus in on because Game Talents specifically have just been hammering in top lane counter after top lane counter. Will this actually work out, and will Wushuang actually play towards that top side and set him up well?
Well, we certainly are going to find out, as it appears that we have loaded onto the Rift for game #1 between EDG and GT. Standard setup so far, defensive 5-man lines across the map, as everyone seems to be just hanging out early on. Looks like normal on items as well. Koro going for that corrupting potion in the top lane.
What we're seeing in the bottom lane is interesting. We're seeing double longswords basically from both sides. So Zet's carrying a longsword, Caitlyn's carrying a longsword. It's going to be fine for Caitlyn. She's just going to be holding on to that, looking for some... but specifically looking at Zet, that could just go into an actual early armor penetration item. He might just look for that poke build. I would want to actually have him play the attack speed build because he actually has a really solid front line and Azir and a lot of protection from... a lot of protection from the Azir, but a lot of that front line from Koro 1 on the Maokai. You really can't get past the soldiers as the game goes on.
Yeah, especially if he does to go for an early Rylai's on that Azir.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen the Emperor of Shurima really prominently
we've been seeing him in North American LCS. It's been fun to see Keen play him through. We've been, I think even Bjergsen has played him. That's always fun to see how he works that in the mid lane. Once he does scale up, it's actually just obnoxious because he is still a wave clearing god. He's just one of those champions that you're like, yeah, I mean, I guess we're trying to set up a siege mid, but he just keeps clearing it out and poking us down.
Once you get to that like 30, 35 minute mark, Azir is just gonna have a great time.
Yeah, it's gonna be really awkward for him because he's gonna get that. His first build is usually towards Naturous Tooth, and that's really awkward because he doesn't have any AP. That's just like you're getting a lot of attack speed, but suddenly you just can't skirmish at all. So Republic is gonna be a little bit of a terror as this game starts off.
Yeah, taking a look at the junglers, they both started topside and are now getting down to their second buffs as level 2 is picked up for both Mako and Zet. It's a match with Zubin and Savoki. Fire Lolly, he's going to take the blast cone. No, he's actually walking down. He's going to get to Tribush faster than Wushuang.
Yeah, he actually did a pretty fast clear of blue, that wolf camp, red. So he's going to be able to get to that Scuttle Crab a lot earlier, which is great for him because his bot lane actually is fairly solid. The Varus should be able to poke out the Caitlyn. It's actually a historical counter in a sense that you have such a long range on your Q. At least if you can land it, then you're really good to set up. Savoki is in a pretty awkward place.
That's exhaust traded between both of those supports as Mako is eating a lot of Voidlings. 7.1 Malzahar. Ooh, that's some damage.
All right, you know, the misfortune usually is the counter here in the sense that you can auto out those Voidlings, but if there's a million Voidlings on you, suddenly you're getting a little bit too overwhelmed. Suddenly you got to back away entirely. So the exhaust down, that's a bit much.
Yeah. Well, it's traded. It's 1 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Though not entirely certain who we can say has the advantage there as Scout eats a snare and Republic trades it back using his Ghost very early on. He's got very little mana, but he knows he's got a jungler in the wings, and Fire Lolly is even here as well.
This is going to be big. This is actually going to be really big because right now the usual Rise points is at the fact that he wants to farm up until he can get the earliest back as possible to get his tier. He wants to be stacking up his tiers quickly, but Azir's is not going to let him have a proper back timing. With that being said, Wushuang seems to have found a bit of a place in the top lane, but there's a ward that catches him out.
Yeah. He was outside of the Scryer's Bloom that Fire Lolly did just pop, but still spotted out by that early ward, going to be farming up.
So that's Rise actually did find a way to back, but he is so far behind off it because he couldn't get a good back time. He's just decided, you know what, I'm fine, I'm going to lose a couple waves here, just that one wave, just to get that back and to get the early tier. So he's made a bit of a commitment. It would have been great if Kha'Zix actually could have helped him out a little bit more, but I guess Kha'Zix recognized that Lee Sin was hovering around the mid lane, and if he were to do that, he would have been in a really tough position. Oh, Mako!
Ooh, he just got back in the lane and immediately eats some damage back.
He didn't take too much damage, so at the very least, he didn't get mauled like last time. that would have been unfortunate.
That's one of the worst things. Whenever you get shoved out of lane, you make it back in, then the opponent all-ins you, and they have 3/4 health, and you have 1/4 health, and you're like, well, I guess I'm recalling again.
Yeah, you look at your watch, you're like, you know what time it is? I guess, I gotta go back to base. I mean,
you've got 50 more gold. Like, I'm gonna get a potion. All right.
Yeah. But he's learned his lesson. He's fine now. There's no exhaust on either side, so he's actually able to just auto out the minions that are, or at least the Voidlings that are in front of him. So he's not going to be completely blasted.
Yeah, that's 10 extra gold, killing out every single Voidling. You can see he has gone for an early boots first, as his AD carry is going to get a recall, opting for the tier build first, as he's going to start stacking that, and a pickaxe out of Zubin.
Okay, so that's I'm just trying to figure out what that longsword is going to be building into. But overall, I just like the fact that it just confirms that Zubin or Zet is going to be going towards that armor penetration build. Scout's going to be doing predominantly the sustained damage, so he's going to be fine with that. It's just going to be Zet actually just looking to poke out Zubin, looking to poke out even Kha'Zix and Savoki on the Malzahar. So this is what I love about the poke build, is specifically how the meta has shifted so that we only see, well, not only, but predominantly we do see very squishy junglers. So then suddenly you just have more targets to hit.
Mm-hmm. With that, Wushuang going for the double longsword. Fire Lolly actually going for the Ranger's smite first, opting for additional vision. And you can see EDG have set up a very strong line across the river. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4. Pink, pink, ward, ward.
Yep. And honestly, just having that ward smite item is just great because you're Lee Sin. You want to have more wards to jump to. If you already jumped on your trinket, well, guess what? You have more wards in your fake inventory. So I just love it just because it's Lee Sin. You can use it as an aggressive, basically aggressive item, even though it's technically, for many champions, it's a defensive item.
Yeah, going for the insec. Both of the junglers still looking for level 6 as Zubin takes some damage down there. You just saw the fan vote on the bottom of your screen. 89% of Chinese fans think that EDG is going to take the win. They are heavily projected, but that is a lot.
Yeah, Zubin is, I mean, the fan votes a lot. I mean, that's fair because EDG is a monster right now. But look at Zet here. He's actually completely demolishing Zubin. Every hero is hating this man. This man has to walk away. Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. That was a bit, every arrow is legitimately hitting him. The refs need to check this man's mouth because there's a program that's just doing all the work for him.
Auto aim, that's the secret.
That is ridiculous. I mean, this is supposed to be a fantastic matchup for Varus. That's just how the lane goes for him. We've seen some matchups actually, or at least sometimes the Caitlyn will eke ahead because he can dodge out the Q. But that's not the case of Zubin. Zubin is actually going to have to really respect that. Now he has that 10 CS deficit in the matchup.
Yeah, going for that recall. He's going to get some boots now. Got to dodge these skill shots, man. Try to get out of the way as both Republic and Wushang again return down to that bottom side of the river. It is an Infernal Drake, so they clear out those two pink wards and try to maintain some control. Wushang now going to give that blue buff over on the top side. Koro looks like he's sitting on his own pink ward nice and safe while maintaining vision with some help from Fire Lolly.
Yeah, I think Wushang has to hover over mid lane. He needs to actually do something here because the Azir did set up, I guess, well now he's shoved in because he's looking to possibly back, but earlier on he was actually holding the wave, so it would be very awkward and you'd have to constantly have the back, like Fire Lolly's probably here, looking to gank me, I have to look, I need some help. So, you know, right now Scout's been actually playing out the wave management of this lane fairly strongly.
Game Talents looks like they're setting up for something right here. They pull 4 members, sit 2 of them on top of a pink ward in Tri, Malzahar and Caitlyn. Bring down Ryze. Mako, you're not going to like this. I've seen this in a horror movie once. Oh, he gets the ward and gets out. Oh, man.
And the arrow to just, you know, shoo him away.
I love how he was so terrified. Like,
I mean, I feel like Mako's a great support for a reason. Any other support will just walk into that, say, you know what, I'm going to ward this bush. Technically, we don't see anybody, but there is no way there are 3 members in that bush. But, you know, he's respecting that, gets that long-range ward out. So,
yeah. Caitlyn, Kha'Zix, Ryze, and Malzahar are missing. Do you face check a bush or no?
That's a nice adventure game, honestly.
Yeah, it's very short. There's a very quick end to that adventure game. Wushang, oh, he actually manages to sneak in here. And, stealth forward. They go on to Mako. Chains of Corruption is going to catch Zubin. That's first blood. Game Talents.
Oh, there we go. So that's exactly what they need. I love the fact that Wushang is actually looking to gank the bottom lane. It came out of nowhere, honestly, because even Ryze is in the lane, so they're technically thinking, well, there's no dive that's happening, and you know, Kha'Zix should be playing towards that top side in the Maokai lane. But no, he's actually just checking up on the bottom lane. He has the Malzahar that hit level 6, so Wushang just says this is clearly the easiest gank to make happen.
Kim Goon's been on a bit of an island the entire game so far. Even in CS, he's been knocked off of Skarl, and I'm sure Koro is quite appreciative of that. In the mid lane, you can see Scout and Republic continuing to shove each other in back and forth. And in fact, Scout has opened up about a 18-20 CS advantage, and there's still Zet's advantage from the early pressure he was landing. Despite the first blood of Game Talents, EDG still lead by about 500 gold.
It's just a strong laning phase from the bottom lane and the mid lane. So Zet has actually just been playing the matchup how it's supposed to be played. He even has the Dirk here, the serrated Dirk, so he's able to just constantly threaten Zubin. Zubin has to come to lane and say, you know what, I guess I'm going back to lane, to the fountain. Ooh, that being said.
Ooh, he's calling for it.
He's calling for Skarl, but Skarl's not going to be here to save him.
Oh, that's so sad. You can hear him calling Skarl's name. Is he going to turn around? He actually gets Skarl back. Fire Lolly. He chases him over the wall. He follows it up. Gimgoon. Oh my goodness. I feel like we're watching the character's lore be rewritten right here. Gets knocked up and a double kill for Gimgoon. That is the most Kled thing I have ever seen.
You know, you're calling for Skarl, but you already had his health. 2 kills for no reason. That's just not being able. That's just Fire Lolly, honestly, not playing enough against the Skarl and Kled. With that being said,
flash snare and Wushang gets knocked in, slides back out, get a bit of ping pong, but he's gonna drop the Game Talents. They're 4-0.
That Game Talent suddenly hitting them hard with the 900 gold lead. But honestly, you're looking at it, it's just like, wait a minute, 4 kills. 900 gold. Wait a minute, this should be longer than that, but that's just because his EDG has been playing the lanes so damn well. Like the mid lane has been doing incredibly well, bot lane's been doing incredibly well, even top lane has actually been even in CS, if not even like 2 CS ahead in a karma matchup. So you're like, EDG's doing so fantastically here. And then suddenly, everything goes wrong. So Fire Lolly's like, all right, I should be able to kill this man. Except Gimgoon, here's the thing about Kled, he doesn't increase his rage bar until he actually hits champions.
Yeah.
And when he hits champions, suddenly he just randomly has Scarl again. You're like, wait a minute, your Fury was at 0. Now it's at 100.
Yo, Chain of Corruption catches Zubin. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Heal and flash, and he barely gets out alive.
Yeah, you have Zet and Mako to rely on here. So even though mid lane and top lane had a little bit of a problem, Fire Lolly's recognized that bottom lane is actually still doing really well, still reliable. So let's just take down this turret.
Trying to break down with some help from Fire Lolly. Wushang taking advantage of that by stealing the blue, but that first turret is going to go over to EDG, split amongst those bot lanes and the jungle. Scout's still having a grand old time, still nearly 20 CS over Republic. But again, Savoki is going to catch up from the side. Wushang helps secure the kill for Republic, 5-0. And despite the fact that it is 5-0, it's almost even in gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the towers, that one tower advantage, and on top of that, the actual CS from these lanes. So just looking at the Azir matchup, I mean, Azir, he has that Stinger, he has double Doran's Ring. It's still not enough, obviously, because Ryze is just going to stun you forever. And so he has the Exhaust, and that's the biggest point, because you either pick between Exhaust and Cleanse so you can actually get out of the situation. So now that he doesn't have Cleanse and he's not going to be building any QSS items until much, much later on into the game, he's going to get stunned up to infinity. So Scout is the weak point right now at this very moment in the game, and I think Game Talents are just going to look to try and pick him off as much as possible.
Yeah, the Infernal Drake is now picked up by Game Talents, and they are going to use that advantage despite all of the vision that EDG have set up on that side of the map. It is just a Christmas tree of wards. It is still going over to Game Talents with that early advantage. Now they are sending their bottom lane briefly mid and then top to let Scout catch that fat minion wave bottom.
I just love the fact that they're just being able to do this without getting caught out with a single ward. So that just means that, I mean, sure, they're catching the wave at the turret, so that just means the bottom lane of Game Talent should be able to get there as soon as possible. So that just means that, you know, the initial pressure actually doesn't mean too much, unless if Caitlyn actually commits to the side lane. So we just might have a 1-3-1 off the gate in the, I guess, 14 minutes into the game.
And to return to that story thread we were talking about a little earlier, can Game Talent survive the early game to get to that late game team fighting comp where they saw success late last split? So far, they're going even with EDG at the 15-minute mark. They're up 5 kills. They've got the first big neutral objective in that Infernal Drake. And despite the fact they're having a little trouble in their bot and mid lane, still seem to be doing a great job. Wushang. I'm not sure if that was an intentional side leap or like just a panic. Oh god, there's Lee Sin here.
No, I think it was intentional. Just because he wanted to be able to get the damage by not get hit by the Q. So that just means that Fire Lolly is like, well, I have no way to return damage here.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can not take that much damage. So right now, actually, just to hit on the point of late game Game Talents, I don't think that. Oh, just kidding.
Regret, Wushang.
Was he on the top of a ward? Wait a minute.
He was, yeah. There's a pink ward,
you're right.
a control ward that he's now pinging.
He's like, wait a minute, this
There's
ward.
a ward here.
Someone deal with this ward. So yeah, that was actually just a trap. A trap that he should have been able to see.
I mean, it wasn't even a trap. There was a ward there. This was not an intentional setup from EDG.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was like he was going for a stroll and then he walked into the bus when it was coming down. The bus didn't try to hit him.
So just going, this is why I want to hit this point about late game Game Talents, is because that just happened. Game Talents actually needs to be able to resolve this mid game. As the game goes on, it's actually going to be a lot harder for Ryze to do his job because Azir actually just out damages and outranges the Ryze. So Ryze actually has to flash in to be able to not take that much damage while setting up something. So I'm looking at the roster for EDG, and their lineup actually just outranges in a lot of cases Azir and the poke from Zet. So it's going to be so obnoxious to play against as the game goes on. And you have Maokai just sitting there.
Yeah.
So Game Talents actually has a lineup that they just need to, as the mid game goes on, they need to look to skirmish as much as possible, especially with the 2 kills on that Kled. So I love the composition coming from Game Talents in the mid game. So, you know, I know you guys like to take it a little longer in this game, but let's finish it up now.
Yeah, it is going to be a challenge. I like how even in that hypothetical scenario where EDG kind of outrange and outdamage the team, Game Talents still have Kled.
Yeah.
So they just pop Kled ult and run in as 5. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
true.
most like LPL answer. Oh no, they're gonna out-siege us. I guess we're gonna have to go in as 5.
I mean, Kled, that's actually a really good point. Is that the Kled is actually such a good pick here. Now that he actually has a lead, that is,
Yeah.
and that he can out-split push here. So like if Maokai tries to match him, Kled will always be able to skirmish him. He has a lot of damage, surprisingly, and he's going to be able to take down these turrets. So you don't want to actually go in a split push scenario against the Kled, and Kled is the answer to the range that EDG has and the fact that he can just hard engage. So I mean, as the game goes on, there's still answers here, but I still like the late game comp.
It becomes one of those volatile situations.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you have a big damage source. We have a way to get on him. Can you protect him? And then sort of the yes and no decision tree as you work down towards that. As it looks, though, EDG are pressuring that top lane. Ooh, Zubin!
Oh,
He
get
might
out of
still
there.
go down here. Sonic Wave, flash and heal. Is going to survive. That's going to be suppression on the Fire Lolly.
Oh.
He drops, but trades his own headshot for another. Savoki leaps away with some help from Wu Shuang. And they trade 1 for 1, but Zet and Mako are still up, and they might be looking to pressure this.
Well, he's not been having a good game here. So 17 minutes into it, the first failed tower dive into the top side. You know what? I'll give him that. That's fair. You didn't know how Kled works out here. Maybe you thought you can burst him down before he turns and gets his skull partner. That being said, here we got Gimgoon in a bit of a bad situation.
Yeah, they're trying
Back
to catch
to him.
Koro out
Yes,
of
Koro.
position. He's doing a lot, but he just does not have enough. Can't
Hmm.
survive both the Kled and Arise. And Wu Shuang flash engages onto Zet. That's heal being used as well. They've got some vision, trying to kite it around. Savoki's waiting in the wings, doesn't have the suppression, and Wu Shuang is going to walk it off. But that's bottom tier 1 taken now for Game Talents, and Republic gets back in time to find Scout.
Oh.
Gets him down really low. Can he land the next one? No, he doesn't find it. That's the
Oh.
exhaust. Gets knocked away, and that is Scout missing. Republic flashes, but Fire Lolly with the save from downtown.
Scout and Fire Lolly knew that Republic still had flashed up. They were like, you know what? Let's take this fight. The exhaust goes down. Unfortunately, Scout doesn't hit the ulti. So it was a really, really bad situation to find himself. But Fire Lolly comes flying in and takes that Q from Rise. And you know what? There we go. They get the kill, and they get the mid lane tower.
They certainly do. Just like that, it's back to EDG's lead as we get closer to that 22-minute mark, about 1,000 gold ahead. Though that bottom tier 1 has now been cleared out. You can see that Zet going for a recall. Finished off the Yomus, as you predicted, the armor penetration build, the lethality. And now with Ocean Drake spawning in 10 seconds, the teams are starting to set up some vision with their bigger items. Runans has now been finished for Zubin. Still got that BF sword for some core damage. And just taking a general look, Black Cleaver now finished for Gimgoon as well, so things are starting to shape up for Game Talents.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for Game Talents, even though they're starting to get into the item points that they were looking for Caitlyn. What's hard is that they're trying to get that mid lane lead and mid lane shove, and they lose that tower. So that just means that even though the gambit that Rise had in looking towards bot lane and getting Kled the extra kill, he comes back into the lane, loses his mid lane. That just means that EDG will have a way to keep tabs onto Republic, and so he's not going to be able to do that any longer, or else they just continue to lose more pressure on the map. So it's going to be tougher for Republic. He's going to have to get the rest of the team to help him out, and hopefully, actually, they just decide, you know what, Gimgoon is so massive, he's so strong that let's just put Republic on the side lane, get us a 1-3-1, so it really doesn't matter if they've lost pressure in the mid lane. So with that being said,
Republic does find Scout. Scout still has his flash, though, and whoa, that's a lot of damage. Knocks him back into the minion wave. Republic cannot follow up. Gimgoon even
get in there.
teleports, and they're chasing. Ooh, I thought that was about to be an amazing interaction, but tragically it was not. Scout flashes, and Wu Shuang follows up to lock down the kill. It's 5v4 for a short time.
ooh, the world is just out to get Scout because he can't find a lane to sit in. So now the fact that they put Rise into the bottom lane and Kled up into the top side, I mean, that time they had him in the bottom lane, but they're just making it so it doesn't matter that they lost mid lane tower. Suddenly you have to constantly deal with Kled and Rise, and there's not a single person on EDG to do that. They have to do it as a team. So if Rise is in the bottom lane, that means you have to commit to that TP, or somehow Azir has to escape. He didn't, but he somehow needs to find a way now.
Yeah.
And then Kled is, I mean, Maokai can keep Kled at bay, but for only so long. So suddenly EDG, they need to, you know, start to pressure something. They have a massive lead with Zet and Mako. Right now they're looking to siege their mid, but they need to actually continue to pressure top because they did that before and it was working so well for them. So they need to pressure that point until Game Talents respects it enough to challenge it instead of creating their own play on the opposite side.
They were able to take advantage of Game Talents being a little bit shaky on that Ocean Drake when it spawned. You saw both Fire Lolly and Koro shred through its health very quickly, and Game Talent seemed content to give it up, but it looks like the Game Talent Gank Squad, ooh, say that 5 times fast.
Game Talent Game Squad.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Start clearing out some vision on that top side of the map. Now that we're after the 20-minute mark, Wushong is like, let me clear this board.
You won't get me this time.
Now that Baron's up, they're trying to prioritize some of their vision. And the control ward actually misses the one in the pit.
So I like the control ward that they do have because that's the pink ward that will get every ward EDG tries to soft set in, right? They can't reach out and get into the Baron to place that ward. But that being said,
Whoa! He
get out of
doesn't,
there.
he doesn't have flash. He's still got to heal, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down to Zet as 4 members of EDG catch him out of position. Sorry, make that 5. Where did this push come from?
Yeah, here we go. That's what they needed to do. They need to force the Game Talents to play their game. And they're doing it. Set up mid. That's all you need to do. You have a fantastic poke comp and a siege comp. Set that Azir passive up and let's go at it.
Are they going to try to break down this inhibitor turret? 22 minutes in. Koro gets caught out. Chain of Corruption locks down Republic as Wushong is forced to jump away.
They need to back away because Maokai just simply took too much damage. So he's their only tank insurance to stop an engage from coming in. So Thud is only not going to go in because obviously Maokai is going to stop him, and Scout and Zed are too damn dangerous. So I love the fact that they caught onto Zubin and they just set up and towards mid lane because there's no way for Game Talents to actually have that consistent damage to upkeep the team fight. But with that being said, Zubin, I mean, you just have to watch out. It's not your job to actually keep these wards out placed unless if you're with your support and with your jungler. It is too dangerous out there. Take a teammate with you.
Yeah. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yep.
And now all of the work that Game Talents did to set up vision around that Baron has been almost completely undone. There are wards all up in that top side jungle. There's even now a control ward in the river. There is one regular ward for Game Talents in the back of the Baron pit, just on the opposite side of Baron. It's underneath the arrow right now. Oh, and now it just expired. So there goes all of that, the hard work that they tried to set up.
It's going to be so hard for Game Talents. The reason why is because EDG has set up so much pressure towards the mid lane, and at the top, oh baby, get out of there.
And they're going to try to catch Fire Lolly as he's contesting the ward clear from Game Talents, but intelligently they bring down their AD carry, they bring their support as well. They've already got Republic on that side of the map.
Well, he doesn't even need to back too, because he got that nice plant, and on top of that, he already has the sustained dragon in the Ocean Dragon. So you can actually just sit back a little bit and actually just relax, regains HP. But yeah, they've lost so much. Game Talents has lost so much pressure mid that suddenly you have to constantly react to EDG because you just don't have any wards placed down. You won't be able to.
Ooh. And without that vision, they don't see this push coming. EDG are able to shove top and take the tier 1. They're going to answer by going bottom. Koro is caught. Bear trap on a rope is going to try to lock him down long enough. Zubin and Wushong should be able to break him down, but EDG are going to engage in this race.
It's going to be a race, all right. They went for the Maokai. They were able to get him, thankfully.
Republic sidestepped the Sonic Wave and is going to stay alive, so at least he can contest the minions. Game Talents are ahead and are already on the inhibitor. Despite it being a 3v5 in this base race, Game Talents are winning. They're taking the inhibitor, and EDG are not fast enough. As you've said, they've stopped the backs. The inhib goes down, and only now can EDG try to recover from this.
That was just amazing. That was an amazing race, all right. That was actually ridiculous in the sense that they decided to actually go into Republic and get the kill on top of that, but the time they wasted, they didn't even get the kill on Republic, and they lost so much time, and that suddenly, all right, yeah, we're taking down this inner tower, but they're already at our inhib tower. They're far too slow. They have to back away. So now that they've lost the inhib in the bot side, what this means for Game Talents is that they have so much topside pressure, they can just rely on the super minions to constantly just go towards that bottom lane, that they can clear all of these wards, at the very least, if not pressure Baron. So EDG needs to do something, and they need to do something now.
Yeah, they found Fire Lolly, pull him back in, but it was an elaborate ruse. Gimgoon very tanky. Republic again steps casually out of the way. They turn on to Scout as Gimgoon tries to find Mako. It's chaos on both fronts. They're splitting left and right. Wushong trying to deal with this big old Maokai, but Republic is keeping him at bay. Zubin finally shows up with that AD to try to break him down, but so far it's been Scout who has died. Republic comes in with a flank from Gimgoon and Savoki. They won on the right front and turn it into a victory on the left. Chasing chasing Koro down and chopping that tree to tiny little bits.
They can't do Baron at all. The fact that Zet has so much HP on him, so much mana, he's just going to poke them down to death. So they're going to continue. Game Talent's going to continue to look for this, but they cannot start Baron because it would be far too risky for them. Unless right now the minions are actually just hammering down on the actual Nexus turrets. So if they can force people to actually deal with it, then you've got something going for yourself.
Yeah, Game Talents are putting pressure in 3 places. Blue buff mid lane and the Nexus turret, excuse me. Scout finally respawns and is able to clear them out, Rylai's Nashers, but that was just not a happy engage.
So this is really forced from Scout. He needed to make this happen because of the pressure going towards that bottom lane, but he couldn't get the ulti. It just, you know, slippery fingers. Unfortunate, not going to happen. So he puts himself in a really tough position, gets killed out by Wushuang, and suddenly you got the Maokai. And I mean, it was really hard to take him down, but overall, this is Game Talent's fight to win.
It certainly is. They follow up with that Realm Warp and chase Koro down. Poor guy. You heard the woman in the audience crying out. She wasn't happy about it either.
Yeah, I was wondering where that noise is coming from. Which character actually does that? I'm trying to figure that out.
It's not a League of Legends character, as a matter of fact.
All right, you know, I'll take it.
That's the crowd in Shanghai.
Thank God.
But that is Ocean Drake now picked up for Game Talents. They're 11-4. Still only 1,000 gold ahead, but they've got that inhib down. They've got control over the Baron pit for now. And with all 5 members on that side of the map, they're trying to secure vision as well.
Yeah, actually, this is a really weird build from Set. He's gotten himself the Black Cleaver. I'm not too fond of that because you need to actually take stack autos to get that going for yourself. So I would have much rather have seen the Edge of Night, right? That's what we've seen in EU, is that it doesn't matter if it's patch 7.1, you're still incredibly strong, especially since he's level 13 going on to level like 14. He's actually going to reach parity with the armor penetration points. So he needs, now that he has just the armor shred and from the movement speed and the phage in that Black Cleaver, it's not that helpful. I just don't like it. There's better items out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Zet certainly is the pro player. Hopefully he knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
I mean, he did
playing.
just get back from Chinese New Year.
Yeah, he's playing
Realm Warp.
anywhere.
They're going to try to 4-man Realm Warp onto Fire Lolly. They burst him down. Kim Goon even gets in there as well. Saboki trades his life back over, and Mako now is going to be followed up. Bear Trap on a rope is instantly cleansed. There's Exhaust. And Game Talents are burning a lot to run away from this. Zubin even forced to flash the wall.
Game Talents has to watch out. The fact that we have Azir doing that much damage right now, he's finished up his items so far. He's got himself that Nashor's Tooth. He's got himself the Void Staff and, of course, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's doing a lot of damage. He's doing so much, and so he was able to just burst down Zavoki. You can imagine that he'll do that to the rest of the team, and Zubin, Republic, and Wushuang, they're all incredibly squishy.
Oh, Gimgoon is going to land the trap onto Koro. They follow up. They're going to have to burst through the tree, but Wushuang takes some damage, forced to sidestep. They're burning through Koro as fast as you can, but Gimgoon is in the back line. He's found Zet and is going to solo kill him with some help. Finishes up the support while Zubin and Republic clean up Koro.
Scout's the only hope here. I mean, sure, Fire Lolly is up, but I think Game Talents is in a really good position to set up towards Baron. It just might not seem to be something they want to look to do. They do have Ocean Dragon, so just a little bit of sustain, but it's too much of a risk simply because Fire Lolly exists. He has that smite, and on top of that, Scout, of course, is a monster on Azir, and we've seen a few Azir Baron contests. It's a little bit messy. Oh! He wants to save that Nexus turret. Pretty smart.
Yeah, you can see the inhib has just respawned on the bottom right, but the Nexus turret is still Did I get my words completely mixed up?
I don't know.
I think I might have.
Perhaps.
The Nexus turret is still alive,
There we go.
and the inhibitor has respawned. Yes.
He does need to keep that Nexus turret up, because if you lose one suddenly, you can probably just tank out another Nexus turret to actually end the game. So the split push pressure coming from Gimgoon, coming from Republic, is actually just going to be that stronger. So Game Talents, even though they're only up by 2k gold, the map advantage for them is just actually just too strong. The fact that they have their inhibitors just protected by actual turrets means that suddenly one lost fight from EDG, Game Talents wins the game.
Certainly is going to be a challenge for EDG, but they have come back from worse situations. I mean, this would be their first loss as Gimgoon trades it out a bit with Koro.
That's true. They definitely haven't lost a game in a series yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only week 2, but overall...
Could you imagine undefeated domestically in almost over a year?
I don't want to hear this.
and then they would lose to Game Talents, who
Oh,
are projected
yeah.
to be the bottom of the group. That would be absolutely unheard of.
I thought you were trying to tilt me for a second with EDG going undefeated domestically and then going to Worlds to get stomped.
No,
But,
no.
you know,
We're keeping it localized, all right?
I like that, you
Keeping
know.
it within the region.
you are a gracious man. You know, you're not fiery enough. That's great. I appreciate it.
But that would be quite an upset if Game Talents were
Yeah.
able to perform something like this. You can see right now, they are trying to play the map. Gimgoon keeping Koro occupied 3 levels ahead.
This is interesting coming from EDG in the sense that they have a pink ward or at least a control ward so deep into the top side that technically Maokai can actually TP there. This is going to be a very long trip, so theoretically keep track of that because that ward is not going away.
Gimgoon just doesn't even care about Maokai anymore, does he?
Yeah.
I think he has to, right?
EDG actually has to press another person there. They actually need to hover because Kled is not going to be pushed off by Koro, not at all, especially since he has so much damage coming from the Titanic Hydra that he's going to take that inhibitor if he's left alone with the Maokai. So suddenly if you can bring 2 people towards the Kled, this Baron's just going to be too easy.
Oh, the sweeper didn't spot out the ward. Now Wushuang's in the pit. They're trying to burn through. It's down to half health. Teleport's available for Koro, but he's there first, in fact. They're going to catch Fire Lolly out on the sky. That's Savoki going down. Wushuang gets the Baron, but Game Talents are going to have to back away from this. And there's Scout. That's what he was looking for the entire match. The big Emperor's Divide. And with 3 members of Game Talents dead at the 33-minute mark, EDG are poised to do some damage.
That's 50 seconds on the death timers right there. That's a lot of time. They're going to be able to just go straight mid, take an inhib at the very least. Right now, Kled and Kazakhs have to watch out. They can't wave clear at all. They shouldn't contest anything. If they do, they will die. So if they die, they lose the game.
Yeah.
They need to actually play a little slowly here. Wushuang is just going to take his red while he can because he knows there is no use to him being there as long as the Baroned up minions actually do something.
He cancels his recall and is going to get around to the side, still flanking, and now Savoki has respawned, but EDG not going to give over any tasty morsels to that hungry Kazakhs.
Yeah, there's not much he can do. There's no way Kazakhs can actually get in there, especially since the team is lagging so far behind. So take a look at this. The control ward specifically is in the pit. You have to actually clear that out with your trinket, red trinket. That's all you have to do because the blue side will not be able to get there to reward. The actual control ward has to be on the outside of the in the river so he can catch any wards just hopping in. They didn't do that. They got caught out with that one rogue ward, and so sure they got Baron, but they lost a lot of lives. And so kudos to Scout to be able to get the flash ulti on the Azir. He's kind of been missing a few throughout this game, but that was very key, and he got his team back into the game attack.
Cloud Drake now is the pickup for Game Talents. They've still got Baron on Gimgoon for another almost 2.5 minutes. And I assume he's going to return right back to that split pushing position. However, there is no longer any big neutral objective for Game Talents to position around. They've got Baron on 2, but I think they don't want to play with that quite yet.
Yeah, the only thing they can do, well, not the only thing, but what they have to do at this point, and this is going to be really scary for Game Talents, because they have to play this well, is that you have to look to actually start to take these turrets in. It's going to be a little dangerous. It comes down to execution at this point, especially since EDG is so mindful of this split push. They already almost sent like 3 or 4 people to get the Kled. And so if GT were not very smart about it, they would lose a life and they would lose a lot of time. So they just need to be smart about how they pressure the map here, or else they would lose so much momentum.
As it is, Gimgoon is trying to keep EDG occupied, but Wushuang, Zubin, Republic, and Savoki all headed towards that top lane. In the end, it was just Zubin and Wushuang who got up there.
Yeah, I don't agree with how they move towards topside because suddenly it's such an easy answer for EDG to just say, well, we have a super minion going mid. Let's just push with it because we're going to be much faster and actually looking towards your base. So suddenly Game Talents are like, actually, yeah, I guess we have to protect the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to push through mid, which is hard because, of course, the super minion exists. But then they have to put enough pressure so that Kled can actually roam towards diving the inner turret mid, or can actually get an inhib. They have to play around Kled's positioning here and make it so Kled can actually do something rather than actually pushing back and forth. This is the push and pull of a situation that Game Talents is in now, that they're just specifically looking for towers.
Yeah, and it becomes even more precarious with that Azir and Varus. Wushuang goes over As they try to clear out the vision, Gimgoon is trading back and forth with Koro, stacking up those armor shred stacks.
This is bad for Game Talents right there. They committed so far deep topside that suddenly Gimgoon is actually incredibly out of position.
He's trying to ult, but Fire Lolly gets in front and then kicks him to the wall. Realm Warp is going to bring the rest of the team in, however.
Yeah, but that just means that Kled ulti is down. They can't actually realistically look for a dive mid with that now. Maybe they look for something. He's ghosting, but can't get anything off of it. This is just Game Talents and not knowing how to finish out this game right now. And they're just going to commit fully for this inhibitor when it could have been an easy task in saying, push through mid, look to actually threaten and siege up on mid turret while Gimgoon actually has safety suddenly to look for this inhib. But he was doing it when they were nowhere near position to threaten mid. So this is really messy from Game Talent, and they need to actually look to play as a team, but you know, it's actually them just wasting Baron.
Yeah, and with that window, the super minions are going to continue shoving up in that mid lane. Scout just completed his own Rabadon's death cap, as it looks like EDG are just wasting Game Talent's time, just hurting them back on this side of the map, keeping them away from the super minions that are continuing to shove in.
Yeah, and they're shoving in so deep, it's actually just about to head into their base. It's a bit of a shove here. So suddenly Game Talents actually have to play on the defense, even though they got the Baron. So suddenly that technical lead, you know, I remember we get I think in the LCS they have their Baron power plays.
Yeah.
This Baron power play is not a power play at all. It's not a negative Baron power play, but it's certainly a...
It's like a 300 gold.
Yeah. If even. Yeah, I guess so. They didn't get a kill.
It's pretty low.
They took jungle creeps. I guess that's their win. They got a few minions under their belt, but nothing else.
So important to get those minions, from what I understand.
My favorite junglers are the ones that later on in the game, even though they have 4 items, they're suddenly just constantly farming. They're like, you know what? Suddenly I can farm the enemy junglers' camps.
Yeah.
They get nothing. But you're like, you know, you can get so much now.
CSing as Rise is so satisfying. Just clearing out huge waves in like 2 or 3 button presses. But EDG setting up a siege on the tier 2 again. Game Talents are caught completely unprepared, and the tier 2, that was like a Christmas present. That was free.
Yeah, they're not really responding well here. And on top of that, Scout was able to get his Rabadon's death cap, so he is so close to full build, just an item away. And you do not want to face a full build Azir. You think you're looking at the 144 KDA. That doesn't mean anything. That actually, he probably will just keep it at that just because he has a control ward. Wait a minute. I see 3 control wards on each member, except for, of course, Maokai and Azir, so it's technically not 3 members. And you know what? Zet has full build. Oh, no, he has, you know what? Never mind. He's got that cheeky attack speed.
Let's slow it down, Raz.
He's
all
close
right?
enough.
Let's slow it down. Okay,
he's close enough.
It's 39 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Game Talents were able to capitalize on some mistakes from EDG that have effectively kept them even. But now that we're getting towards the later game, towards these big Baron plays, these big Elder Dragon now up in a minute, it seems like EDG just have got the macro game on lock and key. And Game Talents are having such a tough time responding.
Yeah, it's tough for Game Talents, especially since they actually don't have an answer in terms of team fighting. They can't team fight EDG. They've simply been outscaled. So if Gimgoon ever tries to ulti onto top someone, he can only play front to back because he's just going to be able to hit the front tank of Maokai. And you have so much backline threat with Zet and Scout suddenly with the Azir soldiers and the arrows flying through that Zubin, I would be surprised if Zubin can get an auto attack in these hypothetical fights. But yeah, it's just going to be really tough. So right now, Game Talents, they have to look towards this Baron coming up in 5 seconds. If they can do it, then that's great. That's fantastic. But they cannot team fight.
Oh, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Gimgoon finds Koro. Realm Warp is going to put Republic in the back. He Zanya's instantly and is going to try to flash back into his team, but only gets on the other side of Republic as Gimgoon tries to dive with Wushong. They're able to clear out Scout, and that's going to be another one picked up. That's a lot of damage tossed across. Gimgoon tries to chase as the GA is popped, and Game Talents look like they might be winning this. Fire Lolly dies, and that is 2 members dead and the Guardian Angel popped. Now 3 members dead for EDG.
That was super well played from Game Talents, and honestly, hats off to Wushong and Republic specifically to just make it a chaotic fight. Suddenly, Wushong is not in a rare Gimgoon is looking to dive in. They're just looking to play on such a wide front that it's so hard for Zet and Scout to actually look to front to back team fight. This could actually just be the game. 20 seconds on these on Fire Lolly and Scout. This would be really hard for EDG to hold.
Yeah, they've got Gimgoon back up to full health. Zet looking for a very optimistic chain of corruption. Gimgoon dies and Zet goes down. Game Talents could be trying to take this first win here. It's all up to Mako, and he's sitting in the fountain right now. The minions are back up. Scout is in 4 seconds, and Game Talents back away.
Oh.
Mako is chased down by Zubin and has been slain, but Scout is back up. It's now 2v5. He gets an extra turret just in case, and that's the Realm Warp to safety.
Yeah, there we go. The moment is your time. They're TPing
They're
in, though.
chasing. They're continuing to follow up. Koro on the respawn gets in, but Gimgoon in the front. They're going to try to burn through the tree before EDG can catch up, and they succeed. Another free gift from EDG with that kill.
And in a standard game, off of that, you say, you know what, just walk it back mid and let's take this game. But that's such a massive wave on the top side of the map. Suddenly, you know what? Any TP or any movement there, that's just too much. So they're going to look to play the safer game and look to top, clear that wave. But with that being said, EDG see their only chance here, and they're looking to take Baron.
Yeah, Gimgoon still here, staggers his recall very intelligently and is able to zone Fire Lolly and Scout away. The minion wave is cleared, and though they lost the turret, EDG are down one inhibitor, and we're right back to square one.
You were right on the money when you said intelligent. This is a really smart game from Game Talents. Game Talents is recognizing every small opportunity EDG have, and they are staggering back to stop them so they can actually set up properly as a team. So that's another Baron for Game Talents. Suddenly, even with the Nexus turret down, so suddenly, no, that's a Azir turret. Just kidding. That trolled me a little bit.
Yeah.
Gotta relax. I'm a little too hypey right now.
Elder Dragon has spawned, and despite having that Baron buff, Game Talents are grouping as 5. Scout prepping the minion wave in the mid lane to deal with that. He's got some help from Mako and Fire Lolly to keep him safe from any sort of pick situations. And now it's a 7,000 gold difference at the 43-minute mark. EDG have not lost a match domestically in a very long time, and this could be an opportunity for them as Koro is going to be in the front. Republic flanks Zet in the back, exhausted, but still doing enormous damage. Wu Shuang gets swooped out. It's Scout who flashes away, but Republic is going to turn and clean him up. EDG get a clean ace for none, and they are going to take game number 1 over EDG.
Yeah.
It's Game Talents who get the ace. I can't even say it right.
I'm surprised too. That was an incredibly well played game from Game Talents. That is something that you're looking back, if you're EDG's coach, you're like, oh, wait a minute. That's a little worrying. That's a tiny bit worrying. They take the game. Suddenly, Game Talents are on game point in this series.
Yeah, they certainly are taking the win. Headsets off, and looks like they're actually relatively calm after that win. Not the big ecstatic smiles that I was expecting.
You know, play it off. Play it off like you know how to do it. So suddenly you don't want to be hugging everybody in the studio. You want to just be relaxed.
Look like you know it. And again, this was only game 1. So joining us once again on the desk is Zach Rusty Pie, who watched that game behind the scenes. What'd you see, Zach?
They're halfway there, Raz, but Game Talents enthusiast over here on the casting desk is a little bit hyphy at the moment.
A tiny bit.
It was an interesting game, I think, from start to finish. Of course, we might want to kick it off with the draft phase. I have some question marks on the Azir. I do see the merit in it because it can outrange with the Varus, but the Ryze has the flanks, the Kled has the go button. Like, I don't know if the Azir was the best decision. Not even including how it was played, to be fair, which I just was trolling half the point.
So taking a look at the stats right here, you can see it was fairly even match for about 33, 34 minutes before Game Talents made that strong play mid lane, taking a fight, winning it, and then proceeding to set themselves up for success later on.
And Game Talents played those fights incredibly well. They recognized that it would be a really hard fight to take front to back because, of course, Azir and the Varus will be doing so much damage to the backline. It was absurd. So you know what? Suddenly Ryze and Gimgoon were just going right in there. They were flanking. They were finding any creative way to just jump into the fight and make it chaotic. And so EDG, it was not comfortable at all.
And I feel like that's a really good sort of description of those fights. Game Talents made it chaotic. Kled was rushing in. Wu Shuang was leaping in from the side. Republic was flanking from 2 walls behind and then ghosting back into the fight. Like, Game Talents did not give EDG any reprieve.
And so the thing that I love the most is that there were no 50-50 plays coming in from Game Talents. So there were a lot of opportunities where, like, okay, Elder Dragon is setting up, maybe they look for Elder Dragon. Baron is setting up, maybe they can go and take Baron. But they didn't go for it. And so there were a lot of instances where they were just calm, patient, saying, you know what, we'll back and look for another play. There were points where they're saying, no, we're going to take the team fight now. And they're going to go incredibly hard. And they got it. And so I like that to see that because old Game Talents would have definitely looked for those 50-50 plays and perhaps take a team fight.
Yeah, I think it was more controlled from Game Talents than perhaps we're used to. I'm not actually too sure if it was that much better. Like the Baron play where they still died for it. Yes, going for the Baron's a good idea, right? They've got a Kha'Zix Rise. They're going to melt it. They've got a Caitlyn even, who has 2 items. So the Baron dies quickly, but they didn't fully clear vision. They didn't place 2 control wards. Like their setup was not great. The decision making was better, but they need to actually do it with a little bit more, ironically, control in how they execute.
I agree with that. I touched on it in game, but the control wards on a Baron fight or a play, especially if you're on red side, you should not be placing, unless if you have multiple control wards, you should not be placing the control ward inside the pit because that can be cleared out so easily with just a red trinket. But, you know, just a small point with Game Goon coming up big with Kled.
Yeah, no surprise there. 7-0 and 13. Absolutely huge play over the course of that match, and it really just accelerated off of the first attempted dive from Fire Lolly.
Oh yeah, that was disastrous. So Fire Lolly, he looked at the
I
first
just
play.
don't know why he did that. Like, I'm assuming that he has not played against enough Kled to know how much, regeneration of the skull actually comes back when he hits champions, and he absolutely did a lot of damage to him. So diving the turret, giving Skull back 2 kills for their troubles is definitely silly. Even flashing away so that Kled comes over. It's obvious that he hasn't played enough against Kled in particular to be able to get away with a dive like that. So I really am going to challenge the decision making from Fire Lolly from minute 1 in that game.
Yeah, so that was just a upsetting point, I guess.
It certainly was. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I just break under pressure. Screaming 1,000 times, been drowned out by the night. How it all started. I'm just blinded by the lights. I'm just blinded by the lights. I'm just blinded by the lights. Is this the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, been drowned out by the night. How it all started. I'm just blinded by the lights.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about ready to get into game number 2 between EDG and Game Talent. We just saw GT take a remarkable game number 1, beating EDG. I couldn't even say it at the end of the match. I found myself saying EDG take the S. It was Game Talents. They did it.
That was ridiculous. So I love the fact, it was not even the fact that they took a win. It wasn't even a cheeky or a cheesy win. It was technically clean. It was pretty damn good. It was a lot of scout. It was just a lot of
Just
EDG making mistakes.
Don't agree with it being clean because EDG made all the mistakes. Like it might have
clean.
been a one-sided affair, but it's not clean because there's still someone making a mess over there. EDG just need to get their crap together because at the end of the day, like having an underperforming Lee Sin is okay. Like it happens. Lee Sin's a difficult champion. There's room for mistakes. If you fall behind, you stay behind. There's these other problems that like going Black Cleaver instead of Edge of Night on the Varus AD carry when you're going against the Rise. Like he's going to lock you down. And you're going to actually die consistently. Kled's going to find their engage tools. Azir missing all of these ultimates. Perhaps not the perfect build from him either, let alone play. And really awkward teleports from the top lane. Like EDG just fundamentally need to make sure they're doing everything better than they were in game one because we know they're better than this.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw them make some very strong macro plays where they would just magically group as 5, take a turret, and game talents were like, wait, what? There's somebody at our base?
Yeah, and it's just because they had a lot of mid control, right? The earlier plays that EDG made to basically take mid tower after mid tower, it allowed them to basically evade a lot of vision to be able to get to these towers so quickly. And so I love that fact. It just was, suddenly they just made too many damn errors.
Yeah,
That's what
it was a cool team composition as well, like really good zone control. When they're ahead, they can look towards objectives with the Azir, Maokai, Varus, Misfortune, like all of these ultimates together can completely keep GT away and lock them out if EDG get ahead. But the early laning phase from Game Talents was very kill-centric. They focused the bottom lane when Malzahar got 6 and actually worked around the map really good as a unit to get an advantage early and actually not allow EDG to make the plays that their comp wanted from them. And perhaps it was a drafting for disrespect against their opponents, not saying that they're going to win the early game because Game Talents are a late-game team fighting team where they actually did win early game.
Yeah, that was really the biggest point for me was how well intelligently they played the later game fights because it's so hard to fight the cluster that's EDG composition because of course suddenly Kazakhs can't jump in very well simply because Azir is just gonna knock you right back out and the control from front to back is so smart that suddenly you see or at least you see Wushuang finding ways to come around and really threaten the backline of Varus and Azir because they're so squishy. If you can get to them, that's all you need. And Gimgoon was so tanky and did so much damage that honestly he could just walk at him and Maokai couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, it really seemed like Game Talents were able to take the sort of front line, mid line, back line sort of setup for EDG and just turn it on its head. Republic flanking with the Rise, Wushuang leaping in, as you said. Gimgoon just keeping people occupied. EDG struggled with it very heavily.
Yeah, and then one other cool thing that we didn't actually highlight was the interesting item build of choice for Savoki playing the Malzahar. He actually went towards Rylai's Crystal Scepter first into Banshee's Veil, and he's against a Maokai. So you come into that and you say, well, he's not going to kill the Maokai, even though his purpose is to press R on him and peel for the AD carry. He actually was ulting the carries of EDG, using the Banshee's Veil, closing distance and slowing them all down until the right time, and he was ulting priority targets. So the QSSs were actually incredibly valuable and needed to be picked up by the carries, which were a little bit late from EDG. Scout just could not do anything.
Yeah, it was just going to be so hard for him because even if he did build up QSS, which was needed, he was getting really just focused down in the mid lane, that if he built that QSS, it would have been a harder lane for him, or at least a harder shove for him. It would have really just I guess it was necessary, but it definitely would have stalled his later itemization.
I mean, you can still do it against the Rise. So, whilst it's not the best idea, you can still have the utility there. Just do it as like a second half item before you finish the next one. Rylai's is a pretty cheap item, so you can afford to do that, then QSS. Like, I think he would have been okay.
Yeah.
But by not getting it, he actually lost them the game at around the 30-minute mark when it was too little too late.
Yeah, fair point.
So then, stepping forward to this next game, what are we looking for EDG to change in game number 2? I mean, they've been undefeated domestically for months. We know that they can.
Give it to me.
They get rid of Fire Lolly again. Like, chuck him onto the bench. I don't want to see him anymore. Bring back Clear Love. Bring back the angry jungle man that we saw bring EDG to Worlds.
He's on the roster. They could sub him in. So far, the confirmed subs that we've got for EDG they are bringing in Mouse in the top lane to replace Koro. From what I can see, Fire Lolly is still slated to play.
So I'm not going to say that suddenly, like, as they come back out. I'm not going to say it was obviously he made a lot of errors. And I do trust that he will fix those errors going into the next game. But I think Koro was playing just well. It wasn't his fault that suddenly he had to deal with a 2-0 Kled. So that was just an issue that he came out and he's like, I guess I've got to deal with this going forward.
One thing about bringing Mouse out that has always changed EDG is acknowledging that he is a carry player. He is much more of an Aurelia or a Fizz type of player in the top lane. So by removing Koro and adding Mouse, they do have that availability there for them. Koro, much more of a, I would say, standard tank style of player. Even if he can play the carries, I think he's better performing with the team on Gnar and things that can also be tanky.
Yeah, good point. Especially there was a time in which Gangplank was definitely a pick that we like to see from Mouse. So that option is open, and you know what? Just bringing a new vibe to the team. Suddenly, someone who's raring to go, positive as well in the comms. So that's definitely brings in its value, especially after losing the game talents in game 1. That's going to have some negative impacts on the comms. Bring in something fresh, something new, could work out well for you.
And I think even in the scope of that previous game, the other two lanes were ahead. You saw Scout with an advantage. You saw Zet and Mako opening up nearly a 10, 15, 20 CS advantage as the game went on. The only lane that went even was Gimgoon into Koro, and then Gimgoon got fed 2 kills. So
And it wasn't Koro's fault. Why is it not Clearlove playing?
Either way, that's a good point for EDG to say this is our base. Even though we did fall out that game, we had a fantastic laning phase. Let's go back into that. That's not something we have to change.
You know what they're going to do?
What?
They're just going to no more Lee Sin.
Oh.
Like, give him
yeah.
Kha'Zix. Just give him the standard pick, Make sure he's not playing that Lee Sin. Less skill shots.
I mean, he missed a couple.
Yeah, that's fair. I
And,
think Kha'Zix is fantastic into Lee Sin anyways, so you
Kha'Zix
just
has
check
an
him out.
86% win rate in the LPL. Like, it's 12-2. There's no reason not to be. It just went up with this game to 13-2. Like, there's no reason not to pick Kha'Zix over Lee Sin in the first place.
Yeah, it's a confidence pick for some players. It's not really. Obviously, I wouldn't call it a confidence pick for Fire Lolly. So if you're in this point, definitely put in that Kha'Zix, or at least ban him.
And of course, getting into this game 2, Game Talents are starting blue side. They have the opportunity to pick which side they want. You have to assume that they're going to try to control that side of the jungle.
I mean, you have to expect it, right? Like, again, being able to pick the side that they want to be on and going towards blue side of the rift, you have the expectations they'll try and control the jungle with Fire Lolly again. I had to default to saying Clearlove for the record, yeah. But I think that's the direction they should go, have perhaps even a roaming support this time around instead of a lane control support, because Mako and Zet did look good as a 2v2. They actually completely bodied Subin.
Yeah.
But the strategy might need to change for the whole team.
We'll have to see if that's something that EDG can perform to. We've seen them go to late games. Heck, even against WE, we saw them take it to late and perform exceptionally well. I hesitate to use the phrase, but do you think EDG might have seen this as a bit of a trap game?
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to that RESPECT. Respect your team, right? Respect that team. Give them some respect.
Had to spell it out.
Yeah, I just did it. I did it. But yeah, you respect the enemy team. We saw that Game Talents. Apparently, they are not the team that played Xiaogu. They have definitely revitalized. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, we're certainly going to find out as we prepare to get into Champion Select. You can see the coaches are ready with copious amounts of notes. We're once again going to bid adieu to Rusty as we get into this pick and ban. If EDG take this, we'll see him one more time, of course. And then once again, he can say the same thing, bring in Clearlove, and see what we can make happen. All right, let's get into these picks and bans. Game Talents, they decided to stick towards the blue side for game number 2, which means they will have that jungle priority. They are going to ban away that Kha'Zix, and EDG follow up with the Rengar ban.
This is going to be really big because EDG are comfortable going up against that LeBlanc, so they have left it to the 3rd ban. Let's see if they do ban it out. But Game Talents banning out Varus, they don't want to deal with that anymore. That was really oppressive coming from Zet, and so they recognize he's a good Varus player. Let's reset that lane. Oh, they did ban out the... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, banning out the LeBlanc. Very early Orianna ban. Very early, yeah. Orianna ban targeted towards Scout. They also banned Orianna in the 2nd draft phase in the previous game. So prioritizing that Rise for Republic, definitely showing that Game Talents have got their priorities straight coming into this. As you said, the LeBlanc banned away as well. And EDG are going to answer back with Jace.
Okay. So, Jace, we were talking about the fact that, Mouse will play those carry top laners. He is adept to it. He's fairly comfortable. So now that we're seeing Jace and Elise both being picked up from EDG, that just means that suddenly that is a winning 2v2. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Game Talents will look to do, because technically Jace is a flex pick into the mid lane.
Yeah.
And I feel like Scout can play it. So overall, it's still a flex pick, but giving that Jace towards the top side is actually it's a nice change for EDG.
So taking a look right now for Game Talents, they've still got that Malzahar open. Zyra is still an answer for EDG, as they've got one more pick in this round before ban, so they might not have to go towards the Misfortune. And that's Tarek.
Oh.
Locked in.
My God.
Absolutely fabulous.
They've just revealed something. So that's definitely a Tarek support. So that just means it's either going to be a Malzahar mid, a Malzahar jungle. We've definitely seen a Malzahar jungle. That Rise can technically go anywhere. So honestly, even though they've shown this, the only reality is that Tarek is going towards
Look at the
bottom
smile
lane.
on his face. Yeah, the coach. Oh, I love how excited he was. He showed it very early. This can't be the only thing that they've got right now, as Lee Sin is going to be the ban. Ashe is the pickup to try to deal with that. And now, okay, so let's move forward. Getting to this next one. I love the smile that he's got.
Yeah, that's we've got them. Either that or something's messed up. One of the two has just happened here, and so we either have a tilted coach or a sneaky one.
Yeah. Misclick maybe?
That kind of has to be, because looking at it, it's really interesting to see the rise of Malzahar and the Tarek. So just to go right back to it, because that's either a mistake or a massive switch up. Because Tarek, there is no such thing as, I've seen a Tarek top.
And what do you gain from showing it so early in the first round? Looks like we are going to remake the lobby with the same bans and picks. Not sure if that includes the Tarek or just up to the first ones to that, because he's got an awfully big smile for his face.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that it's not a Tarek pick. I'm just going to make that assumption until we get message otherwise, because having a Tarek there means that Malzahar and Rise are suddenly in limbo. We've seen a Malzahar jungle, we've seen a Malzahar mid, we've seen a
Rise top, Malzahar top.
So that just means technically it's fine. It's just a really bad composition, or at least a really weird one. So overall, yeah, that has to be a different pick. But just going back to EDG's pick, I do like the solid pick that definitely won't get remade. The Jason and Elise is really fun to see.
Yeah.
That just means that they've definitely changed up their style, and that we're getting Fire Lolly on a champion that's fairly, I guess, really easy to play, or at least it has a very easy play style in that it just find a lane, camp a lane, you do a lot of damage if you can't get that lane ahead.
Hit cocoon.
Yeah. And so it's very straightforward. I love the cocoon mechanic. Just means so it doesn't really matter what champion you go up against. If you can cocoon them, then you can pretty comfortably say that you win out that trade. So that just means the top lane should be fairly strong for EDG, unless if they pull the wool over our eyes, put that, if we have a carpet underneath us, just kind of
if they can do something fancy.
So you know what? That's a Jace, a mid, or maybe even the Smata special Jace support.
At dealing with Elise ganks?
What?
Tarek, Rise, and Malzahar. Just that 1, 2, 3 combo.
Suddenly you can't kill anybody.
Yeah. You got overall invincibility, you've got Rise Realm Warp, and you've got the suppression from Malzahar. Really phenomenal. Great rounding it out.
Yeah, and honestly, just like taking that point, just looking at this referee, I can just imagine the ref saying, "Nah, you're going into the game with that."
Yes.
You got no choice in the matter.
You picked it.
Remember the time that we saw the Teemo picks coming out randomly in LCK? There was like we were like, I guess we locked it in. We definitely don't want a Teemo, but it's on us to troll.
So I'm not 100% certain on the ruling, but I think if you make a mistake, you have a certain window with which you can tell the referee.
Yeah.
The concern for me is that EDG went through their next pick and ban like super fast. Like they saw it was a mistake and then tried to pass over it by locking in the next things and closing that window.
And see, that's the thing. I remember from when back in the days.
That's Eric's a mistake. What can you play AD carry? Ashe, pick it.
Pick it now. Back in the day when I was a coach for the great team of Dignitas, I do remember that. I think that the rule set is it obviously depends on regions, but if you do lock it, or if you can tell the ref quickly so that the team doesn't just make a pick, so you have the defensive saying, now that we've seen you pick X, we definitely want to change the bans. If you can honestly say that this is just a mistake, you can switch it up. It depends on the region, obviously.
Yeah.
But that would be definitely needed now.
Yes. I'm trying to look up the rules right now to get the proper ruling on that. Amazingly, it's remarkably difficult to find all of these.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Better block down.
I've seen those rules. Those rule
it's
books,
like
they're
15,
very long.
20 pages.
Unless if you know your way around the rule book,
Yeah.
it is actually a very long way to lock it down. So, for now, what I want to switch the subject to.
Yes. Guide me.
The coaches have a fairly nice get-up. I'm not gonna lie. They're not wearing suits on stage.
Their outfits?
Yeah, they have nice sweaters.
That's where we're going. All right.
I'm taking you down this ride.
Okay.
You're going with me.
Alrighty.
You have no choice in this option unless the producer says otherwise.
I have signed up. Don't give him that kind of power. Okay. Well, then I meet your conversational direction change, and I raise you.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit more about Game Talents and what sort of success they saw in game number 1, if they're going to be able to replicate it in game number 2. Obviously, having Gimgoon get 2 kills early was pretty helpful. But that aside, it really seemed like Wushang was ignoring that top lane after one potential roam during the 5 or 6 minute mark. He just ignored it and ganked mid and bottom the entire time.
Yeah, now that we're back on track, here's the thing with Game Talents. I'm going to be quite honest. Even though they got 4 kills off of mistakes off EDG, they were really playing the lane poorly. Mid lane was not working out well. In fact, Scout was playing the lane so well that Rise had a lot of problems. He didn't want to aggress further on. He needed the help of the jungler, or else he would have definitely been ganked. And then the bottom lane, Zet was just landing every Q. So it was a really solid early game from EDG until they started to make these errors to get themselves kills, obviously. And then as the game went on, EDG found more pressure, but they kept getting out team fought. And so just looking back at this, even EDG just needs to relax. Going back into the rooms when they were talking about the last game, you need to reassure confidence in just saying what we had before was working. Even though perhaps we do want to change the picks around, don't change your mindset. Don't change your playstyle. Just come back in fresh, and you are winning out early. You can continue to do so here.
We already saw Game Talents change up by banning away that Varus, so EDG, they're going to have to show that they are better in more ways than just with that sort of Varus into Caitlyn matchup. And of course, as expected, EDG are still the favorites, I think, despite the fact that they did lose that game. They're still the favorites to take this.
Yeah, there's no I think here. It is definitely favorites here.
Yeah.
For Game Talents to take one game, we've seen it from split to split. You do get those blue shells. It happens, right? You just got to shake it off. I remember in NA there was the definite TSM versus P1. It happens.
I casted it.
There we go.
I was there on the desk.
You remember.
I saw it live. When Inori got the double kill in the first 3 minutes of game 3, I was like, this can't be happening. This is happening.
Yeah, so for Game Talents, you got to hope for that. You got to play it as cleanly, hopefully clean up your early game. Even though they got 4 kills, they were still losing those lanes. So make it, go back to this game and definitely play as smart towards the late game, because their late games are fairly smart. I love the fact that they were team fighting that well. So as long as they can continue back to that identity and just hopefully not bleed during the early game, I think they've got this. So it'll be fun, something to look back on.
Yeah, it certainly will. Of course, we are expecting that the organizational power of EDG can bounce back from something like this. I mean, even the fans, 89% to 11 in the fan vote, thought that EDG were going to take this. So
the most hype moment, honestly, I just want to see the fan vote now. Do they have the same faith, or are they gonna go on to the Game Talents hype train?
The faith shaken.
It happens.
You've been selling tickets to the Game Talents hype train since day 1.
I mean, I'm not. Here's the thing. Even though I love the players of Game Talents, I recognize they're not a good team. That's the case of the matter right here. They are constantly learning, and so they played this game very well. If they continue to learn and hopefully play these lanes out a little better, they can probably challenge these teams in their groups. They have a bad group. Bad group in the sense that bad for them. It is a very strong group in EDG, in WE. They're facing EDG right now, obviously, but I feel like I'm just jog my memory.
They've got EDG, WE, Vici, Xiaogu, and the 6th team is
Newbie, I believe. But here's the thing. The next opponent that GT have to face within this week is Vici. So after they take down, I just said it as an assurity. If they can, if they can take down EDG, then they have to face up Vici next set. And Vici is a fairly structured team, even if they do make mistakes. So they have a lot of tough games ahead of them.
Yeah.
If they can take out EDG, that would be such a good boost for them.
Oh, yeah.
To continue on in this group. I mean, that's an obvious point. But
we've already mentioned how difficult it's going to be for, at least how we expect, for Game Talents to get wins and get points over the course of the split. If they can knock out another win here this early on, that's going to be a nice little bit of padding.
Mm-hmm. Here's a fun fact. You want to know a fun fact here?
Are we going on an adventure again?
Okay, this is a statistical adventure, so it's nothing about the fantastic sweaters we're seeing here. Here's the thing. So Republic has a 100 in the week 1. Obviously, he only faced Chagu. Has a 100% kill participation. 100%. He's got it.
He's got all the kills.
So he got a few assists there, but 7 kills for that entire series. Meanwhile, Chagu got 40. So for the 7 kills, or at least assists, he contributed to the Chaogu's 40. He still got the statistics. You're looking at the stats. It's there. So just a small point. It doesn't really mean anything since that's just he got demolished. But he's moving.
Certainly is. The big thing that I'm looking forward to this game that I really want to see is I want to see Gimgoon play Singed and go for the Ghost Righteous Glory ZZ Rot. I am going to chase down one person and fling them into my team.
Yeah, you see it a few times. I remember, I think it was just like yesterday or so, the Singed pick did come through in LCK. And it's fun to see because
it came out yesterday in LPL.
Ah, yeah, there we go. It's just fun to see, especially once he gets Righteous Glory. He's just zooming right through.
So fast.
It's hilarious how his catches come. It's really fun to see the champion. He played it once, obviously. Gimgoon played it in the first week. Didn't work out too well for him, but that's, we've already gone past that point.
And the wacky thing is that, again, LPL right now is being played on patch 7.1. The meta has already moved on. We've already played through a whole patch of 7.1, and now the other regions have moved on to 7.2. So it's kind of interesting to see us kind of stick the landing on this one.
Yeah.
And that is not a Singed pun.
Here's the thing about the LPL, and it's fun to see because I remember way back when we just saw, there would just be 3 patches behind randomly.
Yeah.
So 3, maybe even 4 patches behind. You're like, this is just getting nonsense. Please update your patches here. This time around, they are in 7.1. It's going to be interesting to see how what meta picks they do go towards because, they're still playing in Korean solo queue. They're still like, 7.3 just came out. Suddenly you have to reset your mind to say, actually, these champs are not good in the games that we are playing.
There's still no new Warwick. Gragas hasn't received his buffs. I think Graves doesn't have his cooldown refresh.
I love that you pointed out Gragas because we're actually seeing a lot more Gragas tops, right?
Yeah.
Gragas top came through the LSPL. Hashiki played it. I'm trying to remember which team. I think it was DS. Either way, someone's going to kill me for that. Meanwhile, we also saw it on Huni. So we're seeing a lot of Gragas tops as a response to the Maokai because, he's just a solid team fighter. Can really impact those team, or at least he can impact the back line with his ulti. A lot of disruption on him. So would love to see the man come out onto the Rift. So we'll see. Right now,
you can see players for EDG. It's a little difficult to keep your focus this long while you're sitting and waiting to try to find out what's happening with that champion select.
Yeah, I mean, this is the longest pick ban I've ever seen. I guess, are they looking at the rules? Are they trying to figure out?
I can only imagine that somebody somewhere is thumbing through a rule book very vigorously. But we're joining us once again on the desk.
Hey.
We're not at game 3 yet.
What's up?
Rusty is back. How you doing, mate?
No, I'm good. It is definitely quite a long pause.
Yeah.
I guess the pick ban issue is still the same reason for why we're here.
Yeah.
Hasn't been resolved just yet, but it was an exciting pick ban so far.
It was. You got to see Tarek. You're a big fan of the champion.
Absolutely. Only played champion ranked at the moment.
Actually.
Is he really?
So he's a really good pick into Malzahar. It's one of the main reasons that you will see a Tarek. You can use the stun to get the Voidlings off the AD carry, as well as use your own stun because it's attached to your AD carry, and then you run at them, where your AD carry just runs away from the Voidling. So there's this double entendre of utility where Tarek is really good into Malzahar. So especially on 7.1. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the intentional pick and they wanted Melz somewhere, but it was a bit confusing with those 3.
Yeah, you can't help but wonder at that point. And again, we already kind of talked about the tactical significance of showing that so early. It seems a bit questioning, unless it was in fact a mistake and now they're going to try to play through it.
Yeah. I think that's just a mistake, especially, it's a mistake in a lot of ways. If that's intended, I think it's a mistake, obviously, because suddenly you have the Ryze, Malzahar, and the Tarek, right? I mean, I'd love to see it.
Your Ryze is a top laner or something, or your Malzahar's the AD carry. Like, who actually knows where that would go?
Yeah, so that's just that's an interesting thing. It definitely has to be a swap up.
It always gets to that point where somebody locks in a champion like, oh, I thought I was mid.
Pencil to the
Oh, that's fantastic. I want that book. I actually do. I have a book that just has pictures of owls, but I really would love a book that says pencil does the thinking.
It's actually got owls on it. Like I just picked, I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty great.
I'm probably going to flash that on the camera at some point.
Please keep your flashing on camera to a minimum.
Of the book. of the book.
So Game Talents have also changed their jerseys while we're going along the realms of obscurities. It now just says fight, but the Game Talents jersey beforehand was "I am come back just now."
Yeah.
Is the direct quote of what it said in English.
Yep.
I am come back just now.
Make
And
it-
that was their slogan they went through the entire split with of last year. And they did come back pretty well because they actually
did.
made playoffs.
There we go.
They did.
And now they're just fighting because they've proven that they have come back. And now they're going one step further with
Well,
the jersey
yeah.
progression and their actual progression.
I just
Uh,
want to see what 2018 holds for them. What is the next word that
Fight
we're-
back?
No,
But there we go.
They're cutting it down even more. Next split, it's just going to be an I.
I mean, I
From a
don't even.
sentence to a word to a letter.
Nah, I mean, that's fair. It's just going to be a little awkward for all of us involved. Especially, you wouldn't even think it was an I. It's just be a random line on a jersey.
Why
no one
is
will see
there
it.
a random line in the center? Or like a G or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Or GT.
Oh, but
Fight.
overall, I'm just gonna look at this. Even though, like, obviously they're looking through their books. Overall, I like the fact that GT. I'm just gonna bring it on back. That GT on game one played incredibly well in the late game. I just want to see them actually just run it right back and go towards a late game composition. I think that they can look towards that. They obviously don't want to rely on the mistakes that EDG are making, but I feel like they have to anyways. They're showcasing that they're inferior in a lot of ways in terms of map movements and I guess the early games. So if they can play off that gambit, might be something to work on.
So let's play theory crafting corner then. That they have to take that Tarek because of the ruling. What do they pair with this composition? Malzahar, Rise, Tarek to get to a late game team fight.
I mean, I'm not even. Here's the thing about that. I just want to scrap that all together, right? Because even though
Sure.
that's a good point to make,
We're talking worst possible situation.
yeah, I want to look at this.
You put the Malzahar jungle, you put the Rise mid, and
Yeah.
then you pick a Caitlyn to
Okay.
work with the Malzahar jungle, right?
Yeah.
Then you need a top laner that has guaranteed crowd control. Like,
Okay.
I'll go Maokai or Nah. Nah actually would be pretty. Like, if you're
Nah
going to
would be
go
good.
down the realms of theoreticals that are unlikely to happen, but you need to have a Malzahar jungle because of what you got, like, this is probably your best bet. And saying that, Malzahar jungle in the new jungle, not good. There's a reason you're not seeing it.
Yeah. He does not have AD scaling anymore on the Voidlings.
Then again, the million Voidlings might be better for it.
There we go.
You can do the Kha'Zix clear, which is the single camps only, and just stack Voidlings onto it so that it destroys them.
Oh,
Yeah.
but that Voidling
'Cause
cooldown is so slow.
Have you seen the support Malzahar start?
Yeah, yeah.
At level 1, you can just do them on the Gromp.
Yeah.
So you get a leash on blue and put your Voidlings on Gromp and then walk over and one-hit it. It's genius.
It is indeed, but as you can see, we have finally made it back into pick and ban. I am hesitant to, but we must again bid Rusty adieu as we get into this. So far, it is identical Varus Kha'Zix, Camille Rengar. Next up is Orianna, and then to follow that is LeBlanc. We'll see how far down the guaranteed picks and bans we get, where the ref set the cutoff for game talents, if they're going to have to pick up that Tarek, or if they will get the opportunity to change it up into something else. Orianna there.
Yeah.
LeBlanc to follow it up.
There we go. So just the first pick coming through in game talents is that they have the Rise overall. That Rise is going to be really strong. It played pretty well in the earlier game, in the last game. So yeah, there we go. That's actually just going to be the same picks on the 1 and 2s. Just lock in the Elise, buddy. Just do it for us. There
Yeah,
we go.
Fire Lolly locks it in. So I'm hearing right now that it looks like Republic locked in the wrong champion, but when they had reported it, Scout had already locked in his champion,
Oh,
which is
no.
why the champ select might not be changed, which means right here,
Oh no.
we're going to see Tarek locked in for game talents. That is Malzahar, Rise, and Tarek, and EDG are able to champion select lock that in to game talents.
EDG's champ select fingers are working well for them because they, as you said, lock in that Ashe fast. Do it, do it, do it.
What AD carry can you play? Ashe? Pick it!
So, I mean, it's just a great 80 carry here. It's actually really rounds out their comp well. So now suddenly you have, I mean, Tarek has to go bot. There is a universe where Tarek can go top lane because once he starts getting tank items, he's actually just a brute. But no, his base damage is actually just not there. So you should have him in the support position. Meanwhile, I would say, Wushong, he has to bite the bullet. He has to go Malzahar jungle. It's top. I mean, he can go top lane, but that's the safest, route for the Malzahar currently. Or he can just go mid lane. But
Yeah.
suddenly you just have a Rise, and suddenly you're Rise versus Jace, and I think that's okay actually.
So EDG are actually banning out the jungle for Wushong. Apparently they expect that to be going to either top or mid, or possibly even Tarek in a solo lane. I can't imagine a world like that, as Misfortune is the final ban away for Game Talents.
Thinking about this now, Rise is probably the safest bet to go top side. If it's Rise top and Malzahar mid, that's probably what you can get out of it. Rise is going to be fine and safe up against the Jace. Jace is going to be able to, even if he all ends him, it's fine, it's fair. The only worry is that he's going to be running out of mana. Suddenly Fire Lolly is going to be looking to abuse him, and it's going to be super easy to actually just dive the Rise with the Jace. And so, yeah, it's a smart choice getting out the Rek'Sai and getting out the Lee Sin, because if you're Game Talents, you do need a jungler that can help him out. But he can't be a squishy jungler because the rest of your choices are actually fairly squishy as well.
Well, they've had about 20 minutes or so to think over, in worst case scenario, what they decide to go for. Sivir is going to be the pickup after Tahm Kench is locked in for Mako, leaving Scout with that counter pick. He's going to find out where Game Talents end up showing all of their champs. That is a lot of ability power if they decided to go for that. Instead, might be just a standard tank on Maokai as Game Talents round out their final pick to fill out this Taric Malzahar Rise composition. It is Maokai now locked in.
Okay, so that just means that we will have that Malzahar jungle. It's the safest place to put him, but that also just means that Fire Lolly suddenly has, honestly, just skirmish potential at every point. It's gonna be fairly hard in the sense that if Wushang can put down his Voidlings, he should be able to technically out-skirmish in a sense. Maybe even, you know what? Here's the best thing about Voidling mechanics, is that you can cancel out the Cocoon if you can place the Voidlings in its direction. So we might even get to see that mechanic overall.
Yeah,
but
this is Malzahar pre-nerf. He still has instant spawn Voidling.
Yep. So it'll be fun to see that happening, but it's just a really poor positioning that Game Talents are in simply because of the mistake that they made in Champ Select.
Mm-hmm. It is going to be a challenge for them. We were hoping that they could use this opportunity. They had 2 chances to try to take a win off of EDG. One single game to secure them the match and defeat the undefeated domestic EDG. But instead, they are going to go into this one with a bit of a, what is it called? A handicap?
Yeah.
With this Malzahar jungle due to that mistake. But as it is, we've got our compositions. Let's take a look at how EDG decided to round it out. They've still got the Jace, Ashe, and Elise, but they fill it out with Tahm Kench and Syndra in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm liking it so far. At least that means that Elise is a bit multi-purposed in the sense that she can help out the top lane Jace, she can actually look to pressure out mid. So suddenly you're dealing with such a strong top side, where Syndra will be able to deal with the mid lane Rise in a sense that he can stun the Rise. That means Rise, I want to check out to see if he does have a cleanse in the mid lane, because he will need it, especially since the Cocoon and the stun coming from Syndra will be a lot of setup here, and he will have to risk his life there. So that's a lot of mid lane pressure coming in from Elise, and a lot of mid top lane pressure as well. So I just want to see Fire Lolly stay top side.
Do you think we'll see any sort of invade to try to lock down Malzahar early, or cripple or punish the weak jungler?
Good point. I think if you can find out where he's starting, that would be great, simply because then Elise can just walk in and look to pressure out Malzahar. It's a bit of a stretch because we haven't seen Malzahar in a long time in the jungle. So I would doubt that Fire Lolly knows the matchup, or at least the jungle matchup, all too well. I mean, it's the same case. Remember when he went topside up against Kled, didn't really gauge Kled's Fury Bar all too well. You probably just hasn't played against it probably. And then suddenly you're going up against the Malzahar, which should be a major strength for Fire Lolly, but suddenly he's put into a bit of a toss of a position saying, you know what, I don't know how to deal with this. But if he's confident, as he should be able to look to aggress in the jungle matchup.
Well, my prediction is that we are going to be seeing Wushang start with a blue buff, as he is a very mana-dependent jungler. But I'm sure the pro players know better than I do, as we have now loaded onto the Rift, finally, for game number 2 between Game Talents and Edward Gaming.
Yeah, even though this is an unintended composition coming from Game Talents, it's actually fairly well-rounded for the later game. We've seen Sivir a lot lately, in the sense that once she gets to her items, she can remember, Sivir's 3-item spike is still fairly strong. Her ricochet crits, and it's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah.
So their team fighting is actually gonna be looking fairly strong here coming out of Game Talents.
If they can make it to that point.
That's the key. They need to get to that point, and it's gonna be very hard to get to that point.
If this were StarCraft, I would be typing 20-minute no rush, 200 battlecruiser carrier.
Yep.
Please just wait. Don't do anything.
You can't. It's EDG. Suddenly they're gonna fight. They're gonna play the cheap game,
Yeah.
say, yeah, we'll do that, and then
Yeah,
just
no problem.
they'll rush you.
And then there's Zergling Rush.
So that's just the game for you.
And there goes Mouse. He finds Gimgoon and is just going to get him a few bops.
Oh.
So, and Wushuang is going to start by dropping a Voidling, so he loses one charge of that right away.
So this was what I was mentioning earlier, that he just needs to keep tabs on this matchup. He's just contesting this. He's not going to be able to get it. He shouldn't.
I don't think he wants it. I think he wants to just be annoying. Smite now is used as Mouse, eats some damage on the way out.
So that's a big point, is that he actually had to smite the camp because he was getting contested. So that means he has to go into the next camp. Sure, he's sure that he's going to be able to take it safely because he has Voidlings, but it's going to be a problem with speed. So that just means Firelaw is going to get to the next camp a lot faster, going to get to the Scuttle Crab a lot faster, maybe even get to Wushuang's next camp faster. So overall, that was just a really great play coming from Mouse.
Wushuang clears out his Gromp, now trying to work on his Dire Wolves, but the multi-unit camps clear through the Voidlings so very quick. You can see he's on his third, where already Fire Lolly is starting his fourth. Mako chases forward onto Zubin. It's a bit hungry, looking to nom that Sivir, but Exhaust is used by Savoki to zone it away. The trade ends up being relatively close.
Really good trade overall. Taking a look at the masteries, nothing too special here. Yeah, that's all fairly standard. Overall, looking at the bottom lane, that was a really great trade. Savoki can probably just sustain up, press his Q on top of Zubin, and he should be able to sustain fairly well. Remember, Zubin does have the longsword, meanwhile Ashe has that Doran's Blade. So Doran's Blade is actually just stronger early on. So Sivir has to watch out not to go for those trades anymore, or else, he'll have a bit of a problem.
Yeah, not gonna have a great time. Oh, Gimgoon gets baited in by Mouse, who immediately turns in. Fire Lolly was in spider form, gets the auto cocoon. Are they going to commit to the dive? Mouse takes the turret hit and turns it around. That's not quite what he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that actually would have been a dive if Fire Lolly took aggro, because he can actually E up into the air and then flash away. So if the cocoon was great, the auto was great, overall, Fire Lolly can move forward and take aggro, but unfortunately Mouse did, and it didn't work out well. Ooh, this is not going to work out. Maokai is actually sustaining really well, and he's hard clearing this out. You have to believe that Malzahar is on his way, but let's see if this is going to actually work.
Yeah, he is indeed, but he's a good 10 seconds out. Gimgoon stalls, dodges the cocoon. That's Fire Lolly taking the damage, flashes away. They both flash to follow it up. That's Mouse going down, but first blood to EDG.
That's when you just type worth, honestly. Not only did Maokai lose the wave, but I don't know, actually, because even though Maokai lost the wave, he still got the kill. So that's the best that Gimgoon's going to get. So overall, I actually favor Gimgoon in the sense that, sure, he lost the wave, but he was able to get the kill. He's going to TP back into the wave, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And honestly, Wushuang needs to be able to tune in a little bit more into what's happening. He cleared out the Krug camp when he should have been heading topside, because the moment Elise pressured in the first time round, that dive was going to happen, or at least you had to respect the possibility of it happening. He wasn't there. Had he been there, that would have definitely been a turn.
Jungle Malzahar coming to bite GT very early on, mostly sticking to the jungle. He did go for Warding Smite and a refillable as he continues clearing out his own side of the jungle.
Yeah, to be fair to him, honestly, the thing about Malzahar is that he probably wouldn't be able to add too much except just being a second body. And Malzahar needs to actually just clear up as many camps as possible so he can get to that level 6. He can scale up pretty well. Ooh, Fire Lolly.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier on, that Elise, pick a lane, camp it. Jace is pretty good when he's being camped. Not like being camped, but getting camped.
Yeah.
By an ally. Ooh, flash. Mako looks for Savoki, has the exhaust, drops it onto Zet, but he's almost certainly going to go down. As EDG pick up their second kill of the game, Zubin forced to walk it off under turret. Mako, doesn't get the consume.
Mako has been playing this lane so damn well so far. He's been pressuring incredibly well. His Q's been on point overall. I mean, it's hard to miss, but overall he's been positioning in the lane so well that GT has to respect it and back away. They tried to commit to the fight, and they knew, or at least EDG knew they weren't, Game Talents wasn't going to win that. So they just all in. They got the kill. Suddenly, it's going to be hard for him. Oh, here we go.
Level 6, that's now Fire Lolly trying to catch Republic Realm Warp to get himself away. But Fire Lolly looks for and finds the execution. Now Wushuang says, I don't want to be a part of this. Flashes to escape the cocoon. He was there.
He tried. He couldn't do much. It was just a bad positioning for Republic. Republic had the cleanse, so maybe he actually could have baited out just to get out of there as soon as possible. But he was just in a bad position overall. It's actually just super hard to get out of that position, especially since you're going up against Scout, or at least the Syndra and the Elise. So you have so many lockdowns that you kind of have to, I guess, you have to try really hard.
Oh, yeah.
Really hard, but it was just not going to be the case.
And now, at the 7-minute mark, it is a 2,000 gold lead for EDG. 2 kills on the Fire Lolly, decides to go for the Sork boots first to affect more ganks and help his damage a little bit with that magic penetration. And as we continue to play this out, EDG have fairly standard Mako setting up some vision nice and deep.
Oh, there we go. He was able to catch out the fact that he didn't, even though he didn't catch out the portrait, or at least the model of Malzahar, he recognized that the camp has moved out of the way in that it's still on the minimap, it's still visible, so he knows that the camp is actually being taken at the moment. So that's actually really good in the sense that they've locked down where Malzahar is and that they continued pressure into the mid-side, right-side jungle.
On answer though, Wu Shuang now going to go for his recall as the bottom lane, Zet and Mako trying to pressure and punish Zubin and Savoki a little bit more. Not quite able to find too much, so they are being zoned back away from this minion wave. They're going to catch it just fine. And even the call now out of Zubin, he's saying, you know what? I'm not going to leave this lane. I'm not going to leave this turret. See you guys 50 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for them. We're in the exact same situation that EDG were in the early game last time around. I mean, they have a lot more kills now, so that's a difference here. But bot lane has been playing incredibly well. They got the trades, they got the kill on top of it, and now the itemizing is much in favor of Zet here, so he can take any fight for the next 10 minutes here up against Sivir and Tark. Meanwhile, once again, Rise, or at least Republic, made it awkward for him because he went back early for the tier, but it wasn't a good opportunity, so now he's kind of, I mean, not kind of, but he is behind in CS.
Meanwhile, Gimgoon down nearly 25 CS as Scout tries to harass Republic. Fire Lolly roaming around. He's going to spot out Wu Shuang, just taking a look at the maps. Overall, very holistic view as Zet continues to pressure out. Even a roam now from Scout as he takes the blast plant. EDG are setting up for this.
Here we go.
There goes the Radiance. Arrow is going to catch them, but they are invincible for now, and it just wears off. Zet gets one. Savoki is like, I need to get out of this turret. I don't want to play this champion anymore.
That's not going to help you, buddy.
Oh boy. Mako takes the turret aggro, and it's another double kill to EDG. They're going to try to force this into the first turret of the game.
Yeah, and what are you doing, Malzahar? Even though he has the this is actually, it should technically be the safest gank he can make, but Mouse knows that he is the only one on the top side of the map. There is no one to help him, so he's just going to play it safe. They just got so many kills into the bottom side of the map, and it was just, honestly, it's the small points that matter. That Scout was able to get the blue buff, meanwhile the blue buff was still up and available for Republic. He was getting pushed in, getting harassed, he had to back away entirely. Meanwhile, Scout was like, all right, I don't need to back. I have blue buff. I can actually just look to pressure out now that Rise is back in base. He doesn't have TP. That's just a man advantage.
Flash, not going to help you too much, Mouse, as game talents collapse and clean it up.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Gimgoon goes low.
That was really well
Down to
done from
31
Wushong.
health, yeah.
Wushong is actually, he put up the Voidling, so suddenly Gimgoon wasn't taking aggro anymore. So that was really well played overall. Game Talent's got something on the top side of the map.
Meanwhile, EDG, 4,000 gold ahead as we get to the 10-minute mark. They send their duo top to catch that minion wave as Zet and Mako are going to head up there. Fire Lolly's up there just in case for insurance. And that's Scout now heading down towards the bottom to catch the minion wave shoved in by Zubin and Savoki earlier. As it is, however, Game Talents try to make a play.
Yeah,
they get a kill.
There we go. And that was a great play from Game Talents. But overall, EDG, they have a great a plan written out. Right now, Ash's ulti is up once again. It's up and available. They can just pressure out and force Sivir to show herself in the top side of the map. Now that they've done that, they can continuously press her and play that out. It is a bit of an awkward set since Scout actually went towards that bottom lane, as you mentioned, to catch the wave, but now he's committed there, meaning that Mouse is committed to the mid lane when he has TP. So it's a bit of an awkward situation where suddenly Game Talent's gonna make a top lane play and Syndra would have no say in it. So that's actually a great point for Game Talents now that EDG have put themselves in that position.
And you can see them roaming towards that top side of the map. Savoki, along with Republic and Wu Shuang. Fire Lolly lands the cocoon, and they're going to try to back up onto this tier 1. It's 4v3. Flash is dodged by Flash.
There we go. That's what you need to do. EDG recognize that they need to get out of that situation. EDG's being a little bit creative now that they found themselves in this position. They're going to be able to get the mid lane tower simply because there is no man available from Game Talents. They're coming. So I guess EDG is going to back away. They got a lot of damage. That's good enough.
Yeah. Have to respect the crowd control of Arise, Malzahar, Tarek, and Game Talents are looking for plays. They're trying to force this out. Wu Shuang, whoa! Eats the power unleashed. Savoki is going to take some more. Drops the Cosmic Radiance before getting consumed, which will deny the damage. No, it actually pops before he gets knocked out. Fire Lolly's able to clean up the kill. 6-2 EDG.
Time and time again, EDG is just really confident with the composition that they have. They have so much pick that they're going to be able to get it. It's a much easier, reliable pick than Game Talents has. They're trying to walk around using Flash on Tarek to get something. Wu Shuang's just trying to exist. I mean, technically, he does have Flash, but he's not going to flash in for ulti. He's going to put himself in a poor position. He just got ulted out by Syndra saying, you know what, back away, get out of here.
Yeah, to be fair, he's the only person on his team who hasn't died.
I mean, he hasn't done much. That's the problem with Malzahar here. He is sitting in his jungle to farm up as much as possible, and when he is looking for something, nothing is going to come of it, or at least it's going to be very hard, especially since Mouse, even though he has 2 deaths to his name, he has been playing incredibly smart and not pressuring up, recognizing that, you know, Malzahar is just kind of sitting in his lane.
As it is now, the duos going to continue keeping themselves occupied on that top side of the map with the mid tier 1 down. That top tier 1 is the only remaining tier 1 turret for Game Talents. Zubin, relatively happy with that, however, continues to catch minion wave after minion wave. Still 40 minions to go about on his cull. And Gimgoon still catching the minions in the bottom lane. Only down about 14 now behind Mouse, and is in fact up a level. Unless Mouse gets a level up here. Is in fact up a level over Mouse. So the Black Cleaver is done. That's a lot of armor on Gimgoon.
But overall, I mean, that's true, but it's just Mouse is going to sit in this lane, and his job is to do nothing technically because EDG has a great amount of pressure topside. They're not going to stop unless Game Talents force them to stop. They are going to continuously, I mean, Ashe ulti comes up so quickly, they can constantly look for picks after picks after picks and pressure the 2v2. So as long as they can continue to do that, EDG is just going to constantly eke out more and more of a gold lead, because right now, Zubin and Savoki are just in a bad position, and they are constantly in need of help, especially since Elise is going to give him a little bit of a visit.
Yeah, it looks like Game Talents are actually going to set up for a dive on their own, but Mouse has already recalled. They're going to see this a little bit too late, and EDG on the opposite side, as you said, setting up for a dive of their own instead. Game Talents are going to answer by trying to take their first turret of the game, the bottom tier 1. Looks like they might be able to get it.
So good on Zubin and Savoki to back away as well. They recognized they needed to do it. It's a little bit late, but they were able to do it just as well. It was fine. It was all good for them. They didn't die at the end of it. But that's just a kudos to Mouse overall to be able to back away from that, recognize the pressure. Game Talents overall, they do get a lead in terms of just being able to push that out and get back onto the map quickly. So Game Talents, it was a good play.
Was indeed. However, they do trade over their top tier 1 in answer. Savoki eats a stun as Game Talents are going to try for a pick and do not find one. EDG collapse in answer. The arrow is fired. It's found Savoki. He's got his Cosmic Radiance, but it takes a few seconds to activate. Wu Shuang is now caught. The Radiance is dropped, but that's already Wu Shuang dead. It's only going to find Savoki and Republic, but as it wears off, EDG clean this fight up handily and take 4 kills for collapsing on Game Talents.
That was really well played from Mouse. Mouse was just out of vision, and the moment they recognized, they're like, wait, why is Ashe ulting? Why are they slowing us from backing away? Suddenly, Jace comes out of nowhere and just autos Wu Shuang to death. That was really well played. EDG were just setting up to be able to pick that 5v5. Solid, really solid. Game Talents are just trying to find any way to get a fight going for them. And look at Goon. He's just laughing it up. And you kind of have to. This was definitely not what they wanted to pick in this game. And they're trying so hard to make it work. It just hasn't been. So just check out Jace's positioning here because he's just closing in on Wushuang. Wushuang gets stunned up by Scout, and he's just gonna get actually deleted. So the Tired ulti comes in. I'm sure it's not gonna help out Sivir. He was out of range there, and overall, even though Tired comes through, that's 3 seconds, 4 seconds of being able to just say, it's coming up. The ulti's coming up anytime now, and we already lose this fight.
Yeah, eventually it'll be there. But with that, EDG knocked down the mid tier 1 and the tier 2, and on the way out, they decided to pick up that Mountain Drake for themselves. As we get now to the 17-minute mark, it is an 8,500 gold lead for EDG as they continue to propel themselves further and further forward. Scout even going for a Haunting Guise, not going to finish off the Leandries, picks up a needlessly large rod afterwards.
And this would be about the moment where I would tell you, just relax. Game Talents has got it. They can slow this game down. They have a good team fight composition. It's not going to happen. It just feels like Subin right here. He hasn't even gotten his first item in the Essence Reaver. Essence Reaver it feels really bad as a first item. And as I say that, the public.
Ooh. The Spiderling doesn't follow it up. Cleanse is used by Scout as Savoki is forced to flash the wall onto the wrong side of the pit, but still gets out there alive.
Yeah, EDG are just constantly pressuring time and time again and making it really hard for GT to actually find any place to move. Even if they don't kill them, that just means 100% Rise has to go back to base. That means more vision goes towards this Baron. It's 17 minutes into the game, so they're just going to actually get the Rift Herald instead. They're getting anything they can, and that's just because GT can't get anything. Zubin right here, as I said, doesn't even have the Essence Reaver. It's a really bad first item, or at least doesn't really combo off of anything. It's a stacking item, so once you do get more crit, you can actually get more, you can actually get more cooldown reduction. It's all nice once you have more items, but it's not really much of a power spike.
It's going to take a while for him to even get that.
Yeah, it's hard for him to get that point, and EDG are already accelerating the game.
On and on, EDG get closer and closer to victory as they push Game Talents further and further back. I'd like to say, wow, that blue buff really went on a journey there.
Yeah, he's running back home though.
Just a casual fling from Scout.
You
should see new places, blue buff. Oof, that's another tongue twister.
Blue buff, blue buff, blue buff.
Yeah.
I can say it enough times.
Mouse gets it, as Scout already has the blue buff from the other side of the map with the Rift Herald that EDG has secured. There are no longer any big neutral objectives for them to contest. However, Baron is up in only 54 seconds.
And let me be the first to say that they should not look towards Baron simply because they do not have the team to be able to take it. At least Jace, there's no tank on here except for Mako, and you can barely call him a tank. So they just need to constantly look towards bouncing back between waves to get this tower here. Top lane tower should be priority since it's the only real inner tower except for the bot lane tower as well. But if they choose towards getting top lane tower, that should be the all-in choice. If they go towards Baron, they have to be confident that GT will not respond. They have a great control ward, by the way, control ward outside of the pit, so then they can constantly clear it out. So technically, Game Talents will have a really hard time contesting for that. But it's going to be EDG has to work hard for it.
Well, they're certainly not stopping now. Game Talents are struggling to clear out their own jungle, moving as a unit to make sure they don't get picked off. Mako and Fire Lolly sneak in and will clear out the control ward.
That's really well placed.
Game Talents set up.
That pink right there is, or I keep calling it a pink. It's a control ward,
sure.
Raz. But yeah, that control ward is really valuable. That pushes it back even more, saying, you know what? Now that you don't even have vision control in your own blue side jungle, how are you even going to contest Baron? This mount makes it very credible and viable for EDG to start Baron because GT will have to respect that pick in almost every bush they walk past in that blue side jungle.
Right now, they are playing rather safe. Cocoon finds Wushuang. Never mind, speak of the pick. They find it. Cosmic Radiance is going to be dropped down. Mako is now invulnerable as he eats Savoki. No, I wish. But Savoki is still going to go down, only stalling out the inevitable as that's another pick for EDG. And now they start running towards the Baron.
If I was them, wouldn't even start the Baron. I mean, they're going to do it because they're really confident, but that just comes down to how much Game Talents respect this. Game Talents have to contest, and they're going to be able to do that because that blue trinket went in. So here we go.
Republic and Zubin are there. Baron is picked up and locked down by EDG. Mako in the front drops his exhaust before getting out. Mouse trying to clear out Zubin as Republic kites it out and will go down. Gimgoon doing some work, clears the support, but that is a delayed ace as the remaining 3 survivors of Game Talents die, and Baron is still on 4 members of EDG.
And that's on Gimgoon to not actually W Mouse when he was walking towards Zet, or at least walking towards Zubin. And I believe it was Republic as well. So his carries just got soloed by the Jace, and he wasn't able to lock him down. So overall, this is a pretty clean game from EDG.
Yeah, the first inhibitor turret is cleaned up. The mid inhib itself will follow. And EDG are going to play it safe and smart. Back away, get a recall. Don't risk that Baron buff, as they did only just get it. 20 seconds now for that Cloud Drake to spawn. You can see a ping from EDG on your minimap as very slowly and methodically they are cleaning the floor with Game Talents in this.
But he's got it. Zubin's got that Essence Reaver, has his zeal to his name as well. He's getting somewhere. Not doing damage, but hopefully he can clear the wave coming in. Technically, he can't do that as well because Baron is still up. So his existence will matter at some point.
So EDG are going to continue cleaning up and start setting up for this Baron play. As a coach for the team of Dignitas,
Oh, here we go.
how do you reset your players after having to play through a mistake like this? Obviously, Game Talents are going to come back into game number 3, and this game is still far from over. But how does Game Talents have to reset themselves to get ready for this game 3?
I mean, it was just a really hard. I mean, technically, you could just scrap it up and say, wow, we actually just lost the game because of Malzahar jungle, right? But for the most part, yeah, you can take a lot of points away from, like, for instance, Wushang farming up a little bit when he could just legitimately go top. A lot of the times, if his lanes are not giving him Oh, here we go,
Oh, there's the Realm Warp. They're actually forcing a fight here. It's all or nothing as they try to burn through EDG. Teleport is completed as Mouse gets in and zones away the back, and EDG polish up Game Talents and clean up those 3 kills, make that 4 as Gimgoon falls. Zubin, the sole survivor, is retreating, but the Abyssal Voyage cuts him off. Flash Slow is going to catch Zubin. There's nowhere for him to go. That is the ace.
They should just actually walk it down mid. They have the wave coming through. That's a super minion wave as well. There's no point taking this tower. Just don't do it. They're doing it. I think they're just playing a slower game overall. But as you said, this is a bit of a mistake from Game Talents and Pick Ban. You can take a few lessons from just communications through lanes to the jungler, because obvious points were happening when Gimgoon was threatened early. You can say, you know what, Gimgoon, speak up a little bit more so you can actually get the pressure topside, so you can actually protect that, because Gimgoon played it well individually. He was able to heal up a little bit more. He was able to clear out the wave, so it stalled him the dive out a little bit more. But obviously, Wushang was late to the punch, so he wasn't there when he needed him. Even though he's on the bot side of the map, you can actually communicate that a little earlier. So overall, that's something that they can take away. Even though he's just this lowly Malzahar, he can actually make a bit of a difference. So next game, just say, hey, you know what? Everybody communicate well. Wipe the last game out of your memory, because obviously there was
forget about it. Forget about it.
It was a bit of a
return to the game
mistake.
state that you were in the previous one. As Zubin, actually spell shields and dodges the cocoon, but Scout destroys him. So for those of you watching at home, I want you to play a fun little game. I want you to take your fingers and place them over the KDAs.
Oh no!
And just look at the CDS. It doesn't look so bad when you look at it like that.
That's a bad.
But then as you take your hands away.
Yeah, just
it turns into a completely different one. I mean, 82 to 89 in the jungle from Wushang and Fire Lolly. Republic, he's down about 70. Not great.
Well, I mean, to be fair to that, at least his purpose is not to farm. It's mostly just to actually pressure the map.
Yeah.
So even though that's fair, you're like, you know what? I matched him in CS. I got him there. In the end game screen, it's like, it wasn't too bad. I just died 3 times. But actually, yeah, at least it doesn't care about farming. He's actually going to continue to pressure lanes.
Fire Lolly has been farming champions at this point. Realm Warp in the back
That's
is in fact going to
anything.
bring Game Talents once again. Wushang tries to burn through Mouse, who gets consumed. Republic backs away. Fire Lolly helps finish that up as EDG calmly and coolly clean up Game Talents. That's 4 dead, soon to be 5 as the stun lands. Mako is going to spit this tree stump back out, and EDG will drop the Nexus 26 minutes in. And after that very, very long champion select, bring us to game number 3, balancing this series right back out to 1-1.
Yeah, the Ashe pick really saved them because of how fast he picked Ashe. That was a bit of a save. Welcome back, man.
And that brings us to a new analyst segment. Joining us once again is Zach Rusty Pie. Normally, I would ask you, what did you see that game, and what can these teams expect to do different to sort of change things up? But I think we all know the answer to that.
Not mess up the pick ban phase. Dom
Yeah.
is the easiest way to put it, unfortunately, by putting themselves into this bottleneck. What I will say is perhaps the Malzahar was better suited to the top. I know I said it on the desk before they committed to jungle, but like, it still potentially was just a better top lane choice.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, a very easy snowball from EDG,
Yeah.
and kudos to them for being able to end it in under 25 minutes.
Yes. 24 minutes and 56 seconds was that final game time.
That was just a really smart. I mean, even though they were essentially gifted the game, EDG, they didn't leave it up to chance. Their pressure towards topside, towards Baron, was actually so clean that they continuously got pick after pick after pick. In game talents, it was almost like their will to live just wasn't there anymore, because they're like, we actually just can't even walk into our own jungle anymore.
So then let's back it up. Let's forget that the Malzahar was picked and then the Taric was picked afterwards, and take a look at the holistic view for game talents moving into game number 3. Obviously, some things need to change. I mean, they took game number 1. They had some good pressure from Wushuang. Republic did rather well in lane. Zubin, was, despite being behind, was okay, and they were able to get Gimgoon off the ground in game number 1. What do they do moving into game number 3?
I
Take
think
it.
the easiest consideration for them is they were on blue side in that game, so they could have actually still picked the Kha'Zix for themselves. Their priority seemed to lie towards more heavily the Rise, which is interesting. I mean, even in that game, there was some good ultimate usages, albeit 12,000 gold behind, so it was never going to work. But it was awesome. So perhaps the team has something to back themselves with in the Rise. But I think the Kha'Zix priority, actually getting Wushuang in a position where he can actually have some power against Fire Lolly, jungle successfully, will be a good stepping stone against EDG coming into the 3rd game, because Fire Lolly looked average in game 1 and looked sick in game 2.
Yeah, Fire Lolly, he was very persistent. That's what it was. He played that at least to a T, recognized that he needs to get Jace ahead, or at least keep Jace at a very positive point, and then he did that. So I think that it was good from Woosh, or at least it was good from Gimgoon and how he played that pressure out. He definitely needed an extra helping hand, even if it is just a lowly Malzahar jungler with level 5, right? He did need a little bit of a loving hand. But as I said, if you get a better jungler, you can get it, like a Kha'Zix, for instance. It could be a positive point for you.
Yeah.
I just think that obviously, regardless of what they had, they should definitely play a little easier. Play a little bit more of a team.
So then we get to the next part where we're going to get our MVP coming up from China very soon. Who are you guys giving the MVP
That's
to?
a good game. All right, I'll pass it off to you.
Fire Lolly.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There's no reason not to. Like,
Yeah.
Scout was just
I mean,
literally just one-shotting carries.
All right, now this is going to be a cheap point because every one of the players actually played it really well, right? I would give it to Jace. I'd give it to Mouse because Mouse actually played his position well in team fights. And we give it to Scout.
And it is Scout.
He just pressed ulti.
Hey.
Didn't matter if he hit it.
look, you got to
a
remember
sphere.
that the LPL MVP system uses actual stats to base their decisions. We use opinion, and so we're right, basically. And it's not. No, it's a very.
Yeah.
It's a good. Like, again, it was the kind of victory where all 5 of the team could have got MVP just because it was so clean cut. There was no problem. There was no weak point.
Yeah.
Like, Jace level 1 interrupting the blue buff is worthy of MVP in and of itself, because obviously you don't practice Malzahar jungle in solo queue and scrims thinking, oh, what if I accidentally misclick it in this game? No, it just doesn't happen. So like being able to disrupt is good. Mid lane obviously bursting out the Sivir is also going to be a positive. Like, there's just no bad things that happen.
Yeah. I mean, we even saw that from Mako on that Tom Kench, going so aggressive on the Taric. Level 2, level 4, just bullying him out.
That's the thing. Honestly, you can toss up the rest of the map for, like, obviously not having Malzahar jungle, but that was just a pure 2v2. The 2v2 between in the bottom lane with Mako playing incredibly well and Zet following him up, that's just a strong bottom lane. And Zubin and Savoki have just been suffering the entire series so far.
And there's no counterplay to
Now you're there.
to the
Chuck your
Tom Kench and the Ashe, right? Because they've forced themselves into this Taric pick, so they've locked it in for the 2v2 lane. Taric has a stun, but if the stun connects, you can just gobble him up and save him, and then there's no actual trade patterns for what is just the Tom Kench, like, against the Tom Kench and Ashe lane. They just always win that.
Yeah.
Granted, they are still performing well enough to win the 2v2. I feel like the draft put them into the hole once again.
Yeah. And you could tell how agonizing it was for them over the fact that they took a good 20 minutes to finally, are you sure we have to? Are you sure you're sure we have to? and then finally they had to commit to it.
Oh, I mean, that entire, like, 40, 50 minutes was just agonizing for them. Not only did they have to, say, debate or just wait on the point of saying, is this the pick band we're going into? Then you get into the game, and everything's just going wrong. You're like, did we learn anything? I will almost guarantee, not almost, I will guarantee you, the players in that game will just blame it purely on the Malzahar and the Tarek, obviously, and say the comp put us in a bad position, which is true, but you got to realize that bottom lane is not doing well against
But that's
that mix.
also, like, yes, that's probably what they will blame,
Yeah.
but it's also good that they blame that. Because coming into the third game after losing in 24 minutes, like, you don't want to have a bad mentality. You want to
Yeah.
be able to have a full reset, and everyone can come backstage and have their coach go, look, it's all right. Like, it happens. It's just a Malzahar jungle. Everyone prepare for the third game. They're technically 1-0 up in what they would define as standard League of Legends.
Okay, that's a fair point.
Tragically, though, this isn't standard League of Legends. This is a best-of-3 series, and that game still counts against them. So now, as you said, they're still at match point. If they take a win here, they win the match against EDG, who have been undefeated for a very long time. And Game Talents, they hopefully are going to be able to feel pumped about that.
I mean, when we put very long time, it is like they have been doing pretty well in domestically. For like they were undefeated domestically, obviously, and then they go into this year, and of course their first week was fantastically well played for them, and then obviously now they got a bit of a problem in this set. But it seems like that is a good mental booster for EDG to say, game one, it was a tough problem going, like, obviously we just died randomly in the early game, and that's something you can blame it on, and Scout just said, you know what, give me Syndra instead of Azir, and it worked out well for him. So, going into this game, obviously game two is a great, I guess, a mental refresh. They go into this set, and they're like, you know what, both of these teams will be at an even pace in terms of mentality. I just, I'd give it to EDG here.
But EDG have the momentum, not just the mentality. That might be the major conflicting difference between the two. And you are right. EDG are undefeated domestically still because they haven't lost a series. They have lost games. So they've dropped games to RNG in the series they played against each other. But like they're allowed to drop
undefeated
that
in
first
matches,
game.
but not in games.
Exactly. So they still have that bumper right now. And now they're 1-1. They can still remain undefeated if they can take out Game Talents. But I guess that comes down to the strategy and the drafting that we're going to have to highlight in the next game.
Can we assume then that the momentum is that big a factor for a team like EDG? I mean, they seemed pretty dissatisfied with their performance post game one.
I mean, I feel like momentum is strong for any team, especially EDG. When my biggest question for EDG was just say, hey, you know what? You played your early game incredibly well in the first game. If they can continue to do that, then that's perfect, right? That just means that they recognized what they did strong, and they didn't really have to change anything about that. In game two, even though it was obviously a bad pick ban situation, they still had the same points where Scout was getting an incredible lead in the mid lane, obviously, because Rise had to back at some point. He came back with a tier, and he was just getting constantly bullied. Even Syndra got blue buff before the Rise, and so it turned into a bot lane gang. It was obviously bad on top of bad for Game Talents, and I like the point from EDG. EDG is playing just as well as they did with in game one in the laning phase, and they're making it count.
I think the major difference for me is just the fact that they brought in Mouse and suddenly like Fire Lolly exists again. Like I'm not sure what happens there when you change top laners, but the jungler stepped up and had a better early game and movements around the map, acknowledging where Wushuang was going to be because Mouse scattered it out. Like there are these small nuances, I suppose, that you have to note throughout it, but I mean that's a good thing for them, isn't it?
I feel like it's one of those things where it's like knowing the person sitting next to you, and this is a Raz joke.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait a minute.
because you're sitting next to me right now.
Oh,
It's attempted. It was the
I'm
skeleton
so
joke.
confused.
Yeah,
I was a
sorry.
bit confused.
Okay.
I feel like I failed you.
So we've got one final chance for you, Rusty, to see if we can get Clear Love in to game number 3. Do you think EDG change it up?
Oh, I would like to think not after game number 2, but like they put Mouse in after Koro was good in the first game, so there's a chance. Like there's definitely a chance that they decide Clear Love, can come in, he can be the consistent member. One might be clutch time, and he could be the clutch player that the team needs. I also disagree with him being a clutch player. I don't mean it. It could be just the organization or coach's decision. I am completely against that, but he might show up.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I still like the fact that, I think Fire Lolly came back in game 2, even though it was a very easy comeback. And I think, give him a chance game 3. We know that Clear Love is technically back. He's still available, but I think, give Fire Lolly the space and time to work with.
if he can show that he can perform once again based off of his performance in that previous game, then that's exactly what they're going to be looking for moving forward into this game 3. Of course, we're going to be getting into that in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Let's get on the floor and dance. Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Fly to heaven, fly to heaven. It's way past 11. Do you wanna dance? No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance? Do you wanna dance?
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get into game number 3 of Edward Gaming versus Game Talent. Once again, I am Dom Romer, joined by Raz and Rusty. And I would like to say, first of all, ignoring game 2, let's actually look at what we should expect for game 3. It's like we're going back a year and a half, back to when it was best of 2s.
Back in time.
In the LPL, yeah.
Yeah, just going all the way back into the future. I think that's what it is because I don't want to hear anything. But yeah, game talents, they just want to go back to game 1. They want to be able to go back to the same plan they had here and counter
Go back
picking.
into the future. Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. I thought I told you. So
It could be raining in Shanghai. They could get 1.21 gigawatts. He doesn't pronounce it gigawatts for some reason. I don't know.
I don't want to hear it. So overall, I just want them to go back to game 1 and just play towards the early on pick ban. And I feel like I'm no. Okay, for whatever reason, I just randomly saw Clear Love. You know, that's just my eyes playing tricks on me.
You're seeing him in your heart
Yeah,
and
I
not
just-
actually on the screen.
Not happening. So overall, yeah, just go back to the early the composition you had in game one. They should be on the same side, I believe.
So EDG are blue side, which means they get to choose blue side or red side.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
I mean, you'd expect them to choose the blue side again,
Yeah.
just have the
Yeah.
higher priority in the pick. Get the one big champion that they are looking for in particular. They chose Varus in the first game, and I mean, honestly, the Varus was really good. It was not a part of the reason they lost whatsoever. It was the shining light in a losing game. Coming into the second game, they were still looking for perhaps something like the Varus, but it didn't really exist because Game Talents removed it immediately.
Yeah, their very first ban going into game number 2. And then the rest of the picks were good up to a point. They
let's not
got
talk-
Rise because they prioritized that for Republic,
Yeah.
who was really focusing on those flanks.
Yeah, of course. And
they-
that's his second game on it in a row, right? So, like, they are looking towards the Rise as a high priority. Surprisingly, I will say they locked in the Rise even after it was third picked and not contested by EDG. So moving into this next game, I think they can respect the other champions such as the Malzahar a little bit more than the likes of the Rise, pick it earlier and actually just look to counter EDG's draft and get rid of the strong champions from them, not just pick for themselves.
And one thing I actually want to see here in the pick ban is that from what we've seen in week 1, actually, EDG doesn't look to ban Camille. The Camille is actually usually banned. Wait, actually, no, it's the
They've
LeBlanc.
banned
The
Camille
LeBlanc.
twice.
It's the
Yeah.
LeBlanc that they don't look to ban. So overall, if the LeBlanc gets left open, it will be interesting to see. But
To be
anything can
fair,
happen here.
LeBlanc's a red side ban, and
Yeah.
it's really like it's a big gauntlet thrown. Most competitive regions have about one LeBlanc game maximum played, and
Yeah.
it has won that single game that it has competed in. So leaving it open, we all have acknowledged that it's a big risk. At 7.1, where she is just outright one of the top 3 champions. So if EDG are feeling cocky, feeling confident, then they might run into a spot of trouble.
Yeah, they have picked the Rise into it. So here in the LPL, you know, it has been picked twice. Once against EDG, and EDG did win it out because they were confident with the Rise into that matchup. But I don't think they will look to that this time around, especially with Republic being that Ace LeBlanc player.
And with that, we are just about ready to get into champion select for game number 3. Back to 1-1 between the two. Once again, we'll say goodbye to Rusty for this game, but we'll see him in the analyst desk shortly thereafter. Jace is going to be the ban, as EDG have opted to start on blue side for this one. Game Talents immediately ban that LeBlanc. As Rusty said, it is that red side ban.
Yeah. So GT have banned LeBlanc consistently. That's just something they go towards, I guess. So overall, they respect the pick a lot. They don't want it in Scout's hands. So the top 3 bans usually they should go through fairly quickly. The one big thing is that I think EDG should be banning the Camille here because on third ban, because Game Talents actually do like to leave it open. That's the point I wanted to make a little earlier on. So that could be a possibility. No, they're just actually this is going to be the first point that they actually look to ban it here. So. Not gonna let it
So
open.
the jungle for Wu Shuang we talked about potentially being a point of focus for Game Talents. So far there hasn't been Rengar or Kha'Zix touched by either EDG or Game Talents. And we've already seen Lee Sin picked up by Fire Lolly. So we'll have to see if they decide to focus that down, because if they do, then that means that perhaps Syndra could get through, perhaps that Ryze could get through. But there is going to be the Kha'Zix ban for Wu Shuang.
Yeah, so Wu Shuang was, you know, he played that Kha'Zix really well in the first game round, so EDG is respecting it, want to take it away. They're not going to look towards first picking it here, especially with Varus still open. It's going to be interesting to see if EDG goes towards that Varus pick or the Zyra pick. It should be Varus here. Ryze is still available, actually, so it could be easily between Ryze and Varus. It looks like they're just going to go back to that pick here.
Yeah, the Varus worked really well for Zet in game number 1. Significant amounts of damage, landing arrow after arrow. But that means that the Ryze slips through to Game Talents, and they have the option of going for that jungle priority if they so choose at this point, but support pool still wide open, and we haven't even talked about the top laners yet.
Yeah, so it kind of feels like game 1 already. This is actually just a big point where GT are going with what's comfortable to them. They will 100% look to hold that mid lane, that top lane pick towards the second point of the draft. Wu Shuang's on their Lee Sin, so that's the big change, obviously, because the Kha'Zix was banned out. So they're going to give him the good champion, so Lee Sin and Lee Sin are likely just going to be traded out here.
Yeah, Lee Sin, as you said, for Wu Shuang. and the Elise traded back over. Immediately, Poppy picked up from Mouse. Maokai still made it through. Game Talents could try not to show anything by taking that, or they could look for something else.
This is going to be really tricky here because Elise plus Poppy means that Elise's pressure is going to actually be towards mid lane and bottom lane. If I'm Game Talents here, Syndra is going to be the biggest point because Game Talents are going to be looking for it. So if you're Game Talents, you already have your mid lane pick, you want to ban out Syndra in your second phase of bans here.
Let's see if they are going to try to target Scout. So far, it's a bottom focus. Zyra is the ban.
They still have a ban left. I have faith.
Yeah. They're going to end up banning Misfortune next. Just watch. Ashe is the follow-up from EDG. Game Talents. Are they going to make the right choice here?
Game Talents might actually just look to ban out the Misfortune here and make it so the Malzahar is just uncontested as a pick and will have like a strong lane. Yeah, actually, it's the Orianna, funny enough. So they're just trying to make the laning phase easier for Gimgoon and the laning phase easier for Malzahar. It's going to be harder because now EDG naturally will just go towards the Syndra. And even though Ryze should be fairly comfortable, it's once again you put yourself in a position where you're against Syndra and Elise.
Certainly a dangerous combo if they manage to pair up, but Jhin is the AD carry for Zubin to try dealing with that Varus, and Syndra is now locked in for Scout. So Republic's going to have to answer back from his performance in the previous game.
It's going to be interesting to see EDG pick up. I think they'll go for a Tahm Kench. It's actually going to be a, yeah, it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be the Misfortune. The big point here is that if they went for the Tahm Kench, it would have been easier for EDG to play around the map. Syndra would have had a little bit more safety as well as Mouse. And on top of that, you would have had the extra frontline pressure with Poppy and Tahm Kench. Now it's just going to be all Poppy to be that frontline. It's going to be solely on his shoulders. So if he falls behind early with a bad matchup, it looks like Gamegoon's just going to go towards the Maokai. But if it was a bad matchup, then Scout would have been a little bit, or at least EDG would have been in a tough spot in the later game team fights.
And the Maokai is going to time out and be locked in for Game Talents. This time a composition that they have chosen completely and not made any slip-ups on. Taking a look at it, is this something that they can run at EDG? Gimgoon going to have a little bit more difficulty rushing in through the front like he did in game number 1 with that Kled that he had.
So my big focus here is going to be in the bottom lane, funny enough, because EDG, once again, they have a really good lane in terms of just pressure. They're going to constantly look to pressure out Savoki and Zubin. And Zubin's on the Jhin, which is a new pick that we've seen here. And he's just going to take it. It's just going to be so hard for him to actually have any pressure here. Varus does incredibly well into the Jhin because Jhin's auto range is pretty low. And he has to actually Q, if he walks into Q range as well, it's incredibly low and predictable. So then the poke coming in from Varus is very easy to land.
Yeah, Zet had a huge performance in game number 1 on that Varus, despite the fact that they'd ended up losing. This time, however, he will have Lee Sin diving onto him, along with a Ryze and Malzahar, versus Wu Shuang on that Kha'Zix and the Kled coming in from the front. So perhaps a little bit more opportunity, and he's got a Poppy on his side to just knock people away. So it might be EDG looking to play towards that side as well as Game Talents.
The thing about the Maokai here is because just piggybacking off your point here in the Poppy top lane, Poppy does get pushed in just a little bit. So he's going to have a little bit of a tough time in terms of controlling the wave clear that Maokai does have early on. So that's a bit of a takeaway. With that being said, Courage of the Colossus is still a big point here. So we might just see Poppy look to trade out. Poppy with Courage of the Colossus trades incredibly well. So perhaps that just might not go in Gimgoon's favor. But it's trade versus wave clear. Gimgoon should be fairly confident just clearing out and allowing Wu Shuang to have full topside control. I just think from the position we're seeing from Game Talents, their focus is going to be bottom lane. They are going to get shoved in constantly, but they have Malzahar, they have Jhin. That's a lot of level 6 spike here. And if top lane Maokai can get the shove in and have a lot of free time, that TP is going to be coming in. Lee Sin's going to be looking to get something off too. And Ryze, if he is free, and he will be free, you'll be able to shove in mid quite a bit. That's something to watch out for if you're EDG.
It certainly is. We'll keep an eye on that matchup over the course of it. Perhaps Fire Lolly could try to repeat his performance from game number 2 on this Elise. And influence Gimgoon, very early influence Mouse's matchup to set him up for success. As the defensive line is set across the rift, Game Talents currently not a single match win to their name so far this year. And again, it is only win 2. They've set themselves up. They took game number 1 and then immediately tossed it right back out to the fishes with a mistake in the pick and ban for game number 2. Now they're trying to answer back here in game number 3 and show that, yes, they can compete with the best.
You know, here's the thing. Even if they lose this game, and you know what, they don't want to lose, obviously, so we're just into this game. But it's already such a massive big ups for this team. This is a massive improvement where in the first week they just crumbled in the early game, and they actually just, in both games, in game 1 and game 2 against Xiaogu, could not match up to them. This time around, it looks like they're really well in tuned, especially specifically in the first game. Let's just hope that their laning phases work out as students just get a little bit closer.
This is the exact same combo that we saw in game number 1. Make it rain, and then immediately while the target in the Make It Rain was slowed, dropping out that piercing arrow. And again, Zubin.
This is the hardest lane. It's a really hard lane.
Yeah, he was below 200 health there.
What makes it hard is that there are too many points in this lane that slows you. So for instance, you did mention the Make It Rain, but also the hail of arrows. Because of how short range Zubin is on Jin, if he walks up, he is going to be in hail of arrows range, which is a slow, which is on top of another slow coming in from Misfortune, and you're just going to keep getting poked down.
Yeah, Zet is just nailing these arrows over and over. Mako pulls the bouncing grenade away. And again, just burning through those potions. He did start Longsword with some health potions, so he has got some relatively high effective HP if he continues to burn through them.
Yeah, he can. Jin does have a lot of sustain off of the potions, as you mentioned. He can just continuously. He's already used all of his potions, so that's hilarious. But he just doesn't have the HP and the life on hit that brings from the Doran's Blade. So now that he's in this point, he has to play super patiently. A big focus is going to be on Fire Lolly if he does join the fight here, because it's an easy fight to join. Zubin just has to survive. I mean, we mentioned it. Level 6 is the point where he can actually do something, where his team can actually help him out. But if he can't get to that point, that's going to be a big loss for Game Talents here.
Taking a look at the junglers right now. Wushuang and Fire Lolly both cleared out their bottom side, and Fire Lolly gets there just a bit faster because he decided to cut through the mid lane. Gets a ward down, as Zet is going to help clear out these minions with Mako.
And the ward that that's being placed right now, or at least has been placed for EDG on the top side of the map, just makes it so Lee Sin actually doesn't have a way to impact mid lane from top side. So he can't walk towards the top side tri-bush. Poppy had that warded. And he can't walk through his Raptors camp because that got warded by Elise as well. So Syndra is super safe because of these essentially soft wards into the jungle, which means that if Lee Sin's going to get a gank off, it's going to be on the bottom side. But he can't even do that because the ward's also been placed there by Syndra. So
yeah,
really good control coming in from EDG to help scout out.
So it is still very early. It's barely 4.5 minutes in, but already EDG are 500 gold ahead as all 3 lanes are opening up an advantage over their opponents. Republic going for his recall right now. He's going to miss a few minions unless he's forced to stay as the recall is canceled.
This happens a lot. I mean, baby. Oh, get out of there. Oh, here we go.
Exhaust. That's exhaust being used. Fire Lolly's down there as well.
And he didn't. That's just a straight trade. Game 1, we saw them trade out exhaust. This time around, it's legitimately just only Savoki using exhaust here. Fire Lolly, as I mentioned,
does he do that?
He's clued in, he's watching, and he's bringing in scouts. So this is just going to be a full committal.
Does the ward see? No, it does not see Zubin. Savoki's still there, however. They see Savoki, and now they see Fire Lolly as well. Moby Boots with that first recall. That was Flash.
That was really a good early flash from Savoki because 100% Fire Lolly will flash in first. And on top of that, the minion wave actually saved him. So he flashed into a minion wave, so there was no way Fire Lolly was going to be able to flash and get the cocoon off. Yeah, this is just constant pressure. It didn't turn into a kill, but it's turning into outright tower damage. 5 minutes into the game. And of course, Rise is just trying to find any way to back. This is just an outright win for EDG.
Please let me get my tier.
Anytime.
I just want to start stacking. Speaking of tiers, Zet will pick up his own along with 3 longswords. The serrated dirk is completed for Zubin, and starting to see Zubin like, I need gold. Push the wave back. 20 CS down 6 minutes in due to the pressure from that combo.
He's trying his hardest to get this shoved in. So this is a problem because once Varus gets to the lane, he can actually start to shove out as much as possible, and maybe he can get a little bit more damage onto that tower while Jin is behind. It's not going to be a big problem. I think right here is that his main focus is his last day, and hopefully with the wave coming in, he can actually hold the wave and make it a longer lane for Jin to farm up against. So yeah, there we go. That's actually kind of it's not even kind of impressive. That's just rude.
Oh man, Zubin, he's not too happy about this. So close to level 6, he said just wait till you get level 6, then the rest of the team will be able to make something happen. EDG are already disabling that as well. Control ward in the river, along with a ward in the pixel bush to keep an eye on whenever Wushuang or Republic gets down there.
So this is going to be a big point for EDG because they're slow pushing it. Essentially, the wave will get larger and larger. Ah, just kidding. That wave, Zet actually, even though he poked him out, he cleared out the entire backline. So that's actually just going to be fast pushing in. So a little bit of an unintended point, but that, you know, he got the poke. That's all he really wanted.
Blue buff now going to be gifted over to Scout, who will once again receive it faster than Republic because Fire Lolly is on this blue side now. And you can see Wushuang just a little bit too slow in the river, scouting around from behind. Control ward is going to deny Scout's vision of that top side of the mid lane, so Scout just plays it back to his turret and stays safe. Wushuang might be looking for some action to Mouse, who is level 6, as Gimgoon goes aggressive. Ward hops over the wall, Sonic Wave hits, and there's the aura denying Wushuang.
Well, you gotta try. You know, he made the attempt and it didn't work out well for him, but that's a bad, like, he tried the gank. And that's not, you know, I'll give him that. But the problem is he should have been bottom side. This is the real pressure point here that he needs to look towards. Especially, sure, Zubin's not at level 6. He's actually at level 5, but if you can help him to that point, that's all you really want. That just means that they're going to lose this tower. That's an assurance.
Fire Lolly and Scout collapsed after they saw Zubin recall, and they will invade the blue buff, stealing it away, taking that first turret of gold. Mouse trying to hit Gimgoon, actually clears the minions out.
Yep.
Despite the fact that Republic is there as well. Wushuang is going to stall it out. Who's going to be the tank?
That's not going to work.
Looks like it's Gimgoon. He takes the first hit, stalls it out. Mouse doesn't have flash. First blood goes down. Republic drops, but gets executed. So that's first blood to Game Talents. They're going to try to answer back with the turret, but Savoki, he used his flash earlier. That's the bullet time. Savoki finally drops. Zet eats a lot of damage and answer. Exhaust denies Zubin. Exhaust tries to stop the crit. They both flash! And EDG pick up 2 kills as Zet and Mako are just outplaying this bottom lane.
Yeah, legitimately just outclassing them. So that was just the pressure point. They recognized that Lee Sin's top side. So, you know what? Mouse, even though he couldn't get the kill, he still got the execution. That's fine. He survived long enough for Rise to actually tank out that completely. So overall, Mouse did his job. He was just trying to hold them back as much as possible, so he had full faith in EDG in the bottom side. And that's faith for you. Right now, EDG is cleaning house here.
Yeah.
Game
Talents wanted this composition, right? They picked into this, and yet we're still seeing a similar performance from EDG as their game number 2. It just seems like a completely different EDG when they turn it on.
It just feels like, for me, it's the same in the sense that Zet and Mako have just shown themselves to be a really good bottom lane. That's just an assured point. They're playing incredibly well, and they're outclassing Game Talents without the Varus, and now this is the second game that they're able to get Varus, because the second game, game 2, it was banned. So overall, it doesn't matter what lane they get, they just seem to be continuously pressuring them down.
Game Talents are invading the red buff out of EDG, as the lane swap predicted by Game Talents is something that actually happens. Zet and Mako head towards that top side while Mouse heads on down to the tier 1. He's hanging back just in case. Didn't quite know where that Lee Sin or the Rise was, so he just wanted to play safe and not have to waste his flash in an attempted outplay. But as it turns out, lane swap is called and met. Zubin goes top to try to answer, as Yomu's gets Zet away.
Yeah,
they don't have a turret to fall back to.
So this has just been a bit of a theme, even though the turret has died. And, you know, Zet and Mako are a bit of a long lane. They should be fairly safe in the sense that Fire Lolly's in the area. Oh!
Goon actually catches Republic. There's the cleanse. Chain of Corruption goes the wrong direction. Teleport is activated and canceled by Gimgoon.
Yeah, you have to cancel it. So that's a big point. Firelolly, or at least the entirety of EDG can just go back to that point. Savoki gets cut out.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. They're going to try burning him down. And the unleashed power, a little bit excessive.
Yeah, I didn't have to use that. But now
As-
Zubin's like, all right, you know, if they did that to him, then yeah, I got to get out of here.
Don't worry, I'll tell everybody else about your sacrifice.
A bit of a martyr. Remember the name, Savoki.
Yes, remember the 5th of February.
There we go.
It's the 10th.
I actually watched, okay, so this is a bit of an off point, but I did watch V for Vendetta fairly recently. And I love the movie. I mean, everybody
great.
loved the movie, but I just only recently. So I'm a bit slow to the point. Slow to the punch.
Scout here,
Oh!
trying to go for the same outplay that V did at the end of the film, gets kicked over the wall, and Republic just walks it up, flashes over, but finds himself in the curtain call. Dodges one, gets hit by the second, and Republic cleans up the third, just like in the movie.
There we go.
He gets shot.
That's good. I like that. I appreciated that one. Oh, but overall, I think that was, even though there was a bit of a miscommunication with Lee Sin kicking him over the wall and Rise like, you know, I was going to take that teleport. I was there, shutting him off. But it works out. They were able to get the kill. That was just a really good point that right now Game Towns has to continuously go back to. They need to look to upset the tempo that EDG are currently setting because, I mean, top tower is already down. We didn't even talk about it because of what was happening in the mid lane. But
All that excitement was going on.
yeah, so EDG are just playing a constant game saying, we're going by the formula here. We took down bot tower. We took down top tower. We're going to look to take down mid. They're just like constantly looking for your tower. So even though Game Towns are looking for these picks don't really get you the continuous gold here. Unless if you can continuously find yourself to get more kills. So
It seems like EDG are saying turrets get you gold. Denying your enemy CS gets you comparative gold. It's 4,000 gold ahead as we get towards that 13-minute mark. Zet now in the mid lane, finishing the Yomu and picking up a second serrated Dirk for himself, while Zubin has not even finished his Yomus. Republic showing that he can sidestep, however, as he dodges a spell. Still no Rod of Ages as we get towards that 13-minute mark. Mountain Drake looks like it is going to be spawning soon as Game Towns are setting up for it.
the one big point I'm going to mention, let's see, so 60 CS I would say that right now
Give or
Zed
take,
is
yeah.
over Zubin.
Approximately.
Zubin's just trying to find a way to farm. And the only way he can farm is in the mid lane, but looks like there's a bit of action happening here. He can't find that peace and quiet.
Yeah, even in that scenario, Zet, Mako, and Firelolly were just keeping the wave pinned, and despite 4 members of Game Towns showing up and trying to break it, they could not find a kill. Though it looks like EDG might be the ones to look for a kill as they shove the minion wave in the top lane, bringing in that cannon wave.
Yeah, it's a cannon minion, as you mentioned, so this is going to be an easy one to look to pressure out. They're recognizing that GT are now rotating. They could have probably put a little bit more pressure onto it since they're a bit slow to that rotation. But overall, EDG are they're fast, they're moving, they recognize what their play is. This is just a really good game so far from EDG.
Very clean performance. I think this is much closer to the game that most people were expecting in game number 1. Not for Game Talents to be matching the over-aggression of EDG, capitalizing and taking kills, and then trading turrets back around. But this time, as you said, EDG much more patient, not making those mistakes.
Exactly. I mean, EDG right now, as you mentioned, they're more patient. And look at the Savoki and Wushang are just sitting here, but that's not going to work. There's no reason for them to come towards that direction. I mean, Game Talents recognize, look, we set up towards Dragon. They have to come towards Dragon. It's a Earth Dragon that's going to be very valuable, so they're looking for the pick. It's going to be up to EDG to say.
Oh
to
no,
call that.
Mako!
Oh, here we go.
Oh no, Mako!
Oh, no.
Gets the sweeper, but is still going to get caught out. Flashes very unnecessarily.
That was a good sweeper overall. He recognized that the possibility
It's like, there's
existed.
definitely somebody in this bush. I'm going to sweep it. Yep, I knew it.
Yeah, he couldn't react to it. So he kind of did it as a formality because he sweeped it, but was still walking in that direction rather than playing safe. So as the sweeper went on, if he was actually, he stopped still, he did have flash still, still had exhaust, he would have been able to react to it. But just as a general point, that was just a free pick from Game Towns because they recognized the objective was coming up.
Yeah, they might be looking for another pick here as they are grouped as 4 around that Mountain Drake. Looks like Mouse has got his teleport, though there are a few wards on the side that he could look towards. Republic is not there.
Yeah, so that's the big point there. Game Talents have to walk away, or at least respect it, because they don't have the numbers. Rise was topside, clearing up against Poppy. So that just means if he's going to be in range, that means he has to be in ulti range. And ulti range, especially level 1 ulti range, not good enough.
Indeed, it is not. The Realm Warp, he's finally level 11 now, so he can get the level 2 Realm Warp. Scout chases up along with Mako and Fire Lolly. There's no turret, but there is Wushuang waiting in the try in the back. But instead, EDG just play it safe and reclaim control over that Drake. Lots of wards going down, lots of vision.
Here we go.
Oh, Scout is caught.
Oh.
Knocks Wushuang back right as he eats the dragon kick and looks for the solo kill and finds it.
That was actually really well played from Scout. I mean that's an obvious point, but he was able to cancel out the Q that was coming in.
Yeah.
So Lee Sin, even though he couldn't get on top of him to follow up any of that damage, he just kicked him away and got canceled on his Q. So overall, Scout's like, I just have a range advantage. You're dead.
Yeah, timing the Scatter the Weak with the dragon kick to buffer both stuns.
Really well played. Overall, EDG just have control over Dragon. They regain control, and Game Talents are trying anything to actually get that lead, be it skirmishes. It looks actually like they're just trying to find any possible skirmishes. It's just not working out for them.
Game Talents now trying to defend their tier 2 turret as EDG send 3 members to pressure it forward. Scout with a recall, finishing off that Morello's, and now picking up the main components for his Rabadon's Death Cap. If he wants to go for the classic I'm gonna kill you build.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Especially since you don't have to land anything on Zubin to kill him.
Yeah, you just press R.
Yeah, it's not gonna. He is so far behind right now. It is a little upsetting. So
It's not gotten too much worse. It's still only 65. It could be like 70 or 80.
could always get worse. That's the positive
Yeah.
mentality. A better mentality would just to get to be better, to become a better player. It's a hard lane,
it's
but
a hard thing to do in the middle of a game 3
yeah, I suppose.
against EDG when you're already down about 4,000 gold.
One thing I do love from EDG here with their lead is that they keep pressuring every lane. There's actually just no lane moving against them. So Scout's moving up the top lane, giving that dog a walk there. Bottom lane, Poppy's constantly shoving out, so Maokai has to match. Right now, they're going to be looking to set up off this wave coming here. I think it's a cannon minion. Where are you? Nah, it's not a cannon creep. So it's not that good, but they can still do it simply because Maokai, Rise are not in the area. And honestly, Wushuang is late to the punch, so they actually just lose this tower outright because Wushuang was farming up the Krugs here. Okay, no, it's not going to happen. They still respect them. You know what?
EDG are just playing the patient game. You know, that's what we talked about a little bit in the previous match was, yes, they have a very strong advantage. Yes, they can continue to look for picks, but the big thing is they're not risking anything, really.
Yeah, they're just doing off the smart wave. I think this is a cannon creep as well, so I'm going to be, nah, just, you know what, just kidding. It's not happening. No cannon creeps at all.
Oh, Wushuang tries to collapse.
Ooh.
Cocoon lands, and he gets destroyed. As Mouse gets in there, Gimgoon hops over the far side, but EDG are moving in the opposite direction. Scout gets left behind. Republic once again with the creative flank. Scout will drop. Mako drops as well. Cocoon gets dodged by Republic, who's playing remarkably well. Flashes to chase Fire Lolly out. That means he's got to turn onto Mouse. Zet is still on the side, but cannot find a way in as Mouse is buying time. He's got to try to do something. Fire Lolly looks for an opening, but does not find it. And that's Zet forced to flash away from Gimgoon. Game Talents win the fight.
That was really well done. I mean, sure, you get the Wushuang kill, but overall, Game Talents, I mean, Gimgoon coming in from the flank as well as Republic, that is so hard to deal with, especially since Gimgoon does a lot of damage. As his ulti, even though he doesn't build any damage, here we go.
Flash snare onto Zet. They try to secure the kill, and they find it with a big crit bullet from Zubin. Don't know if they'll have enough to finish off the turret as Mako is back up and Fire Lolly can try to land a big cocoon to answer back. And the turret is still standing.
They couldn't kill Rise on the flank. That was the major error there. The moment Rise came in, and let's just watch that once again, because Wushuang gets a little kill. He was unfortunate there. But let's just watch this Gimgoon and Republic coming in from the flank. Scout recognizes he died fairly early because he could not handle it. Republic was actually got the shield off his passive, so he didn't take too much damage from Syndra ulti. And then from this point forward, who is going to kill Republic? Absolutely no one, and Gimgoon's is going to make sure of that.
I think you said it earlier, with the Rabadon's build, he can just press R and kill Zubin. He can't do that for Republic right now.
Yeah.
Already got the Negatron cloak, already has the Rod of Ages stacking health for him. Seems like Game Talents are, in fact, not out of this just yet, though it is still a 4,000 gold lead.
that was honestly a fight that EDG could have won. That just comes down to they're gonna look at that team fight and recognize how to play it better, because the flank wasn't a surety. They were winning out in that entire engage, but the moment their rear was actually just left open, the moment that suddenly Scout was just left to his own devices, you have to be able to reset that fight and say, you know what, okay, you know what, there is no threat in front of us. Zubin is not a threat. So just suddenly you can just turn your entire tank line back into and focus down Republic. That's just what they didn't do that.
EDG are hiding in the bush here, but they do not find a pick opportunity. And even in that looking for a pick, they're sitting much farther back than they were now, respecting game talents a lot more. They can't afford to get themselves flanked by Republic once again if some sort of fight were to break out. Gimgoon himself is also getting rather enormous. Finished the Sunfighters, has got his own Spectral Visage. Meanwhile, the Edge of Night completed on both AD carries, and the Executioner's Calling picked up for Zet, so he is respecting the healing that Gimgoon can do as well.
Yeah, so overall, I mean, they're just playing a little slower, but I think EDG, they're just saying, okay, let's reset. That fight was bad, we know that, but our setup up until that point was actually perfect. So they should continue to do that. Right now, they're just resetting pressure. Poppy's in the top side. He's actually just clearing as much as he can because he's free to do that. Ooh.
Flash from Mako to dodge away from Wushuang. That was... I mean, it was safe, yeah.
Yeah.
When you really think about it, like, yes, Malzahar and Lee Sin could have killed Mako before the Mountain Drake spawned, so Mako's game sense keeps himself alive.
Yeah, you recognize that you don't know where the Savoki was, and at top of that, the Q lands, and that means that he's probably dead at that point.
Yeah.
So it's just really well played there. It was just that he should be there with his, the rest of his lineup, like the two-man lineup that was free in the lane should actually help him out in warding. Oh!
Ooh, the arrow catches Zubin.
There we go.
As he walks it off. The Mountain Drake is now being pinged out. Scout starts it, and even Mouse is down there as well. Doesn't have to use his teleport.
The pings are coming through. That's a perfect control ward right there. So that's just Maokai looking to actually get another flank.
Where's he going?
Oh, wait a minute.
Where's he going?
They found him. They know he's there.
Oh,
actually.
they're pinging down onto him.
Suddenly, that's not a free flank anymore.
He's trying to hide in a cardboard box, but this solid snake has been discovered, pinned against the wall, and EDG even clear out the blast cone before locking him down. Meanwhile, the dragon is being cleaned up by game talents, and like bandits in the night,
Get
they
out of there.
get it and they get out.
So suddenly it's like, wait, where was the Earth Dragon? It was here just this moment ago. But that's a big Maokai gone. 30 seconds. That just means that EDG are going to look for this. They have a Poppy. That means they can actually tank out this Baron. They can look to make this play. This is a smart play from EDG.
They clear out the ward, and now they're going to start working on the dragon. With one Mountain Drake, they're going to do some damage here. Wushuang is over the wall. Still has his smite, level 12 to level 11. And Fire Lolly, as you said, below half health. It's down to 2,000. They try to clear it out, and they eject Wushuang. That is Baron picked up by EDG. I raise your Mountain Drake and take one Baron.
Yeah, you know what? GT thought, you know what? Okay, sure, the flank didn't work out well, but we can take a dragon for a Maokai. That's fine. That's all and fair. Suddenly, we deny them the double Earth Dragon. We get ourselves an Earth Dragon. Suddenly, you know what? We lost our major tank. That is actually a Baron lost here. So, a bit of an oversight, obviously, but EDG, it was a bit of a mistake from them in the sense that Fire Lolly was taking a lot of damage and Mao should have been looking to tank first. But overall, regardless of that minute point, it was a great play from EDG.
How did they see the teleport?
That's a good question.
Because it doesn't show up on the mini-map. You have to actually be looking with your screen around that area of the map. So that means that somebody was scanning around behind them just to keep an eye on it, because there wasn't any wards there.
They must have recognized it. I mean, Maokai was in the top wave. Or
did they have vision of him casting?
I think so. That's something to look back on. But he definitely was clearing the top wave and then backed away. So they recognized the TP play was coming through. That's something to look back on. But that was a really smart play from EDG overall, and playing back and recognizing this. We got flanked once in this game. We don't want that to happen again.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, game over.
Fool me, can't get fooled again. My favorite Bush quote.
Okay.
Favorite one.
Meanwhile, EDG used that Baron buff now to set up a 4-1. Gimgoon, unfortunately not matching it. Means that the top tier 2 goes down as EDG rotate up. and lock it down. Scout preps a whole bunch of orbs in case he needs to kill himself a carry.
This is a long walk coming from Maokai. He was in the wrong lane, obviously, so now this the poke coming down from EDG is coming in quite free. Now he's actually pressuring this flank side, so EDG, you have to respect it, but he needs to be in the right place. He actually needs to look to stop them from poking, and he needs to be by the tower.
Republic trying to clear out that minion wave. Gimgoon being zoned away by Mouse as Wushuang takes just a little bit of poke. They're continuing to heal up, and EDG have got that Ocean Drake.
Mouse is playing his role really well. He recognized the flank pressure coming in from Gimgoon. He's just saying, you know what? I'm going to be the sole person that just backs you away. So Zet's taking a lot of damage, but they can continue down this path because Zet doesn't actually have to auto the turret.
Slowly whittling away at that turret. Gimgoon waiting on the side. It's close.
It's a lot of cannon minions.
And there it goes. Finally breaking down. EDG start moving forward with that wave, looking now for the inhibitor. They've still got Baron for about 30 seconds or so.
This is a full committal from them because they don't have the waves in either mid or bottom lane. They're going for it.
Gimgoon drops the ultimate, gets in onto Mouse, who immediately knocks him back away. Chain of Corruption catches two as Gimgoon is eating a lot of the damage, but they are able to drop Savoki on the side. Scout cleanses, but drops to Republic once again. The inhib goes down, but the curtain does as well. They're looking for Zet. Heal is enough to keep him standing, and EDG kite it out and walk away.
There we go. I mean, they lost Scout in the entire ordeal, but that's a fine takeaway. You get the inhib, you get the tower, and the inhib, I mean. That's a major win from EDG.
Indeed it is. 8-8 and an 8,000 gold lead. Tragically not 8 turrets though, but I'm sure EDG are certainly working on it. Game Talents now find themselves at an inhib disadvantage. Look at those wards by the fallen inhib.
Yeah. That's
EDG
a lot of wards.
were so ready for that.
Holy
cow.
Lot of wards. But one big point to take away from this, because that's the top lane inhib down, and the dragon is coming up. That's an Infernal Dragon in about a minute. EDG can just take a free one. That's actually incredibly free because Maokai, sure, he has TP, but if he needs to tend to the top wave, because if he TPs a little bit too early without having to deal with it, that just means that, you know, suddenly you have super minions in your tower.
We already talked about this. Fool me once, shame on you.
Yep.
Fool me twice. I'm not playing Maokai again.
There's no control ward this time. Suddenly he can't make that mistake anymore.
Oh,
you can't do it.
Rip.
So I like that control ward. I was a big fan of it.
Yeah, Mouse is now heading towards the top side. They did clear out the ward.
Yeah.
Heading towards the top side to expedite the process. Realm Warp brings in Republic and Savoki, who immediately just take a little bit of damage, a little bit of regret.
That was a little bit interesting. Of course, you couldn't get it. They were looking for something. That was a bit of a stretch, especially since now that they've lost the Rise ulti, EDG can just reset pressure. They're like, you know what? Suddenly you have a massive wave coming into your top lane tower. So you have to deal with that. This is a free tower. It's either a free tower or Game Talents lose the game.
Here comes Game Talents. They might try to fight this out as they clear out the minion wave. Defending it, super minions are continuing to press into the top side. Mouse trying to pull Gimgoon's attention by pressuring multiple locations. And with that, Wushuang and Republic pull back along with Zubin, and as you said, Mr. Raz Laplasm, it is, in fact, a free turret.
Yeah, there we go. So they're able to take it. That's just that's just persistence overall. They recognize they're in a good place. Now they're going to go for this next turret. That's a lot of poke coming in from Zet, and a lot of setup from Scout. There's no way that they lose out in this situation. And of course, the super minion is still at the top lane base, so someone's going to have to deal with that.
Getting inexorably closer to that Nexus turret. Republic heals himself up at the fountain before polishing off the rest of those super minions to let his wave try to push back out, but he has to stay close to his team in the event that EDG try to make something happen.
This is when they're pressuring in. This is going to be the point where they actually look to take this. Game Towns, they should look for something. Oh, all right.
Wushuang gets in and out. Whoa.
I don't know what he was trying to bait out. He probably thought he got
yeah.
He probably thought he got a kick on the champion.
Are you just want to make sure you're paying attention. All right, so they take down
for the day.
Yeah, they take down the inhibitor turret, leave the inhibitor standing before falling back for the Infernal Drake. Baron is up in 20 seconds. EDG have got some time to go for a quick 5-man recall. All in unison, they do. And Wushong now going to use that Ranger's Smite to secure some vision as he tries to clear out Scuttle Crab. Die faster! There he goes.
So he still has a second Smite saved up. The second one's coming up, and that's going to be really important. Simply because this Baron is an inevitability. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to stop attempting for it. I'm trying so hard. An inevitability. There we go.
It is.
It's inevitable. There we go. 4 times I think I attempted that one overall.
The ultimate eventuality.
They tried. So this needs to be a steal. They can't commit to numbers to it simply because the top lane inhib is still a thing. And I feel, yeah, Ryze is going to be able to deal with it. He still has his ulti, so he's going to be able to come back and come into the team fight. They definitely need Maokai in the fight overall. He needs to be able to lead his team towards to get that vision behind the pit. EDG are not going to allow them, though.
Game Talents trying to keep an eye on EDG and deny this Baron attempt. Zubin, despite being down about 70 CS, is still 2-1-4. He's been able to come back rather well as Gimgoon flashes over the wall to engage on the Mako. Fire Lolly on the side, Mouse in the front. He's going to deny any more curtains from being called. Scout tries to get away, but the tanks lock him down. Mouse is buying so much time, and 2 tanks go down for 1. The Guardian Angels refresh at almost exactly the same time. Mouse flashes away, and EDG take 2 and lose none.
Yeah, that's an easier win for them simply because Wushong thought he can assassinate Scout. Scout just flashed over the wall overall, so he's just in a safe space. Now they have 5 members strong looking for this Baron. They should be able to get it.
Trying to burn through its health. They've got 1 Mountain Drake. Wushong is dead. Ooh. Captive Audience does not do it for Game Talents as Baron is secured. I feel like we just saw a very deadly game of Red Rover. Mako, ooh, goes down.
Team?
To Republic, question mark? Ping? Yo, flash over the cocoon, Fire Lolly, Republic!
Wait a minute.
Doing work here. Mouse on the side is now trying to deal with Savoki, but has to run away from the Leandries. Oh, 20 health.
Yeah, he regened a little bit too, so he probably had a good 18, something around there. That's so just watch this a little bit. That was a really good engage from Gimgoon, but overall, you know, we're trading tanks here. Gimgoon's here. Poppy's on the other, zoning off 3 members. But just take a look at Wushong here, because they're really trying hard to get the kill on Scout. But Scout flashes over the wall, is in such a safe space. The 2 GAs coming up. Who's going to get it first? But Mouse instantly flashes out, so he's actually at a safe space.
It's like trading cards. I'll give you my Maokai and my Lee Sin for your Poppy. Deal. I regret this trade.
That's not an even trade at all.
No.
That's not what I was looking for.
Though it is 10-10, it's still about an 11,000 gold lead for EDG overall. They are definitely getting the better out of this card deal. They've got all the holographics, all of the gold cards.
I will say, though, as a big point, is that I haven't really played a trading card game in my life. Haven't done
Really?
it.
Not a single one?
Not a single one.
Magic the Gathering, Pokemon the trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh, Hearthstone.
I had a few Pokemon cards, only like 2, because people just gave it to me randomly. So I never really actually committed to playing Pokemon, because much like cigarettes, that's it's an addiction, and it costs a lot to keep it up.
You can't compare Pokemon the trading card game to nicotine.
I'm doing it anyway.
That's
that
not
costs a
how
lot
this
of money.
works. Mouse is going to eat some damage, but EDG collapsed. And they say, trading card games are dangerous, kids. Make sure to consult your parents first, so you don't get addicted.
There we go.
As long as you aren't Razzleplasm.
Yep. Gimgoon's down. TP's coming through.
Fine.
This is. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna save face here. At that point.
Did you just try to use the moderation argument? Too much of card games is a bad thing because it's too much.
I mean, you just have to commit a lot of money to it.
Oh my god.
You just have to. You do. just putting that out there.
Oh my god. This is amazing. I've got to cast another series after this. I can't lose it. Stay focused, Dom. Okay.
But yeah, Gimgoon is down. That was another inhib is lost. Overall, I'm just looking at Game Talents, and it looks like a bit of a lost cause. They need to force another fight. They tried, but of course, your tank is out.
But at that point, that was 20 minutes ago. EDG have cleaned up those mistakes, and they haven't allowed Game Talents to make any more of those openings available.
Yeah, but the possibility still exists. Even though Zubin's incredibly far behind, he still has a lot of penetration in his item set. And it's at a point where he is level 16, so it has come a little bit to parity. He's close.
Yep.
It's worthwhile now to have that. He's not going to be able to auto-attack a single member, so that BF sword better turn into another armor penetration item.
Just look for the big hits.
Yeah, he has to set up his team. That's his whole role here right now, because it's going to be all Republic and Gimgoon.
And to be
Wustrong,
fair,
maybe.
Republic has been going off on Rise.
He's playing incredibly well.
In game number 1, he played well. In game number 2, he continued to play well despite the circumstances of the game. And in here now, in game number 3, he's effectively flanking and keeping 2 or 3 people occupied while his team does work.
Oh,
And
here
there
we
he goes
go.
for the flank again. Gimgoon is going to take the journey into the back, has found Mako. Republic follows it up. Exhaust denies some time as Wustrong gets a big kick.
Oh.
They're able to kick Mako out of this as they reject the fight. Mouse is going to be locked down, and Game Talents are winning the fight here. Mouse is going to go down snared. He's got Flash over the wall and is going to kite it away. They see Mouse running, and he will scurry away back to base. But Elder Dragon is up in 5 seconds, and Game Talents have lost only 1 member.
That is really a solid defense. That's what they needed to keep themselves back in there,
They
obviously. And that's-
actually did it.
Gimgoon and Republic are playing incredibly well, and they're playing with each other so solidly where it's just that, you know what, Rise didn't take that TP. He knew that Gimgoon was going to take, and he was going to get into the back line. He followed it through. Let's watch it through, because Republic's saying, I'm going through the front, you're going through the back. Mako's just going to get demolished. Even though the exhaust came through, it's not enough, and if we look at Wustrong's kick, that was a fantastic kick.
3-man kick.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done. So Scout goes down, suddenly you don't have your jungler anymore.
And Game Talents have taken the Elder Dragon. Is Game Talents going to be the team to defeat EDG?
All right, hold on just a second. Let's not go that far. They're just trying to keep their Nexus turrets up and available.
I mean, you said it yourself. We have to consider the possibility. It's 37.5 minutes in. Game Talents have now lost one of their Nexus turrets. But regardless of that, they've got the Elder Dragon. They are the late game team fighting team. That's where they have found success in the past.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a possibility. They have the Elder Dragon. It doesn't last long. So EDG, I mean, this is, if you're EDG right now, you say, let's shrug it off. Right now, Game Talents can't pressure a dang thing. They can't do anything. Right now they're trying to, but EDG just has to play it patiently and try to kill time before for the Elder Dragon to wear off. You lose this tower, give it away, Zet. It's not worth it.
They're going to shove forward, taking down that tier 1. Zet, not going to take any chances, decides to let it fall. There are still super minions flooding in from the bottom lane. Eventually, Game Talents are going to have to answer that.
They're actually going all in for
Yeah,
this.
they're continuing. That's a big crit.
They need to go for this right now. I mean, they're trying really hard. But
Stunned.
that bottom lane is a ticking time bomb for Game Talents. So they either play hard and get that tower, or they lose an inhib. And the TP is just about to come available for Mouse. So that split push is available for them.
Meanwhile, Scout clearing out that minion wave on the bottom. Very close to full build. Republic on the other side is in fact full build. Very tanky as he spices in the Guardian Angel along with the Abyssal Scepter.
That's going to be so annoying to deal with. You got double Guardian Angel from both Maokai and the Rise. The two players who have been just raging havoc into the back line of your team. This is going to be really difficult for EDG.
The challenge is on. They might have waited just a little bit too long with that early advantage that they had. And now,
props to Zubin. Honestly, even though he's been taking it for the majority of the game, he's back in it and he's almost full build as well.
he is indeed taking his time. Still down a healthy number of CS, but at this point it doesn't even matter. Baron has respawned. EDG are on this side of the map.
This is when the poke from Zet actually starts to not matter as much. And here we go.
Oh, they managed to catch Savoki and they kill him almost immediately.
I think Savoki was the only one that took that Rise hit ulti.
Rip Remor.
What was he doing? You're a bit too creative there. Could have just let it go. This is definitely going to be a start of Baron for EDG. Savoki is not too crucial to this fight, so they can actually, Game Talents can get away with starting this fight here.
Yeah, they're trying to burn through. Gimgoon is in the front, and he gets shredded down. The Guardian Angel is popped, and EDG are moving past. Republic eats the Unleashed power as the curtain call goes wide. Zet is trying to kite back behind the carry as Zubin is forced to cancel. Wustrong gets kited and cleared out. Republic retreating. His Guardian Angel is popped. Gimgoon going to die. Zubin, it's now or never, buddy, because you're 1v5 and EDG will maintain their winning streak unless Zubin gets a miracle stop.
Oh, there's nothing Zubin and Savoki can do at this point. That's a massive wave coming in. TP as well from Mouse. This is over.
Yeah, getting to the back before Zubin even can. Savoki has respawned in the meanwhile. And Mouse is going to try to bully him down. He's eating a lot of damage here. There's the flash arrow. And Chain of Corruption is going to be popped. And EDG will be able to take this. Despite being on the verge, the very edge itself, they maintain their undefeated regional win streak. The last time they lost was to the Xiaogu Reapers, March 12th, 2016.
That's interesting.
That is
Yeah. This
almost,
team,
yeah.
we definitely thought they would lose a game. I mean, so far we're still in week 2, so that anything could happen. They just faced WE last week, or at least week 1, and they couldn't lose that one. So let's just see what's happening.
They
here.
ended up not losing that one. But joining us once again on the desk is Zach Rusty Pie. EDG, they brought it back.
Yeah, EDG started the game extremely well. They looked like it was a complete, simple closeout. There was absolutely no chance for Game Talents in the third game to even look at a semblance of a comeback. It felt like Game 2 was repeating itself all over again.
Yeah.
But not to be. Somehow, Game Talent showed some unique resilience in the ability to play League of Legends and overwhelmed time and again EDG with good decision-making and full team committal moves. Up until 40 minutes where Savoki took a journey and the rest of the team said no way, and then asked why he took it.
Yeah, that's, you know, I want to listen to cons of that one. See what Savoki was like, you know what, sorry.
Guys, I really need to use the bathroom. Can we just end it here?
That was something. I think Game Talents played their team fights incredibly well as the game started to go a little bit awry for them. Republic and Gimgoon just played their flanks incredibly. I love the Rise ultis coming through constantly.
Yeah, I will say the shining light to me of the team of Game Talents is the members that you highlighted. There was some nice kicks from Wushong. Like, the bottom lane was okay as we hit the mid game. They were still doing the fights well, like long range, just complementary stuff. But between the mid laner of Rise, the ultimates that he was getting Gimgoon into, and the tankiness that like Gimgoon was for the team, like those two were the MVP performers of a losing series. But it's still a very big positive to take away because losing to EDG is expected, and they made it so much harder for EDG to win than it should have been.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just a win for Game Talents as a team, as a org, to really recover from last week. Last week they got blown out. This time they went up against EDG, not expected to win, and they were able to at least come out and make it competitive.
Yeah, they will be playing against, I believe it's WE later this week. So the challenge is certainly set for Game Talents. If they could make it hard for a team like EDG, despite effectively throwing a game, odds look good.
I mean, odds potentially look even better for them against WE because they are late game team fighters and they're going to be playing against late game team fighters that have preferences to go into that stage of the game. So like matchup wise, if you were to give the underdogs the ability to beat one team, it's either that or perhaps Vici. Kind of take it to them.
That's the thing, because actually their game this week should be up against Vici.
You're right, it is against Vici game.
So going up against Vici, I think that it's going to be a better performance from them, or at least a better look from Game Talents. They looked good here from game, I mean, good with an asterisk, obviously.
Yes.
But it's looked like they can play competitively, and going up against Vici, Vici has some holes in their pockets.
Sure.
Maybe they can try and get something going.
The big question was, can Game Talents improve on what they saw success with at the end of the split last year? So far, it seems like the answer is yes, and that means that this is a team that could continue to survive.
Yes, that's true. But with that being said, their success might be limited because making playoffs in this group is going to be really tough. So even though that last year it was a little easier for them, they were in a better group. This time, Lady Luck is not in their favor.
Oh, yeah. EDG, WE, Vici, Xiaogu.
Yeah.
It's just generally an impossible group for them to get out of. Like, let's be honest, we came into this when we saw the group draw. It was done world style, where they based performances off last year, and you're like, okay, no matter what happens, we know they're going to get picked in towards the end of the draw, and they just happened to get QG that came up, and it looked like a really good team. They just happened to get the reinvigorated, Vici and everything in this side. So the stars did not align for GT. They did the opposite.
Do we call this the new EDG then, from the departure of Pawn and Deft, or is this still the same EDG with fresher parts.
I actually think they still play towards the same style, right? Scout is still is actually a bigger focus, but with that being said, Zet and Mako are playing so well, and they're just playing towards that advantage. Now they're literally just playing towards bot side. Sure, there was that Elise game where he was playing towards Mouse, and Mouse is starting to perform a little bit better. So now that I'm looking at EDG, sure, they have more tools that they can play towards Scout, play towards possibly Koro 1 and Mouse, but their bottom lane just looks too good.
I think bringing back Koro is still a positive in the end. Mouse is showing that he's improving more and more, but Koro is the one who has the highest ceiling, I believe, out of the two. And Zet is a big proponent on what the new EDG will look like, but the new EDG looks like the old EDG, like in all seriousness, when they get to that stage. So like when you say they've hit their peak or they've hit the mark on where they want to be, it's because they look the exact same as where they left it when they had Deft as their AD carry. And Deft is a god who you'd have to say they're hurting of losing.
Yeah. MVP, though, they are going to give it to Mako in that game. 1, 4, and 3 overall. Looks like he got 17.5% of his kills. Not quite a great number for a support, but still pretty good performance.
I mean, Mako is just a very consistent support overall. He plays towards lane. I mean, their laning phase was godly, and then he just plays towards constantly setting down vision with his team. And his vision control, even though sometimes it was predictable in the sense that game talents were like, this is the right position for him to be, and so they got picks off him. But because it's the right position for them to be, they were just a completely consistent team in getting to the objectives that they were looking for.
Well, it certainly was a very good performance for EDG as a whole, and Game Talent still showing that they can compete as well. Looking forward then, what are we expecting for Game Talents moving into the rest of the week? I mean, obviously, we said they're playing against Vici. Do they continue to play around Wushuang? Do they try to close their weaknesses in the bottom lane?
So we spoke towards what their strengths were already, right? Which was their mid laner and their top laner. I think Wushuang in the first game when they actually took down EDG still looked like another positive, and I think that's the area they should focus on the most. I mean, at the end of the day, like the LPL has two different types of teams. There's the ones that win through bottom lane, the ones that don't and pretend bottom lane doesn't exist. I think Game Talents is one of those ones that disregards the bottom lane entirely as a unit. It's just like, you guys hang out and try not to die a lot. Like IG does the same thing, like legitimately ignores them and says, try your best, like have fun, participation medals for you guys. We're going to carry on the top side of the map. And so that's the big thing that's missing for me now for GT is the jungle position, because bottom lane's irrelevant and mid and top were playing well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get a lot of lanes, and this is the same with Chagu in that they have Alone and Ali, and they have the same, essentially the same identity, but they can play without pressure fairly well and still CS well. The thing with the bottom lane here in Game Towns, they're giving them really impossible lanes here, and that they're saying, well, you were already performing poorly when you had semi-decent lanes, but now you're given an impossible lane, and it just feels so hard for them to actually survive before the level 5 point.
No, I agree. And like being against the Varus Misfortune when we already saw priority from EDG onto Varus, we know that Misfortune with Varus is absolutely dirty because like an 80% slow and a Varus charging up, it's very rarely going to miss.
It's not going to miss.
Very few contexts with which that actually doesn't hit.
Yeah, and they do it the dirtiest way too. Varus ducks into brush, and then Mako starts going forward, and you're like, I guess I know what's coming.
Yeah, you can't stop it. You actually just can't, especially since, you know, Fire Lolly's just in their back pocket. It's the clear love effect, and it's just in place.
Yeah, so I feel like bottom lane perhaps could be drafted better for, but overall it should be the jungle. And like, again, against EDG, they should have acknowledged perhaps coming into the third game more about the drafting phase in particular, what should have been changed, acknowledging that the bans could have been perhaps a Varus, like blue side EDG first picked it. It was obvious, it was acknowledged, it has happened to them already, but they just were confident and made a mistake.
It's too hard, especially if you're on red side, because there's so many bans that you have to go through. So Varus, it's like, I guess we have to give this away. So I mean, you just really need blue side. That's the tail of the tape here. You can't give him blue. You can't give anybody blue side. You need to take it.
To be fair, weirdly enough, they won on red side. And so that's perhaps where a lot of the potential salt or annoyance from Game Talents will arise. They won on red. Like they had this strategy and it worked, and then they lost on blue, and that's got to hurt.
Yeah, it certainly does. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with our match of the week, Xiaogu versus Vici Gaming.
privilege for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. No, the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Spring. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine, I'm selfish. Yo, Will, tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No, yes, man, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinch nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see, do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 2 of week number 2 of the LPL 2017 Spring Split. Once again, I am Dom Romer, joined by Rusty and Raz. We're getting into our match of the week. Just about now, it is Xiaogu taking on Vici Gaming. And we've said it before, this is the week of the Reapers. This is the true test.
Don't be fooled before we actually even break this down. We did swap seats.
Yep.
It's
Yes,
not an
of
optical
course.
illusion. I just wanted to highlight that fact. We have actually swapped because I'm casting, and that means I'm over here.
You know
Yes.
what? I just like swapping randomly.
Sometimes we just shuffle chairs. After the break, I'm going to be on the opposite side. We're
Yes.
just going to keep you on your toes.
You are right. It is a big series coming up. It's our match of the week, and not to take away from that, it's going to be a very, very big one, and it's most importantly a decider for QG. And are they actually good? Are they the best team that potentially could be in this group?
Yeah, that's a big point for me, especially since Xiaogu, they went up against Game Talents. We just saw them cast. I mean, we just casted them. They played incredibly well, or at least fairly well, I suppose, up against EDG. They did lose to them, but they played competitively. But they didn't play competitively versus Xiaogu.
Yeah.
Xiaogu right now are the KDA kings in the sense that they just farmed up Xiaogu, Game Talents, and now they're just sitting on top of the ladder.
Yeah, so let's actually take a look at those matchups and get a look at those KDAs. First up in the mid lane, you've got Doinby taking on Easy Hoon, and we're expecting some, hopefully expecting some sparks out of this.
Yeah, this is a massive matchup actually between two of them. So the team of Vici was built around Easy Hoon. He requested someone like Bengi come and join the team, and that is what he has. But he's up against what is now the KDA King, as you mentioned, Raz, 34, highest in the league, and 85% kill participation. Second to what was Republic at 100%.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was 7 of 7. So
Yep.
this is a little bit more significant as he's only died once.
Yeah, so, I mean, Doinby's coming back, and he's up against Easy Hoon, and both of them, honestly, they have junglers that cater to them, which is a fantastic point to look towards. And I love the fact, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Doinby actually plays against Easy Hoon, how he plays against the matchups here, because he, I mean, obviously, at some point, your KDA's got to drop. That's just an overall point. It can't get higher than that.
Well, I mean, that's the assumption if he just never dies again.
I mean, Martin existed and had a 64 KDA before
Oh
he
my
died,
goodness.
so that lasted about 4 weeks for the record.
Yeah.
It was a pretty big
Holy
deal.
cow.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, let's actually take a look at who's going to be helping out these mid laners, the junglers. That also looks to be a pretty spicy matchup.
Yeah, while we highlight the 1v1 in the mid lane, it's not actually ever realistically a 1v1. Both of them are facilitators, Doinby very unique in how he moves around the map. Used to play with Swift and used to just invade for Swift or control the lane to allow that aggressive jungler in what is now cleared be able to make the big plays. And he's definitely been making the big plays, but so far I think we have to highlight Bengi and what he really has to offer.
Yeah, for me, Bengi, I mean, he's had that one Olaf game. We talked about that a little earlier on, where he was just going up wild onto the enemy team, but he's still a supportive jungler. He goes towards that Rek'Sai. We haven't seen the Rek'Sai at all from most junglers. They go towards Kha'Zix. I mean, if they get the opportunity, I guess, to go towards Rengar. But he's still playing towards, I guess, a tanky front and helping his teams go towards. So the two superstar Korean players in Vici is actually supporting what is, I suppose, Swan P in the bottom lane. Or Endless, I suppose.
Yeah, well, we'll see what that is. But on the opposite side, Xiaogu, they're going to be running Clid. And Clid, I guess from the broader sense, he is the replacement of Swift, equivalent to Doinby.
Yeah, exactly right. And by replacement of Swift, we already highlighted a bit of that. It means that he's an aggressive player. He always tries to make big plays. And the interesting part about Clid is he's a bit more reserved. We've seen highlight reels of Ben 4 constantly trying to go in, but Clid's decisions and kicks all towards his team, all a bit more consistent and well thought out, perhaps, in the way that he does it.
And that's the thing with this man, is that he has a team constantly at his beck and call. That's the big point, is that you can see that from Ben 4, and Ben 4 would usually have like perhaps one or two players with him while he's making the plays. But overall, Clid, his team's always there. His Cloud or Ali, any support really usually comes roaming around with him. His side lanes always look to collapse, so that's something to really look towards when we see Xiaogu play.
And that is a bit of the question as well for Xiaogu. We obviously know mid laner and jungle, but they also swapped out their bottom lane last time we saw them play.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty much a rotating bottom lane. Raz, I know you're very familiar with them, but from what we saw in the first week, it just didn't make a difference. They were both gods, and there was no actual separation in why you would play one or the other. They both were outstanding in their roles.
I mean, we were talking about how game talents were trying to sever their bottom lanes, or at least try and make it so they can live off Alone. That's just something Ali and Alone have done for the entirety of the LSPL split. So this team actually knows how to play this specific style, or at least Ali and Alone have for a long time. So they recognize what their position is. They're wave clearing. They're just constantly looking to help out the top side of the map whenever possible. And whenever you have Cloud in there as well as Candy 7, that's just the same game. So their bottom lane just has a goal of helping out the rest of the team rather than the rest of the team helping them out.
And I remember that was something that you wanted to talk about as well. The opponents that they're going to be facing, Xuan P or Endless, depending on who they decide to go for, that could mean some trouble.
So here's the thing with Xuan P is that in the game that never was meant to be, apparently, the remake, they had, I guess, an interesting strategy of going back towards the Twitch pick. So that's interesting. Xuan P has been farming up a Storm a little bit. And so if that's the style that they are looking to play towards, that they played towards last split when they had Dandy, essentially, then that's, who knows how far they'll go from that point, right? Their bottom lane has always essentially been a problem. Now they have Hitong as a support instead of Caveman.
Which, by the way, unusual. Caveman was not a problem in this team, and Hitong's a former mid laner who's just transitioned, and my only solution to that is because Mage is a support. So just put him in.
I mean, Caveman was actually playing
You could play
super
Ari
well.
support, right?
He'll play Azir before Ari, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. that's or Twisted Fate.
But he's also known as a janitor, so playstyle-wise, Hitong actually is a good fit to the team, simply because of his style is not a mid laner, it's actually more of a support.
So that works out for them. I really do like the style that Xiaogu looks to play with the team. I like the style that Vici looks to essentially play. They just need the star lineups to make it work.
Yeah, so here are the lineups for the match. Vici on the blue side, you can see Long, Bengi, EasyHoon, along with Xuan P and Hitong. Their opponents on the opposite side are going to be the freshly returned Xiaogu Reapers, Kabe, Clid, Doinby, and they're starting with Alone and Ali this time.
The two big things as well, Kabe playing not Chen, I believe it is, and Alone and Ali not playing with Candy 7 or even Loken, who exists on the team, just to avoid any confusions. They have two junglers, they've got like 3 AD carries, like this team's a mess, but it seems that they've settled on a good roster to start with.
Yeah, and so I think the top side is what's going to stick. You're never going to change around Doomby. I mean, they don't have an option. They don't have a mid-sub, I suppose. But Clid is there to stay. He really is performing incredibly well, and he's done well in the LSPL as well. I mean, that's a given. But with that being said, that's something that they've known how to play around, and they're going to continue to do so. And Kabe is, honestly, he's a man to watch. And he's going up against Long, who's just as consistent in the top side of the map. So I'm just looking towards his top side battle. Perhaps it's going to be a tank versus tank. But it's how the team fight's actually fair. That's going to be what's interesting.
Do you really think it's going to be tank versus tank when you've got Clid and Doinby running around.
Oh, I mean, it's all be top lane.
I mean,
for me.
I feel like we're probably going to see a tank out along because that just sort of fits with EasyHoon's desired playstyle of wait for me to get an item and then do something.
And that's the thing with both of these teams is that the top laners, they don't really have a choice simply because the focus is going to be towards jungle, mid, and maybe bottom lane, right? Maybe that's an asterisk on that one.
Yeah.
But their top lane, they play towards a team fight, and so I just expect a lot of Maokai battles happening here.
And remember that like the live patch is one patch ahead of what we're on now, 7.1. So the champions such as Varus, such as Jace can still crop up in draft phases because coaches have been practicing and preparing with different priorities in mind.
Yeah.
The champions are still good, they just get better as we move later on. But whilst there's a big jungle mid priority, you can never ban out a mid laner. And so I would never go into a draft phase, even against someone like EasyHoon, and try and bother banning him out, let alone Doinby, who has an ocean of a champion pool.
Yeah, and so honestly, I love the fact that both of these mid laners are the ones that actually showed the Karma last time around. So Karma mid up against Syndra. So they both have the answers, even though for specifically EasyHoon, it didn't work out well for him. They had a low damage composition, didn't really work out. He fell behind. That's just a team coordination deal. But overall, I like the pool of, we already mentioned, Doinby's pool is massive, but EasyHoon, let's see what can he work with.
Less of a champion ocean, more a champion.
Just a normal champion pool.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah.
He just doesn't play assassins. That's not. I'm not gonna hit on him for that. So that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It certainly is going to be interesting to see how that matches up. And of course, we've already seen high priority on the jungle because this is patch 7.1. Rengar, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and again, you've got a Lee Sin, the Void creature who burrows.
Rex.
Yes.
There we go.
That was really hard. So that is possible, but again, Varus is banned away from Xiaogu as Vici decide to start on red side or blue side for game number 1. Can't even word that. LeBlanc banned away along with Syndra and Zyra.
Ooh, these are these are blue side bans for LeBlanc and Rengar. So Xiaogu's opening a lot, but Vici's not gonna let that happen. That kind of calls into question of what their priorities are. Vici's priority is going to be here. You think they're going to look for a rise?
Yeah, I mean, by going for 3 like really red side oriented blue side bans, firstly it forces QG into certain bans such as the Kimmel, but it does leave open that mid lane priority in terms of picks. Maokai's potentially something if they want to go like an aggressive top lane pick, just for something reliable and overpowered, but Jace is usually the match to that Maokai. And Ryze is still standing, so like yes, I would have picked that away from Doinby opposed to the Jace.
So there we go. That's interesting to see how that works out. I know, I guess I love the Camille ban simply because obviously Vici would go for it, 100%. So it puts him in a different style overall. That just might mean Hatong or Bengi would just. I mean, Bengi's probably just gonna play Rek'Sai. But overall, one of these players has to play a tank.
Bengi is a very good Lee Sin as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
I guess we have to see what direction he really goes with the jungle option. Like Olaf Shen's non-existent anymore, unless the Jace goes mid lane and EasyHoon's flexing. And perhaps that's why QG didn't show their mid laner just yet either. They want to be safe and give Doinby one of the later rotations.
As it is, Kha'Zix and Jhin are the pickups for Xiaogu. Vici going to get their final 2 before the next round of bans, prioritizing something relatively self-sufficient for Xuan P on that Caitlyn. Nice and long range, and even going to look at the support as well. Very early pickup, and with that Zyra banned away, that means Tahm Kench gets right on through.
I actually have expectations of the Tahm Kench after the Caitlyn was locked in anyway. Kate wins lane by herself, so you can just complement that for a team composition-based support. Now, Tahm Kench doesn't make the most amount of sense into something that isn't Ashe, but knowing Ryze is coming, knowing Kha'Zix is already there and he's going to level W presumably with the team comp they've got because it already looks like pick.
Yeah.
And the Jin's there for that pick. Tahm Kench saves the Caitlyn, who isn't the safest AD carry, albeit can win lane.
And it also actually opens up the jungle pool just a little bit. So now that we have a tank support here, they can actually go towards maybe perhaps even an Elise to help out the Jace in the top side of the map. So now that I feel like Xiaogu, they're pinching bans, it's not going to be towards jungle simply because the Tahm Kench actually came through.
As it is, the Ryze picked up and Orianna banned away.
And the Orianna ban, again, we already mentioned you can't really ban out EasyHoon. Corki's still present if they want a Hex Drinker champion in the middle lane. Jace can also go mid lane with a Hex Drinker. Like, there are picks into the Ryze. I guess the question is, like, is Azir actually a trend we'll see in the LPL as well? Something that can match the scaling of Ryze?
Yeah, Azir, I think Corki is fantastic here for Vici simply because they have so much poke already. Poke and just overall range from the Jace, from the Caitlyn that they can just look to constantly look with Siege. If they have Corki, if they have Azir's fine. I think the Corki just makes a little bit more sense in terms of the lane here, that he can play a little bit more aggressively. I would look for the Corki here if I'm Vici.
Those bans.
Maokai is the final one from Vici, which means Xiaogu get their next pick. Still need that support and top laner. Kabe and Ali.
I'd expect a top lane pick here, given all the top lane bans from Vici. So they've pinched a wide array of things, and yes, support is available with that, but if they want to counter pick top, it makes sense to leave it till last. However, I would have got the priority champion, expecting that it's a Jace top. Like, you can pick whatever you want to do it, and last pick support for a winning map, I guess.
Yeah.
As it is.
Like, why Braum?
Braum is the pickup, and Cassiopeia is the answer. Projectiles might not be able to get through, but a penetrating gaze just might.
I'm trying to figure out what the, as I say that, Ivern.
Was that locked in? Oh, wow.
Yeah, there we go. That's a fun pick.
Well, I hope you like Daisy.
We were wondering where Ivern was. We saw it from LGD, I believe, is the only team that's played it in the LPL. There might have been one other, but not very often seen, whereas in the EULCS, it was running rampant. A couple of games in LCK here and there. It's good to see it finally picking up some pace here.
Yeah, and just going back to your earlier point with the top lane pick going last pick, the last pick Shen makes no sense. They really could have just picked it right off the bat and actually held the support pick. So support's so flexible. You could have, even if you saw the opportunity to go for a Bard, anything really, or just even go for, let's even say a Karma. Anything works there. Braum just makes it so your team fight's a little bit, I suppose, a little slower, a little in your favor. But the lane is not as good as you can make it out.
So my assumption on this is that they were waiting for Vici to pick all 5 to ensure it wasn't actually going to be a flex Jace in the middle lane, see the hand, and then pick their top laner accordingly. They might have wanted Shen earlier, but they were waiting for the moment to prove that's what they wanted.
And with that, we will say goodbye to Raz. Thank you so much for your expert analysis on this and the casting in the previous game, as Rusty and I will be taking to the Rift for the cast of this one. Getting into these compositions then, now that we've gone through the pick and ban, what are we looking at for these 5v5?
So when we look at QG's team composition, we are definitely seeing a pick comp. Shen and Kha'Zix is actually a really good 2v2 duo once the Shen hits level 6 and can invade into the jungle. If they pick the bottom side of the jungle, they'll have the Jhin that can lock people down from long ranges. But also just Jhin and Braum together is a very potent combo. It's difficult to get all 4 procs off for a stun.
Yeah.
But one slow from the Braum Q means the rest of the damage that can come out, the guaranteed crits are always going to be there. Like, it is weird to see a Braum, I will say. Not exactly a standard global support pick right now, but it's not uncommon in the LPL. They love Braum. They love Trundle and Braum a lot.
Disengage. Just subjugate, run away.
Exactly, and that is what it's about. So the interesting part to me is that the disengage they were looking for with the Trundle is not there. They hovered it and they considered it and they went for the Braum instead, and it actually gives better picks. So champions or team comps that have low amounts of crowd control get extra when Braum's added to the mix, and so champions like Kha'Zix, who can auto attack and weave those auto attacks, will be better off for it.
In addition, they're going to have to try to break through a Cassiopeia, Caitlyn, and a Jace, with an Ivern shielding them and a Tom Kench consuming them as well. Vici seems like they might have a pretty good disengage as well.
So funnily enough, going for the Caitlyn as an early rotation almost signals an indicator towards the Ivern. There are very, I guess, set parameters with which you'll see one. Now, having a Cassiopeia is also really, really good with Ivern because you can sit in Fog of War next to their turrets.
Yeah.
And they can't tell if you're going to ult. So they have to ward the bush, then they're wasting wards, and then everything just falls down. And so what Vici have got is a really good disengage, but more so a counter-engage team composition. So Jace has got the Gate Shock Blast, Caitlyn's got the traps and the, the area of effect that Ivern will put down with the brushes to give more headshots. Will no doubt go the Hurricane build. And so if they can stand in one spot, like pick their spot and say, come at me, they'll be really good in the QG.
And that's the big question for QG, is can they move around that with this pick comp and find those openings? Again, this is the week of the Reapers. Can Xiaogu show that they are deserving of a winning record? This is a very difficult group, and we're even seeing the currently bottom team Game Talents make strides forward. It's time for us to see if Xiaogu can actually compete and live up to the standards of the name of Reapers.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's a lot on the line for QG, not so much in game number 1, so to speak, but moving into this week. We called it Week of the Reapers. It's a very big deal. If they can show up, they can prove they're a top team, and they can potentially take out what is the hardest group by far in the LPL.
Yeah.
And it all starts with this particular game, and they've drafted Comfort. They've picked comps for themselves. Like Kha'Zix's Rise is typical, doing be clear, you would say, in the way they'll move around the map together. I think that highlighted 2v2 is where we do have to look.
And from the Rise that we saw in the previous game from Republic, those Realm Warps were amazing. And we're starting to see some really innovative Realm Warps pretty much all across the competitive scene, with people taking a 5-man Realm Warp from top lane into the Baron Pit and then rushing that down.
No, definitely. TSM showcased that the Rise ultimates can be used in very unique ways. We saw the goods and bads in the last series, how it can win and lose your games, and that's the important thing. You can press R, but you have to acknowledge firstly how many people are going, why we're going, where we're going, and what it actually means.
That's really difficult for the whole team to be on the same page from the get-go.
And that's the important thing. So TSM, we already highlighted, had really good Rise ultimates, and that's because they can all communicate. We're in mixed language teams, first and foremost, so being able to use that is a challenge. But by having the jungler and the mid laner both be Korean, it does make sense that they'll work in unison or work in tandem and actually have really good synergy, communication, and get those ults off.
Yeah, we're hoping that that communication is going to be pretty good. We did have a player disconnect. We're having him get right back into game. And look at that. We've loaded onto the Rift. It's almost as if somebody just had to turn the internet off and back on again, just like regular solo queue.
Fortunately, it's a bit hard in solo queue to do that. You'll get flamed. Here, the game waits for you as we are under the Rift.
Xiaogu are actually invading as 3. This is Vici versus Xiaogu. Doinby leading the way along with Alone and Ollie. And that very, very pink Xuan P sees the ward go down and unfortunately does not hit anyone with his Piltover Peacemaker.
Of course, running what I would define as the LPL Caitlyn skin. They love the bubblegum Caitlyn. Uzi always playing with it. Deft, I believe, as well. One of them does green.
They're still going forward and have now found EasyHoon. That's the snare. Cleanse is used. Auto attack lands. Oh, Doinby doesn't want to try playing with the vision. Could have flash autoed, but EasyHoon would have gotten his own flash.
And EasyHoon starting with the Twin Fangs means that he can't even get move speed and run to safety. So he does have to respect that and walks away. However, we also just acknowledge that Doinby started with his W. So level 1's not actually a problem for EasyHoon at all. In fact, he ends up winning that just by being able to cleanse and walk away.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't get ganked.
Well, knowing these junglers, we're probably... Oh, wait. These junglers like to play around mid lane. Ah, interesting. Bengi going for the classic leashless on Ivern, as is standard. And Clid going to be starting out on that top side. So Ivern, according to Vedius's video that came out this morning about why Ivern is great, is because he has the fastest clear speed when uninterrupted, albeit low health.
Yeah, and like I agree with that, but he also has the riskiest wave clear, or clear speed rather.
Oh, speaking of ganks, Clid goes right in, takes a turret hit, and is going to be pushed right back out. But that is flash now burned from EasyHoon.
Yeah, but Ghost also used again from Doinby. He has flash, so it may be level 3. Doinby's got his own kill threat. Both potions definitely about to be used, and Bengi immediately spotting Clid moving, can now go and do a cheeky invade and smite before going back to his own camps. They're all conveniently prepared for him. So at about 2 minutes 45, he could look at top lane if he wants. Maybe start getting some ganks off, or he can go back to the other side of the map where his red buff is and do the second side. And this is actually a more prolonged and slower clear from the Ivern, just because he got greedy and, like, it's not bad greed, but went for the Raptors. So he won't have a smite for the red buff.
Going to be a little bit slower as Hutong forced to save Xuan P as Alone and Ollie. Trade out a little bit of damage. Not a lot of minions have been missed, as both of the bot lanes, I suppose, are all level 2. And with junglers now on that bottom side, you can see Doinby actually invading, has found Bengi. The fan vote is with Vici Gaming. Word over the wall is going to see this happening, but smite from Bengi secures that red buff with no contest, and Doinby returns to lane.
Yeah, and so I'd expect Bengi right now, if he doesn't want to recall, will go the long, safe way to a Scuttle Crab or the Raptors to secure those then. And so now we have to look towards where the Ivern will actually gank next. And right now the bottom lane is pushing. The Caitlyn has control of the lane. There's actually nowhere to go unless he wants to gank mid. And that's definitely where Clid has been putting all of the focus, and you'd expect Doinby has it warded. except that it was over the red buff pit, and this is where Bengi's decision making comes into play. He knows it's not warded because he saw the ward go down.
Ooh, steps aside from the root collar. Meanwhile, Clid in the top lane is going to find Long, who immediately takes a lot of damage and flashes early. Kabe trying
he's
to
not
finish
gonna
it
get him.
up. Looks for the... No, doesn't have enough.
He should have tried to flash and get the sword to go through him or something. He didn't actually find the kill, so Lung's able to live and teleport back. And that's actually just a forced recall, which is not a bad thing for Kabe, but because he's looking to try and push it in, it won't actually work that way, and he'll go back himself. And so that gank actually just amounts to nothing.
Yeah.
Like, we're at 0.
Back to ground 0, the very first stepping stone of this. Double long sword and Doran's versus simply Doran's shield. Kabe does not recall on his own, as Doinby with very low mana is going to try to balance this wave back out before getting his own tier. Meanwhile,
One thing you will find with Doinby, for the record, and for those watching at home, is that he'll never have mana. It's just a
he
thing.
likes using his buttons.
Exactly. He's the kind of player that Victor ults to clear a minion wave and will have no mana. The idea and the ideology, I guess, basically is that he'll keep you in lane if you're laning against him. So EasyHoon, if he's got abilities to roam, will be very lucky compared to the norm.
Doinby, however, is going to stay as EasyHoon decides not to complete the recall. And currently down 9 CS as Bangi is going to help by getting some wards on that top side of the mid lane, along with securing the Scuttle Crab. So you can see Vici are protecting their mid and top side of the map. Bottom seems to be doing rather well. Xuan is pushing back against Alone and Ollie.
And this is still a really big win for Vici simply by laning phase. The CS advantages they're garnering in their solo lanes at the moment is starting to actually become a larger deal than it should be. Like Kabe, yeah, it's not unexpected that he'll fall behind in CS this early in the game, but after having the pressure from Clid even being there, forcing recalls, he's still that far behind. Rise not being able to recall, not being able to have a mana pool means that EasyHoon starts to push him out of lane. Doran's ring already showing that it's a big deal, and that's a big miss for Doinby. If you go Mana Crystal, you need to get that recall off early. You cannot afford to get stuck in lane how he did.
Yeah, he's still there. Recall from EasyHoon as he's level 6 is completed. The tier is finished, and that means finally Doinby might get an opportunity to get back in. Kabe will complete his own recall for a Bomby Cinder to catch the minion wave prepped by Long, as Bangi is just continuing to move back and forth around this jungle, just maintaining jungle presence as he gets level 6 well before Clid.
He's having a grand time, Bengi. Having Daisy available means that... And he stopped the recall as well.
Oh, wow,
like,
yeah.
Doinby is actually just done. Like, this mid lane's going to have to get covered by Clid. If he doesn't go mid and cover the wave, needless pressure now being mounted everywhere on the map, including his red buff that'll just be gone.
Did Bangi just use Daisy?
Yeah, to check. It's a vision ward, basically, that moves. That's all Daisy is good for at level 6, really, anyway.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Clid looking for a gank.
Oh, wow.
There goes the submarine, bringing Shen in exhaust, but Ali goes low. First blood to Alone, and they follow it up with a second. Clid gets that other one.
And that's the difference here. So I guess acknowledging that Bengi was going to be near the red buff, Clid goes to the opposite side of the map and gets a gank off. Utilizing the Shen, now you will see them push the top lane here, Long and Bengi, with maybe a helping hand from Daisy. And instead of racing for the turret or trying to push it down, even with a cannon wave, they opt to not do it at all. And this is where it gets a little bit testing, because this top lane's in trouble.
Doinby's on his way up there as well. Despite getting a recall, he still has no mana, but he does have that Realm Orb. Bangi lands the Root Collar. Trigger Seed is going to block some of this damage as Doinby tries to get in and kite it out, but is not able to do too much with only the Ionian Boots of Lucidity and that tier.
I will say, for what it's worth, going for the Boots of Lucidity means that he's able to walk back to lane quicker and a little bit more efficient if he's forced to recall time and again. And if he's going to expend mana in the way that he is, it's probably the best itemization choice that he could have went for.
I thought he was just trying to make EasyHoon envious. My champion can buy boots.
I can buy boots and you cannot.
But yours cannot.
I mean, here I am giving reasons, but yours is just as valid.
Yeah. Clid is going to be gifting over that blue buff now to Doinby, at least hopefully. Doinby is trying to catch this minion wave.
Stuck with a wave
He
again.
wants his cake and he wants to eat it. Oh no, misses that minion too. Doinby's just getting torn apart right now. Ooh, that was a little close there.
And he missed experience on 2 of those, so once again, EasyHoon. Having Summoner spells blown at level 1 doesn't mean anything for the Korean mid laner here. It is a Korean off.
Yep.
The jungle mid duos are actually 4 Koreans. Funnily enough, stars of the team. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, in the outside solo lanes.
But the big point we haven't hit, Dom, is the bottom lane. And yes, those 2 kills went down there. Alone still picked up one of those. That puts Clid back well and truly into an advantageous position in the jungle by getting a kill. It also means that Alone is massively ahead compared to the Caitlyn.
Serrated Dirk and Swifty looking for the big crits. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no, just got the minion there. Meanwhile, Long continuing to farm in that top lane. He's got some help from Bengi, as Kabe is actually going to recall. That's going to be the first turret of the game, yeah. Doinby looks like he might try to answer on the opposite side of the map. He's got Realm Warp.
So Shen looks like he has his ultimate. If it's not, it's very close to being available again. And so they could have perhaps looked for a dive on the bottom side of the map. Remember that they're against the Tahm Kench. So the Caitlyn's not an easy target to kill. And they have to be confident they can take out both of them if they're looking for one. And with Summoner Spells in mind, I'd say diving that's a little bit too risky. So they opt against it. But that just means it's an uncontested first turret blood that goes to solo gold for Lung, who is just monumentally, like, so far ahead.
Yeah, 25 CS ahead of Kabe right now.
650 extra gold for the turret on top of that. So.
Lid now heading down towards that bottom side. It looks like Vici are continuing to play around that, though. Bengi hops over the wall to finish off the Krugs that were started by Long. Bit of ooh, Clid sneaks around, gets to the actual submarine, has found Long on top of a ward. Flash is used. Kabe follows up, and they're going to try to give the kill over to Clid and succeed.
Bengi trying to offer a shield, but it was a last resort and basically afterthought. Vision control from QG. Perhaps it's a good thing, but also the movements from Vici. A little bit too predictable, trying to pick somebody off. And a Kha'Zix that was already quite large, 101 with his items almost completed. And a Shen with the ultimate available. They still fall for that trap.
Ooh, you talked about the danger of getting a 4th bullet. Clid immediately makes it down to the bottom. Hatong does not stand a chance. Clid takes it. Exhaust is used. The curtain has been called. Heal. Bullet number 4 misses, but Clid flashes. Doinby follows up with a Realm Warp to zone Bengi away as Daisy is just going to do some work over here. This is unnerfed Daisy. This is going to be all over the place.
Daisy's being a pest and Bengi does get away, nothing actually used. I believe the reason they flashed is they expected the 4th bullet firstly to hit.
Yeah. Because
he flashed and smote the target, so he would have autoed and queued and it might have been a kill. That and Doinby was also looking for a dive, so the idea was there. The execution unfortunately wasn't. But I can see some kind of merit in what that was.
So, returning to the big theme, this is the test for Xiaogu. How are the early marks looking?
I mean, their movements around the map is something that made QG look fantastic in the first time the first series when we saw them play. Their movements are no exception to that rule this time around. They are still going well as a team, and they always look like a unit, and that's the cool thing about QG. So that's still consistent against a better team or a smarter team. Particularly when you're mapping out where Bengi's moving and all of his counter jungling and advances into Clid's side of the map. He still looks good, like really good.
Continuing to watch this progress. 3-0-1 on Clid as he gets his red buff, alone with the other kill on his team. You were not kidding. Doinby has no mana. He's got a tier, a refillable, a catalyst, and he's still
Oh no, I'm absolutely serious. Like that guy lives wishing he had mana. Like, I would not be surprised if he runs mana regen.
Does he ever play like energy champion?
He does play Zed, yes.
Okay, all right. I feel like that could be an opportunity.
He's a really good Zed, actually.
Bengi looks like he might be setting up here. Brushmaker to deny. Bengi's just outside of vision, so Doinby with very low mana, as mentioned, having a bit of a difficult time, but is able to get in there and clear out the minion wave. But Easy Hoon probably not going to let him recall here.
They want to try and stop the recall, and they will.
Oof.
Now, Doinby, if he actually got to base there, potentially could have even used his ghost to get back quicker.
Yeah.
But now he's stuck. And by stuck, you'd expect a little bit of assistance from his team, given where all that pressure was going, but coincides with blue buffs nicely. So he might just opt into not recalling if he can.
Yeah, he's still very high health. As he's heading over towards it now, Clid actually completed his own recall, and Bengi, post level 5, going to be gifting those buffs over as Xuantruan P harasses Ali down to half. And taking a look at that bottom lane, still very even. Doinby is
This fool.
Just preemptively. That's probably.
Oh, no! That's actually the worst case scenario. Clid's now going mid to help wave clear. Like,
I love how even the cameraman was like, wait, what? What?
oh, that feels so bad, man.
Tragic. He's getting his own recall now. And Easy Hoon did get a recall. He's still leaving that blue buff out.
Just hanging out at red
Yeah.
buff. Bengi. So Ivan's one of the most unique junglers that you'll see just randomly stand still all the time. He has nothing better to do. He doesn't need to hit the camp.
He's just enjoying the breeze on that side of the river. That far away from the Baron pit, I hear the weather's really nice.
Red, Raptors, and then bottom lane can get red on the way back to lane. I hate Ivan sometimes. Like when you're playing 2v2 and you've just acknowledged that Caitlyn has a red buff, and you feel like you've been cheesed, and then you realize it's just an Ivan.
Yeah. And there he goes using the Brush Maker to check for a ward. You'll notice that using Brush Maker inside of Brush gives vision. So that's something Bengi might do a little bit more later on, as he will smite secure the Scuttle Crab. Xiaogu leave alone, isolated, and he's going to open the curtain call. Doinby drops the Realm Warp and gets the Stand United, bringing Kabe in. They're going to try to target Hatong as Daisy tries to disrupt it. Kabe takes one hit, takes two, but is not going to be knocked up long range, but flashes to get out of it as they've killed Hatong. Teleport was used by Long to get into the fight as Daisy is cleaned up. Ali eats a root collar and is cleaned up by Xuan P as Clid is forced to leap away.
Yeah, it looks like nothing else will come from that besides the pressure they're about to place down on this turret, and if QG can defend this, they're doing very well.
Kabe still has his teleport, so he's going to try to get a recall in. Xuan P eats some damage. Doinby says, I wish I had blue buff, and dies to Xuan P and the rest of Vici chasing forward. With that, the tier 1 turret falls, and Vici are now up 2 turrets to 0.
Yeah, an attempt to defend that, it was super risky, honestly, from QG. Not having a tank available for them, Shen not there. Teleport was up if he was able to get there in time, but not to be. And Vici starting to get advantages, starting to make advances towards the QG roster.
The Mountain Drake is cleaned up as a result of this. Bengi, need to get back into the brush to clean that up as he secures it. But as you said, Vici starting to take some small wins over Xiaogu. They're still down in kills, but they're up nearly 1,300 gold.
And you can see the recipe, right, of what QG are trying to do. They're already rotating down, and Xuan has no net. So by Jin ulting here, it forces the Nom. But look how far away Alone is, firstly. So the follow-up damage is a little bit concerning. Ali uses the wall far too early, and that is actually a big deal as the teleports come out, because if he had that, the follow-up damage could be significantly less, and they may have lived. He was using it for no particular reason, just because they were trying to get a successful dive off. So as the end result of all of that, they do walk away. And the idea, again, is good from QG. They're there first. Easy Hoon's definitely late to the mark, and Doinby's getting around quicker. But because it wasn't successful, Vici can counter it. And that's what their composition does, as we already alluded towards.
The last remaining tier 1 turret for Xiaogu is in that mid lane, and now it's Alone, who does not have to worry about mana problems, able to sit there and catch it. He's got Ali there as well, as Doinby heads down towards that bottom lane. Quick recall from Alone, though, means that right now it's only Ali defending it. And Clid, despite being 3-0 and 2, is not able to help Xiaogu snowball what they can.
Would like the level 11 mark as well, Clid, perhaps to get a point in the evolved form of the W, I would say over wings. Depends what type of player you are. Generally speaking, SOFM's a unique butterfly that'll always evolve his ultimate, and I still don't really get it. But it's a personal preference there.
Yeah.
So again, when he hits level 11, I think we'll see him get W, help the team composition, work around that pick, what they're trying to actually achieve in the mid game once they've got their big items, and enough of a mana pool on Doinby that he might last more than 2 minutes in a lane. Currently out of mana again, bottom.
Already. He was at full mana like 30 seconds ago. Vici, however, group up, collapsing on the river to clear out the vision of Xiaogu, and as 5 cleanly and easily knock down the 3rd domino of that tier 1 turret.
The gold lead actually isn't that big at all. The farm values are still there. Shen has caught up. Bottom lane still ahead in farm. The difference is in the turrets and the middle lane CS. And so if the turrets can start going down, like if they can actually break the structures as a response from 1-1 team fight, this game's back to perhaps an advantageous position for Xiaogu. Right now, Vici are in the driver's seat. The question from here is what can they take now all the outers are gone? Because that was the easy part of the game achieved.
Well, it certainly is going to be difficult to look for those tier 2 turrets. And as you said, if Xiaogu can take a team fight, they could break things open. I think it might be a little bit difficult because Ivern, he's finished his redemption. He's already, I can't actually tell if he's maxing out the trigger seat or not, but you have to assume because he is Ivern.
He always max at E, I believe.
And he's now working towards the locket of the Iron Solari. With the Tom Kench and the Ivern, it's going to be really hard to kill people.
Seraph's Embrace as well completed. Easy Hoon has completely stacked his tier.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, 19 minutes, very efficient timing. In fact, quicker than average, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And he's about to have an Abyssal Scepter, so the mid laner of Vici is already hard to kill, let alone the things that you mentioned that can save him. Jace outranges most people as well if they start sieging. Like, things are getting pretty bad for QG if a fight breaks out.
Yeah, once again, though, they move just a little bit faster as a unit
Baron.
with one Mountain Drake.
Cassiopeia
They're
has blue buff.
doing it.
Yeah, no, 100% Cass has blue buff. That's good awareness from QG toward it. That's not something you'd expect at 20 minutes on the dot, but they were aware.
And grouped as 4 with a Shen on their team, Xiaogu could have collapsed. As it is, they are going to get the response. Zoning Realm Morph sends the minions that they need for the turret away. Daisy gets in there, but the mid-tier 1 finally goes down. Tron P, however, is looking to answer with a tier 2.
And he will likely get this. Tom Kench hanging around. They should ult out to safety right now. No? They could get caught.
They're just going to walk it out.
No!
They're very confident about the fact that they can walk away from Jin and Braum.
That guy was ghost blading towards them bottom too. Like they were playing a dangerous game by just walking instead of ulting to be safe. Doesn't matter too much, I suppose, in the end. A turret goes down, and this is the ebb and flow we were seeing between the teams. And they are, again, slow, trying to play smart League of Legends as they work around Summoner's Rift to get advantages. But there are also sudden confidence plays that you'll see from both of these teams. The flair of the star players is always present.
The classic LPL. We can macro, but we don't like to. Ward now from Clid. Not going to let that happen again. Tragically, though, it just takes a Symbol Brush Seeker to attempt to deny that vision. And taking a look at the map, we've got some recalls going out. Ocean Drake is up in 20 seconds as some items are completed. There's the Locket of the Iron Solari finished. Long now finishes his Youmu's and his Black Cleaver, so full lethality, 7.1 Jace. Rip my nightmares.
Yeah, he's going to be a very big Jace. A lot of farm at 22 minutes, let's be honest. Both mid laners, even AD carries. This game is starting to mount up into something rather large, and you'd expect perhaps a Drake contest if it were a meaningful Drake. But it looks to me like the Baron's the highest order of priority.
Okay, so it's 22-22. Doinby has full mana. How long does this last?
Oh, no, he should keep the full mana for a little while. Now he's got a stacked up Rod of Ages, and the tier will be pretty much at like 700, I'd imagine, out of the 750. Like, if that guy runs out of mana now, he's doing well. Like, impressive.
That's ideal at this point. As it is, though, vision from Vici Gaming around that Cloud Drake. Doinby actually ghosted in, yeah. Eats a headshot for his efforts and turns right back around. He's got Catalyst. He's just going to cast some spells and get health back.
Yeah, they need to get control of the Baron area. Some vision would be handy. The Scuttle Crab means they can clear these wards now and run to safety, but Vici has the inside track of the middle lane. So the question is, do they fight or do they zone and push the second inner turret, force QG around the map? Because if they do siege mid, what they don't know is that Doinby's top.
Yeah.
And so the siege would work.
They're just going to play it safe. Doinby is waiting. He knows there could be a chance. Large minion wave there. Long now shows himself, and Vici are going to look for that Ocean Drake and answer. Xiaogu fall back and give it up.
Yeah, and Lung's also able to defend top because it was just Doinby. The control around the Baron area is still QG's. I believe there is a cheeky ward placed over the pit, however. Do they want Bengi?
Realm Warp from Doinby is going to catch Bengi, but he is relatively difficult to kill. Daisy is going to fall at a really bad time, but Hatong looks to save him, but gets taunted right back in. Schwan is putting out some good damage as EasyHoon gets in alone over the wall. Flash tries to clean it up, is still not going to be able to get the kill. EasyHoon is doing some damage though, and he cleans up one, cleans up two. Long, gets denied by Ali, tries to get the auto, can't even get the kill. Ali just straight up outplays, flashes, tries to sidestep, but gets bopped. Clid level 12 without the bonus leap is locked down. He gets one revenge kill onto Bengi. 1 for 4 favoring Vici.
Yeah, but Bengi dead means they can't actually look towards major objectives, so I think they'll just push out that middle lane. Baron is risky, even though it is just Jin standing, but they have gone straight onto it.
Yeah, EasyHoon is going to try to burn through it. They've got one Mountain Drake.
They'll get it, actually, yeah.
Alone is there, maximum range. Oh, it was lined up.
They weren't even protecting around it. So they do get the Baron. Vici, massive team fight. And we have to highlight that QG are the ones kicking this off by locking down Bengi. He's hard to kill. And so a flash from Hatong will save him, and Kabe waits the taunt by flashing onto him. And for some reason, instead of getting a carry, prioritizes the two tanks that have no utility left. They've just used it on each other. Is where EasyHoon can come in. Lung's able to do an abundance of damage, and they start locking down the rest of the team. This is good from QG to survive as long as they did against Lung. And yes, they get a return kill on the back end from Clid, but small mistakes and individual mistakes starts to amount to a bigger deal. Kabe's taunt, honestly, the defining feature to me.
Kabe going to need to land those onto the priority targets if he can hope to set up his team for more success. But as it is, 26-minute mark, Baron buff now on Vici Gaming. Everybody but Bengi. They're grouped up as 4 in the mid lane. Long doesn't have his teleport, but he's prepping a wave in the bottom to keep Kabe occupied. That mid-tier 2, not going to be long for this world if Vici have anything to say about it.
Jace is very good when he groups with the team, but he's also capable right now of just keeping Kabe in that side lane and having the advantage that he does with firstly Baron buff and Ghostblade Black Cleaver, meaning that he can take down turrets. He can just try and actually brute force and bully out the 1v1. We'll see what direction he chooses.
Looks like he's trying to actually fight out against Kabe, but Doinby shows up as well. Little bit of regret for Long, but that is, again, full lethality Jace as he tries to trade it out. Doinby cleans it up, but the mid-tier 2 goes down as Vici sets up the brush line and breaks it down.
And this is a Baron buff Vici that have Caitlyn Ivern, and the Caitlyn's got 2.5 items. And not only that, Cassiopeia to protect the Caitlyn. So, again, we spoke towards their team composition. What can it do? Well, Siege.
Yeah.
And they've just got a Baron buff, which is a really good sieging buff, believe it or not. Vici absolutely in the driver's seat. A 2k gold lead's enough for them to be able to push further, but QG are going for kills.
Yeah, EasyHoon is going to be caught, is saved by Hatong, who takes the Abyssal Voyage, and despite eating a 4th bullet, walks away.
Just to make it clear, Clid just got stunned facing the opposite direction of the Cassiopeia's ultimate. And you know, these things happen and actually registers the last input from your mouse as to the direction. So he clicked away, then clicked back towards him and got stunned from the click, not the actual animation of the It's a bit wonky, but that really tilts me for Clid. That's tragic, because he still turned around. In his mind, he was facing the opposite way when he just died.
I feel like that's the same thing that we saw from the Faker Cassiopeia ult. How he can ult facing away from you, but still catch you with the animation is in the opposite direction, but he still catches
similar
you.
to that,
Yeah. Despite that, though, it's now almost a 6,500 gold lead for Vici Gaming, as they are the ones in control of this game. Despite the fact that Xiaogu are moving faster, and as a unit, Vici are just reacting appropriately and handling it.
And there's a cool way to discuss, I guess, the nuances between the two. By moving fast in a losing game, QG are disrupting the flow of Vici, who are notorious for a slow setup efficient style. Clid's got Lung.
Yeah, tries to go for the solo kill here, but that Jace is pretty strong, and Clid has so much regret right now. Steric's gauge goes off, and Long says, come on, stand still, I dare ya.
Meanwhile, top lane, they're able to take objectives as well. So going for that 1v1, Clid should acknowledge and press tab once in a while and see that it's a Steric's gauge and know that he's not 1v1ing.
Oh, yeah. Very, very big Jace. With that, all of the tier 2s have been cleared out. You said they got rid of the easy part, knocking down the tier 1s. Now they got rid of the first hard part by taking down the tier 2s. Now they got to work towards those tier 3s and inhibs.
And it all feels like it's an uphill battle for QG at this point with that little base remaining. They still do a lot of damage, it seems, though.
They certainly do. Bengi just tops everyone right back up with the redemption, though. And Vici just walk out.
Now, still, we're at that item break point where QG are still a threat. And that's the thing. So you can see how much damage, and yeah, a lot of sustain, a lot of support comes out of Vici between Bengi and Hertong. But if QG catch you, and they actually have Clid there to supplement that catch, or Carbe to taunt you in, like, they can actually take you out in one fell swoop.
Ali forced to leap away from the root collar of Bengi as the minion waves are cleared up over and over, but setting up all of this brush, Xiaogu are forced to sit back under the inhib. Ocean Drake has now respawned, and Vici are immediately racing over right on top of a ward. Looks like Clid is going to use the window to get some vision on that top side of the map as the third Drake goes down for Vici.
Yeah, they got themselves an Ocean Drake again. The sustain is real for this team.
Oh, yeah.
Mounted and 2 Oceans is arguably the best dragon combination, besides the obvious Infernals, for this team that they could possibly have. Prolonged sieges, prolonged stays, and pushes down of turrets is exactly how they want to play it out.
The classic "you're never going to kill me" build, or I guess team comp and dragon combination. Blue buff on respawn is stolen away by Bengi and gifted over towards Easyhoon, as Long is still not letting his turret go down.
And that's the big difference right now. Lung's able to wave clear and prevent them from getting structures, but every time...
Oh, Realm Warp, Doinby and Clid turned it into a trap. That's the Stand United as well. Clid is tanking the turret. Oh! He's still alive.
But look at the base. Like, why are they committing resources to top lane?
They got 1 kill, but they traded an inhibitor for it. They're going to be able to take down the top tier 1 as well, but the inhibitor itself now falls. Trigger Seed. It keeps him safe. Teleport going to be completed for Kabe. He's looking for Chuan
right now.
He's on top of the trap, but he's going to have to Shadow Dash over the wall or go through the try. The rest of his team is no longer following. This is Kabe and Ali very far forward from the rest of Xiaogu. Doinby still doesn't have Realm Warp. Chuan hops over the wall.
They're coercing them towards the bottom lane outer turret, trying to make a pick desperately still.
Please, someone make a mistake.
But they don't have Clid with them, so they aren't exactly all-inning this. It's just keeping them around for as long as possible. If you can maintain vision and keep tabs on your opponent, they can't be doing Baron. That's nice, right?
I feel like that's faulty logic.
But it's accurate.
Situation. It is.
Baron is about to spawn, so the less time they have there, the more time QG can get a recall, and it's equal distance to the Baron.
Not dying is great, but so is not winning. That's not great.
You win some, you lose some.
Okay. It's now 32 minutes in. Still about a 7,000 gold lead. 7.5 now for Vici Gaming as the Baron respawns, as you've mentioned. They're starting to set up some vision. Bangi secures Scuttle Crab. What does he say to Scuttle Crab to make it sit
still? I actually
still?
don't recall the Scuttle Crab sound pack.
I don't think it actually...
He says stuff.
Yeah.
He says stuff to everything.
Looking good, Brambleback. That's the only one I remember off the top of my head.
Actually, the most annoying jungler because of that. Like, I can't play him. And
just when he's walking through the jungle?
Yeah.
You can turn off character voices.
That ruins the fun of most champions, but he ruins it himself.
Yeah. But I just wonder what does Ivern say to Scuttle Crab to make him sit down and chill?
Probably sit.
Nobody can get Scuttle Crab to chill.
He probably says sit.
He just walks down and sit. Good Scuttle. Okay. I'm going to have to try that in my next ranked games.
Still the control is Vici's around the Baron, and this is the strength of Ivern. Again, it forces blue trinkets because wards don't cover the area, and they're actually just doing it. Like,
yeah, they still can't see it. At full vision, they can't get through. Baron's down to 2,000.
That's it. They're going to commit to the Baron, QG.
Yeah, there goes the Realm Warp onto the far side. Baron is in fact picked up by Bangi. So that is picked up by Vici. Kabe forced to get out of there as Clid did go down. And Vici just using that Ivern.
But that was the big play for QG. That was the moment where they might have got themselves back into this game well and truly. The Kha'Zix getting ulted by Shen, jumping in at a 2k health Baron with a Jhin crit that was 100% going to go through it. And Bengi still gets it. So kudos to Bengi. And Vici might just have enough ability to close out the rest of this game if QG can actually defend this, it'll be quite impressive.
Yeah, they're certainly going to try. Clit is still dead for another 16, 15 seconds as the second inhibitor now falls with Baron buff. 5 members of Vici are now escorting these Baron-empowered super minions in. They could be looking to end the game right
It looks
here.
like they are.
Daisy's now onto the Nexus turret. Redemption to top themselves off along with Brush. Ali in the front is going to be shredded through and dropped.
Whoa,
by
Easy
Hoon. Doinby on the far side while Alone makes it under the Nexus. Doinby goes down. In addition to Alone, Clit leaps back onto the fountains as the final morsel of Xiaogu is consumed by Hatong and cleaned up. The Nexus falls and Vici take game number 1 over Xiaogu.
And Vici makes sure they all die before they can actually get the victory, and that was a pretty clear and clean game from the side. QG showed some defiances and some good moments, but those moments don't actually amount to a victory, and they have to go hit the drawing board after that one.
Yeah, they certainly do. Now joining us after that game is Mr. Raz. So Raz, what did you see that game?
I mean, that was just, for me, looking at Vici, that was clean from them in the sense that that is a tried and true Ivern comp.
Yeah.
The Cassiopeia, the Caitlyn, it is super hard to be able to actually engage onto that, and they tried. They definitely made the attempt, but it just kept finding themselves losing a lot of trades, and it caught up to them.
It certainly did. Taking a look at the stats right here, it was close in kills, but it was not close in gold. 13,000 when it was all said and done, and complete objective control from Vici as they slowly snowballed the victory.
And you can just see the gold lead creeping up larger and larger, and EasyHoon was so large in the mid lane that the ganks going towards him didn't actually really impact him all too much, and so he was able to just bully through that lane. He made Ivern's job easier, he made Caitlyn's job easier. Suddenly they're doing, Caitlyn's doing much more damage. Ivern is honestly able to just kind of move in a lot more easier, and it's just because the Cassiopeia is just doing so much work.
Yeah, EasyHoon really just kind of popped off over the course of the game. And the fact that he was able to get the stun onto Clit, I feel like that's a big question that we set up at the beginning, was the duo, Doinby and Clit. They like to move around, they like to move as a unit. This game, we didn't really see that.
So to me, the biggest part of this whole game, you might have your own moment, is that Joinby just didn't recall.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's actually like the biggest thing about this entire game.
Yeah.
Like, think about QG and their recipe for success. We already said it when we highlighted the 2v2, is that he leaves lane. He goes and joins Clit. They go as this war band and they go towards bottom lane and they'll dive it. And it worked once, but he spent over 5 minutes almost in mid lane with absolutely no mana, whilst EasyHoon pushed him under, and EasyHoon's able to rotate, so they couldn't make a play, and they were forced to try and make it mid, and it doesn't work like that.
That seems to be the theme of the night, honestly. We've seen a lot of Arise comes through, and you need to bring your jungler. If you can't get the shove in as well, if the enemy mid laner is constantly going to be looking to keep you in lane, and that's just going to be their job. They want to be able to eke out a larger CS advantage through and through, and it's going to be so easy if you do not force your jungler to come in and at least get that shove forward.
The antithesis to that, however, is something that what Bengi did this game with that Ivern, where he just ran around, dropped wards, kept tabs on the enemy team, but it didn't seem like he was buddy-buddy with EasyHoon that we were kind of hoping we would see.
Yeah, it was, again, I think it came back to the draft, right? They were playing an Ivern composition, so they wanted to hit mid-game, and the early game's not as important, especially for Vici, even in comparison to QG. So the mid-game is like a bigger deal for Vici, where early game was where QG were trying to make plays and push the tempo, and it didn't feel like QG got the tempo to a level that they were actually comfortable with. That's where Vici started to run away with it with their draft.
But in general, though, it feels like we saw Xiaogu continuously attempt to make plays over the course of the game, despite the fact that Vici had control of the tempo.
Yeah, they made a lot of attempts, and I think your point early on in the game itself was fairly clear. And when they went towards that bottom lane dive, it could have been well if Braum had actually saved up on his ulti, and so they would have had a way out, but there was no exit strategy there. And from that point forward, they got another dragon, they got a way to back away, so there was a lot of options in which, I mean, if you're giving a dragon towards this composition, and that's the major error here, is simply because they're stacking it constantly. That's their major focus, is towards the dragon, towards the Baron. It was great on Xiaogu to recognize that 20-minute Baron was coming through, or else that would have been game over that much earlier.
Yeah.
But overall, sure, recognizing it is the first step, but you can't let them get to it first.
And QG were going for kills. That's the biggest difference as well. If Vici were looking at a tower saying, we will get this structure down with our siege composition, and QG's response is, we'll just kill you before you can do it.
Yeah.
And because they weren't killing them, the turrets were falling, and that's where that gold lead really came from.
Yeah, looks like the MVP this game is going over to Easy Hoon. 6-1 and 4, 91% kill participation, 31% of his team's damage, and 150% of something.
I was trying to think about
Yeah.
that one as well.
That's
I couldn't
something.
actually. I think it's gold to damage efficiency is
Yeah.
something that China really does like
Ah,
putting
yeah.
in their graphics. So we'll go with that.
Okay.
I'm happy to be proven wrong. If you know the answer,
He was
tweet at
very
SpawnLol,
There we go.
and he will give you the answer.
I'm sure he'll find an answer for that one.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's give us a big recap. Again, Week of the Reapers. This was the big test.
Oh.
Can they play against Vici? Game 1 doesn't look great.
Game 2, I wouldn't get that Ivern out of here. I'm not, I just get it out of my face. That was just way too disgusting. Like the composition in and of itself, there are ways you can deal with it, but especially with Vici, they are very much so a neutral objective focused team, or at least that's what they're looking towards being. And if you get the Ivern out of the way, then the Cassio and the Caitlyn will definitely not be as big of a factor.
I think to take it one step further as well, I agree with get rid of the Ivan. And the biggest preface to this for me is that QG like addicted with Baron just as much as Vici are, and Vici had the better comp for it.
Yeah, they certainly did. We'll see if it works out for them in game number 2. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just Bengi playing in general. Like that's just what Bengi does.
The sun is setting, girl, it's time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to game number 2 between Xiaogu and Vici, our match of the week. This is, again, the Week of the Reapers, the true test for Xiaogu. Can they live up to the hype that they generated in week number 1? Can they come back to the LPL in the form in which they previously saw success. I was about to say in which they left it, but
Well, I mean, in QG's true form, right? So QG became newbie, but when QG was in the LPL, they
Yeah.
were the second best team in the LPL. So now they've come back in, and there's a lot to prove for them. And so far, they're 0-1 down, so
Yeah.
they haven't exactly proven that they're better than Vici just yet. So
Massive shoes to fill in with that branding. Let's see if they can get
Yep.
in there. They were definitely looking for a fight. Vici just wasn't giving it to them. So overall, I just love the fact that Xiaogu, they are playing aggressively. It just needs, if they want to do that, they gotta get rid of the Ivern. They have to find a way to lure Vici out. It's going to be interesting to see how they do that.
I feel like that's something that they tried over the course of the previous game, was constantly trying to bait Vici forward or lure them into a bad position, but Vici never took it. They're like, if you were fishing and Vici was a fish, you would be the most annoyed fisherman.
Yeah, you wouldn't be getting anything.
Yeah.
actually,
they were trying really hard to find something, but the fish were basically designed to eat the other fish and protect them. That was the target.
There we
So
go.
like the comp was, and I think like the comp was sound from Vici, but it was more the decision making and what their plans were. So going into the game is like, we're going to get the bottom turret. That's
Yeah.
their next objective. So they group for it. They counter gank the teleport, which is QG saying, we're just going to kill you guys because we can see you on the map.
Yeah.
And they get the objective afterwards. So I like how Vici played it. I think QG can be a little bit more objective focused.
Yeah, and I think as the game was going on, you can definitely tell that Xiaogu was getting a lot more desperate. Not so much desperate, but definitely frustrated. They were chasing a fight that was never going to happen. They were definitely diving a tier 1 tower as their inhibs was getting taken.
Yeah.
It just felt like they were trying to find legitimately anything
Yeah.
that they could get. And it was just nothing was really apparent for them. So early on, I feel like early on in the game, they need to get something off. I feel like as the game goes on, they're not making the proper decisions, just generally regardless of the composition. So if they can get an early lead, that will be fantastic. But as, their decisions throughout the later portions of the game isn't working out. for
Yeah,
them.
this almost seems to remind me of like the old school Vici, the wait 60 minutes, then do something, death by 1,000 paper cuts. If they just want to wait and play it patient and just casually use openings to eventually take the game, that could be that Vici have already found their style once again coming into this split.
I mean, they are just playing very objective focused. I mean, that's just the general point, but they know what they're looking towards every single time they come back onto the map. So if it's a bottom tower, if it's Dragon, if it's Baron, they are playing a smart and by the book game, and that's exactly what you should be doing, especially if you're Xiaogu. It's just that Xiaogu are trying to play a little bit too cute at this point. I mean, obviously the early point of the game didn't work out for them, so if they want to regain pressure, they have to do that. But that's just that's just up to they need to find out how to do that as a team, as a general point.
Yeah, and if it's death by 1,000 paper cuts, which is what we used to call Vici, it's actually significantly less paper cuts and they're more efficient at the moment because it was cleaner in how they were playing on Summoner's Rift. Like Vici notoriously in 2015 or even less coming into 2016, it'd take them about 45 minutes to do what they just did in 38.
Yeah.
And that was with QG throwing themselves aggressively at them, forcing them back in terms of map control. So like Vici, that looked really good from them in terms of a turnaround and dealing with what QG was absolutely throwing. Like it was throwing.
Yeah. So instead of death of 1,000 paper cuts, it's more of death by 10 razor blades. Just very targeted and deliberate to clean up the map.
That is a, you know what?
Very visual.
The visual for the
I tried to go for
paper
like a
cuts is
more
something.
like
But the
if-
razor blades is a little bit
if a
much.
paper cut is like a tiny little, but
Yeah.
this was like a precise, clean, like surgical.
Yeah.
We use the word surgical all the time, but this really seemed like it was.
Yeah, and that's just, here's the thing. It's game 1, and as we mentioned, looking into the screen, Alone's out of here, and
Yeah.
here comes Candy 7.
So again, this is Xiaogu swapping Alone out for Candy 7, and they're also swapping out the other side of the bottom lane as well. They're bringing in Cloud to replace
Ollie.
Oh,
yeah.
Ali.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm getting the order mixed up on my notes. Yes.
So,
So
yeah.
we saw both of the AD carry and support duos for Xiaogu last week against Game Talents, and both of them popped off and had huge success. Obviously, in game number 2, it was fairly match number 2, game number 1, the one we just saw. It was fairly even, fairly close. Didn't get to explode anything.
Big point was when Cloud came in. He actually came in with his tried and true Thresh, and he was roaming in quite a bit. So Ali was doing the same, but of course it just feels like if you're bringing in Cloud, from the very few moments of that which we've seen from him, is that He seems to be more so of a playmaker, so might not see Braum here. I don't think he would allow that pick to come through.
Getting right up in those eyes.
Yeah.
I will say the thresh was sick from Cloud. Like that was one of the few things in this team that
Yeah.
impressed me the most as well out of the game we saw from him. And so the difference between the two could be the draft implications as well. It could also be acknowledging that there was a Tom Kench, which doesn't have the greatest lane pressure. If you have a pushing support, then you can disappear. You can play something like Karma even and work with Clit and try and move around Summoner's Rift in tandem.
I would love to know what Doinby just said. You can see him speaking very fervently to Clid right there. Clid smiled and nodded and then went, oh, and then ducked his head down to the desk like, oh, yeah, I totally should have done that.
Did you forget to bind your first spell to Q, Clit? Oh,
Yes.
That's a thing we do, right?
Yeah.
Ward the Baron? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well.
Hopefully, we'll see Xiaogu demonstrate that they can adapt and change up on the fly, and that's some of the hope with this AD carry and support swap as well as we get ready for Champion Select for game number 2 between Xiaogu and Vici. Already, Xiaogu, they did start on red, which means they started blue, so they got to pick. They're starting blue side. Ivern, Syndra, and Jace banned away, and standard red side bans as well.
Unsurprising, honestly. The Ivern needed to go, and thank God they were on blue side so they can actually make that happen without making this pick ban a little bit awkward.
Yeah, and getting rid of the Jace with that, you have to look at what they want to first pick. Perhaps Lee Sin or Kha'Zix stands out as an option. Syndra being banned also doesn't necessarily pinch mid laners, but can also leave open someone like the Ryze. So it'd be one of those three in the first priority.
Wouldn't be surprised, but with that being said, I think Ryze does get left down a little bit more. Xiaogu is going to be a little bit humble with dealing with that, with the Cassiopeia being shown. I think it's been a good answer.
I was going to say it definitely gets left by Vici in terms of priority. They have an answer, so QG may still say, I don't care, I want to play this champion. Like, it complements the play style of the player, less so than dealing with the matchup. Like, he didn't lose the matchup by any means either. He was fine.
Now,
Interesting to see the Elise.
yeah, the follow-up for Bangi, taking that Elise with the Ivern banned away. Very strong jungler.
Here's the thing, Varus is up, Jhin is up, but they still go towards the Caitlyn. And that's interesting to me, especially since the front line in the jungle isn't there. They've gone towards the Elise here, so that just means that top lane has to be a tank.
I'm still expecting a Cassiopeia as this pick. Note they're on red side. They may want to leave Lung's pick till last, not because it's a counter, but because it's probably just the safest thing for a team composition-based thing.
Cassiopeia being the hover now for Vici, as so far they're sticking with the same composition with the exclusion of that Ivern being banned away. Varus is going to be the ban taken away from Candy 7. You did mention that, Raz. Let's see if they continue to pressure that bottom lane.
I'd say they ban Tom Kench here if you were QG. Like something in the bottom lane does make sense. Being forced into someone like Braum is really confusing from game number 1. So I'd say support bans is the direction they go, even though top laners are still standing.
And Caitlyn, I mean, Ashe would be a really nice pick here for the for Chagu's composition, even though we have a Cassiopeia in the mid lane, which would just go towards cleanse anyways. It's still a really nice option for the bottom lane and for the mid lane. I think Chagu would look towards that.
They banned Thresh.
Yeah, the targeted ban, respecting Cloud in that bottom lane.
Oh, you're right with the Tom Kench ban. There we go.
Yeah,
boy.
There we go.
And there is the Tom Kench, banned away now from Vici. Shen is in fact going to be the pickup. Misfortune is still available, so too is Malzahar. They might be trying to hide that for last.
And see, this is what I wanted Xiaogu to do on the last side. There's no reason to last pick the Shen whatsoever, or even your top lane at any point. Hold your support.
Yeah, give it the Karma as well while we're going. Let's play the LPL special bottom lane. Run around the map extremely quickly.
Righteous Glory Maokai.
Well, it's like you don't even need Righteous Glory, right? Because you just press R as Sivir and the Maokai will catch you, so.
It's Cloud though. Jeez, this guy. He's like, you know, you took away my Thresh. I'm going to go for the Bard. So even though it does give away a little bit away for the support pick, like Vici has support counter pick. They can actually just go towards that Karma and actually look to shove in or contest shove, and they're going to lose it. So it's actually a tough lane for Chagu in the bottom lane. and it's just going to be all on Cloud to make those picks going for them.
Even if it's not the Karma, they could go towards the Misfortune still, I believe, as that hasn't been picked. So like something with wave pressure, wave clear, stop Cloud from roaming around the map, and now the Bard's merit is significantly weakened in comparison to what it could have been. If he was a Karma and they had lane pressure, and he could have been the one that actually roamed, because that's how Cloud plays.
Yeah. But one big point too is that they don't get the Ashe, but they do get Bard's ulti, which, you know, you can't cleanse out of that one. So if he does have the space, if he can actually look to move around and get that roam towards the mid lane, it's actually going to be incredibly effective. So this is going to be really great to see how EZHoon can actually deal with the pressure if it does come his way.
Yeah, can Xiaogu as a team adapt? They've brought in a different AD carry and support, and they're setting up with an entirely different bottom lane to try to deal with this as the coaches get ready and shake hands. We're getting into game number 2 between Vici Gaming and Xiaogu. If you failed the first part of the SATs, at least you've got another section to try it on. 800 points down, 800 to go. Can they keep it going? Are there SATs here in Australia? No?
No, that was not even English for me.
No, okay.
Like,
yeah.
I have no idea what that was.
It's very American. It's standardized testing. It's a test split into 3 sections, and there are like 800 points on each section.
See,
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, it's like math, science, and English, I think. But they failed the first test, and now the second one probably going to be a little bit more difficult as Vici have got their momentum coming into this.
Yeah, no, Vici definitely have momentum. Their team composition is eerily similar anyway as well to game number 1, so all of the comfort available for the team. Need to wipe those glasses, sir.
He's in the zone.
And all of the momentum still there for Vici.
Yeah, the biggest point for me with Vici is that now that they have the Shen, even though that means that the Cassio can be a little bit more aggressive, but the slower team fights definitely feel a little harder to go with. Shen does have a little, like if he can actually join the team fight, then he has a little bit burst where he can taunt and be a little effective, just like body blocking essentially, but it'll be a lot harder for him to actually look the pressure forward. So that just means onus is now on Cassio to get ahead, or else if she's behind, that just means Shen actually just can't do anything.
Yeah, and it's the exact same matchup. Cassiopeia into Ryze. Can Doinb show that he can prevent that Cassiopeia from getting ahead or recall earlier?
Which I guess we heavily investigated into the Ryze not having mana ever, but when you look at the matchup itself, it does make sense that he doesn't have mana because Cassiopeia has notoriously been the one that excels within that. And there was a slight CS edge, but as Ryze, if you want to not lose it, you use spells to last hit. And by using those spells consistently, he's always out of mana. But this is where the junglers come into play if they can control the blue buffs. If Bard can roam and still get away with it, make sure the blue buffs are there, we see a different type of matchup.
Looks like we've got another player disconnected on load in. We're trying to get them right back into the game so we can load onto the Rift here as the players are prepared. And so too are we.
And so, just hitting back at that point for Ryze, yeah, you mentioned the jungler needs to be actually a lot more apparent here, especially since first back is so important, and we've been seeing that Ryze is going on their first back, they just lose so much because they actually just don't know when to back. I mean, technically there's no answer because if they're doing it alone, you're not going to have one.
I don't want to go on like a big rant about this,
Here
right?
we go.
But if you're going to go Mana Crystal, you're clearing about 3 waves before you're recalling.
Yeah.
You're not committing to more waves than that. You're not staying for 8 minutes. Otherwise, you should just have a Doran's Ring and hang out like the Cassiopeia is. So that was the biggest miss. It really does grind my gears.
Yep.
Get
He
a
didn't do
segment
it.
here. I would like to give me a graphic of the grind my gears graphic. I want that for Rusty.
Oh, yeah.
The Rusty gears.
Yeah, tweet that to @SpawnLol, and we'll hopefully be able to bring that up more later. EZHoon, you can see he's in the zone. Very strong performance in game number 1, looking to replicate it once again in game number 2. So, assuming worst case scenario, Xiaogu fail this test. They lose 0-2 to Vici. Does this change our expectations of Xiaogu as a team coming into this split?
I think it tapers our expectations more than anything else. We have a lot of high hopes, but we didn't really know what direction those hopes would actually progress towards. And if they do go down 0-2 in this series, and there's a possibility that it happens as Vici have started so well, then we look at QG and we say, well, they've got another chance for redemption, so to speak, against WE. But by losing to Vici, it doesn't solidify them as the number 2 team or the top team in the group. Like, that starts to get slowed down a little bit more, and we we try and find out where does QG sit, really.
Yeah, and honestly, it just looks like they're fighting for third, fighting for fourth at that point. That just comes to as the split progresses, obviously. But they do have a lot to learn as the game goes, as the split goes on, and to learn those lessons, Vici is probably one of the best teams to be able to do that because they don't get stumped too heavily. You get to learn, well, what movements Vici is looking to make. Vici is actually, well, specifically, they're going back to the Cassiopeia and towards the Caitlyn. They're really heavily investing towards getting that Caitlyn early rather than perhaps a Varus, even though it did get banned out. Or even just they got banned out in the second phase. So they had the option to go towards that, but they much prefer the Caitlyn. And that's a stuff they tend to favor here.
Longer range with that Caitlyn and Cassiopeia. We will once again say goodbye to Raz. Thank you for your expert analysis in that champion select as we get into game number 2 between Xiaogu and Vici Gaming. Xiaogu looking to bring it back and run us to a game 3. The challenge is on.
Bard, of course, going to be starting in a standard thing. QG invading in the first game, one of the few times that we have actually seen this. However, we're fanning again. And now QG have to make that assessment. Where do we want to do this at level 1? How do we want to play it out? Because they've actually just played an entire game against a similar composition. The only difference is a Shen top lane instead of a Jace. And they've kind of switched where the protective character now lies. And the shields will come from the top laner.
And instead of being able to devour your AD carry, you will have
just bigger shields.
Bigger shield from Karma and a little bit more speed. So.
And that's anti-burst as well in its entirety, so having the Shen ultimate for the shield. Cassiopeia, again, will go the Seraph's Embrace and have the shield, and Karma to be able to shield people up means that if you try and burst the target out, they will counter you indefinitely. You want to try and have some more consistently high amounts of damage, and Ryze excels at that, Kaz excels at that, Sivir is fantastic at that in an AoE sense as well. QG have a composition that can deal with what Vici have in every offensive to defensive sense.
If they are able to succeed and perform that, then we will be going to a game 3. Otherwise, Vici going to be sending us home early tonight as the bottom lane is pushing out. Once again, Doinby starting with the snare, Rune Prison.
I guess if he's going towards a Thunderlord's build, which he is not, that is Courage of the Colossus. That is why he has started for the W, right? So when you lane against the Cassiopeia, there's 2 ways you could do that. You can go Thunderlords and try and hit E's on him with a higher range, lower cooldown. Or you can go Courage of the Colossus and press W when he comes up to Twin Fang you, and actually just have an auto attack trade so that it works out evenly. Of course, level 2 comes around. There's no such thing as even anyway.
Yeah, easy who gets level 2 first. As Candy 7 gets chunked out by that Karma. And you can already see Xuan P and Hatong trying to take advantage of this Bard in lane, banning out the Thresh, and again, just bullying that poor Sivir.
Now, to be fair, it's a longsword start from Candy 7, so he's looking to sustain. Warlord's Bloodlust and the 3 potions that come from the longsword will be nice, and he'll hang around for quite a while, even though the lane has started quite poorly. Yeah. Now he's got the Spell Shield in level 2, you'd expect anyway. I don't know if he leveled it. He didn't.
Nope,
he
went
is
for the
a
Ricochet.
So now going for the Ricochet. When he gets level 3 then, he'll be fine. But he needs to get there against the Karma Caitlyn. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, Cloud is burning through his mana, trying to keep those shrines. As Clid invades and steals away Bengi's Raptor camp. So only a 2 buff, no hugely successful.
Now you recall.
Is he gonna do it? Gets level 4, backs up under the turret.
His coach has taught him.
Recalls, yes. Kabe, whoa, he's... All right, we were so focused on the excitement of Doinby.
I still didn't expect the death, to be fair.
Yeah.
But that will actually force a potential teleport.
Very well could. Both junglers are on that side of the map, and Tong and Xuan P are just doing work in this bottom lane. 9 CS down, and now hiding all the way back in the brush to take the long way around.
Yeah, this is spicy.
Clid eats a cocoon, gets chunked down to half. Thunderlord's procs forced to leap away. Looks like they're trying to rush down. Who's going to get first blood? It is Kabe, as Clid eats an auto attack. Double buff on Banky, level 4 to level 4. Kabe is about to get the cooldowns. Banky still has his cocoon, but Kabe just lets him go.
They make a conscious decision to just trade in the end. That was definitely on Kabe. He had to choose who he wanted. And instead of protecting Clid, he kills Long. And I really guess it's making a statement. The unfortunate thing about that is you have to remember double buffs don't transition. Clid just loses them, Kabe doesn't get them. I actually think it makes more sense that he kills Bengi there or protects Clid's life. Double buffs are just far too valuable this early in the game. That's your gank success. And now Bengi gets them refreshed instead. So he's super dangerous. Look at those items.
Now going straight for the Moby boots along with wards and a refillable. Going to be all over the place as Cloud gets chunked out by that bottom lane. Bengi's back in the top lane. Kabe's trying to recall. Right on top of a control ward. Sidesteps the Cocoon. He doesn't have flash, but he still doesn't have a chance. Bengi gets the kill onto Kabe.
And really smart from Bengi to come back to this top lane. It genuinely is clever to get boots of mobility with the kills. They don't expect you to be that quick, nor do they expect you to be on the top side of the map after you've just cleared it. And so greed from Kabe to try and clear that wave, not unexpected greed by any means, gives Vici a second kill onto their jungler.
Oh no.
And Bengi's an absolute monster, and now he's just a filthy camping monster.
Kabe's going around. He doesn't have boots, Bengi. You're going to have to wait a while.
And he's not teleporting, so Bengi will be waiting for too long.
Oh, but
like,
Doinby and Clid are up there. There's no way they know. Well, they see that the Raptor camp is
they're waiting for
respawning.
red.
There they go.
Oh, they're going top. Well, these guys are very creative.
What are they doing?
They want Bengi, but they also want to damage Mong.
Bengi's on the way up there. They're both on opposite side of Tri. Like ships in the night, they patch each other, but there's Bengi now. Doinby loops all the way around. Flash snare, trying to get some damage out. Repel, but there's nowhere to go to. That's the stand united from an early 6 from Long. He's going to try to follow it up. So low, trying to get the kill, but Bengi walks away. Doinby Realm War puts him right on top of EasyHoon, who is going to eat another snare. Hatong is up there for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but Xiaogu do not like it as they are at a numbers disadvantage. Doinby goes down to EasyHoon. Clid forced to leap away. Kabe once again breathes for the kill.
Oh my god, what's he doing
Cloud
here?
is up there as well. Candy's the AD carry is there.
Oh, he's got a double.
Xiaogu are turning it around. It's a double kill for Kabe. Cocoon denies the chase. And he's slowed as well by the blade. Xuan P is in the mid lane.
Candy Seven's like, what up? Is there a fight top lane? This is a very unusual start to the game, Dom.
He got an assist. Okay, so he's got that going for him. Okay, so to be fair, if they hadn't come, that would have been terrible for Xiaogu. They were 3-1 with a kill on EasyHoon and 2 kills on Bengi.
Yeah, but the only reason it wasn't, and it was going to be, is because Hatong also shows up as well, which is just very, like, they've decided that none of them are going to the bottom lane anymore.
Yeah.
Like, Karma was already mid at this point, and QG had already decided they were going top. We already saw the Maokai, who was walking bottom, actually move up for a kill because they were starting a lane swap. So QG, like, in advance, have this ideology and strategy on what they want to do, but Vici match it because Bengi was just constantly there looking, and the fact that he lived means that this looks bad for QG. But Kabe is an absolute beast. Like, that guy had found his kill in the top lane. He had the first blood, comes back in, corrupting potion able to help him lock everybody down. And I mean, he was close to 3 kills by the end of that.
Yeah. As it is, Doinby finds Hatong in the river, but with EasyHoon, he is zoned away. Xuan P continues to pressure in the mid lane, while Kabe looks to pressure in the bottom. Xiaogu have actually taken the first turret of the game in that top tier 1 for the duration of that replay. So it looks like that gold went to Candy 7 as he's now able to afford a BF sword and a dagger. On the opposite side, Drake is available, and Vici are setting up some vision, which means Kabe, I was going to say starts to pull away, but he's a 3-0 Maokai, 3-1 Maokai.
He gets back massages already from the Caitlyn's damage, even though there's a BF sword. Like, it just tickles. And at this stage in the game, like, he's probably the only thing that QG should be using. He should be grouped most of the time, or he should be split pushing and killing the person who he is against. So QG's strategies will revolve around, you'd expect, wherever Kabe is, whether it's a Ryze bringing a Kha'Zix down there, or a Bard and a Sivir that do decide to just stack a lane and push advantages where they have it. Like, that's what they should be doing now if they're QG. And Vici should also be acknowledging that, but they don't have to react because Shen has ultimate.
Yeah, Xiaogu are doing exactly as you prescribed. While blue buff is being gifted over, Xiaogu send 3 members bottom, plus they've got Doinby and the Realm Warp, and Clid is on that side, just taking his red buff. So with 5, they could try to make something happen here. Candy 7 is level 5, close to level 6. Bengi's down there as well, along with EasyHoon, and they end up pulling back.
And that was 5 people from QG just around the corner of the bottom lane turret. It doesn't necessarily mean they were going to do something, but if the Shen ulted, they were 100% available for a counter gank. But the minions in mid, minions in top, they've all reset and pushed in now, and QG have to respond. So it wasn't a big play, but it was a semblance of a positive, proactive play before Vici can actually react.
Which they did in the previous game, but were unable to turn into any sort of advantages. And eventually Vici just continued to wear QG down.
Correct.
Seems like that's what we just saw here.
But the difference is QG said no to the idea. They didn't dive and just die for it with a counter gank. This time around, they're more reserved. It's more expert decision making. They're thinking things through.
They've leveled up from hard to expert. Yeah. Ace in the hole. As Cloud takes a journey over the wall. Wow, that is just a lot of harassing that bottom lane, and the lane swap is returned. Kabe heads back towards the top to match Long. He's still down about 10 CS and is in fact down a level as he had to share XP with Candy7 and Cloud.
And the thing is, Vici don't actually want to be a part of these big plays. If they could just sit underneath the turret and farm, they're fine. Because Easy Hoon is winning, and bottom lane, like Shuan P is massive in comparison to Candy7. They've got the push, like eventually turrets will fall if they just get vision on where Clid is once. And so Vici are very reliant on Bengi to actually start looking for him. And he's a 2-0-1 Elise, so it's very surprising that he hasn't moved in. But you can't invade a Kha'Zix.
Yeah. Here comes Candy7. Clid shows himself bottom, gets chunked down to half before leaping away. The tether still drops. Exhaust goes down. On the hunt is used. Tempered Fate finds Hatong, but Shuan P continues chasing. And
now
Clid
Drake
might have overextended. Bengi is still there on that side of the map, along with Easy Hoon. And Long has his teleport and Stand United available.
That was interesting from Clid. The idea was fine. Siege the turret or pressure the turret, but he actually just got tethered by the Karma and jumped into a Caitlyn trap.
Yeah.
Instead of being a part of the presence. And so now they don't concede the Drake, but it very well could have been. It doesn't even reset the balance of the bottom lane. Things are still, you know, as they were.
Indeed they are. In the top lane, now even in CS, as Kabe has been able to catch up with Long. As Doinby continues clearing it out. He did get an earlier recall, so he's managing his mono well. And continues to play towards that bottom side. There was actually a recall out of Shuan P and Hatong. Candy7 is just going to push that wave right up with Cloud. They're going to take that turret for effectively free. It was all an elaborate ruse. Oh boy, here comes Long coming around from behind. There are some pings now. Flash Journey. Cloud's getting out of here. He's trying to bait Long out of there. Candy7 drops the spell shield and flashes to escape. Long is going to get the taunt onto Cloud, who just walks away, but Kabe teleported in from behind as well. Finds Long, he takes a turret shot. Candy7 has no mana for a boomerang play, and Shuan P gets the snipe to answer back. Meanwhile, Clid assassinated Bengi. Stand United onto Shuan P, finds Doinby as he is going to be dropped down. Clid over the wall, finds Shuan P, going to stealth, tries to go for the outplay, gets some damage onto Long, as Kabe looks for Hatong, gets the slow, and will get yet another kill on this Maokai.
This is the largest tree I think you'll ever see on Summoner's Rift running around at the moment. Kabe, when he goes back to base, will be an absolute monster. Now, something we did see on the mini-map was Doinby's pathing was very aggressive and Bengi spots him. So this is where it actually turns around, and we saw that Clid picked up the kill. And this, again, very smart communication and movements between QG. The way that they work around Ryze ultimates is definitely something special.
That was cool. Placing the Realm Warp ahead of him, then standing on the opposite side to get on the far side of Cassiopeia.
Exactly, so out of range. It's very, very much beautiful play.
As it is, though, that Drake was now picked up by Xiaogu. Clid and Candy7 were able to lock it down. Kabe 4-1, as you said. Looks like he's going to be taking the blue buff now. Look at me, I am the carry now.
They have 4 control wards also ready to go. This is like, between game 1 and 2, we're starting to see a more refined version of what QG can offer. But we're also seeing Vici playing the exact same style, and this is where the problems always come out. Because when you play against Vici, you beat yourself.
Yeah.
That's how it works. And if you don't make the plays right, or you get aggressive, or you set up poorly, like, you will lose the game. And it's entirely on you if you do.
Oh my god. Sivir just clears out that entire wave. Yeah, speaking towards that play style, that was a bit of a question that we had for Vici, is what sort of play style have they found comfort with? And going for that more patient style play, put Easy Hoon on a carry, put Shuan P on a carry, and then put 2 effectively supports to shield and protect them. Seems to have worked, but now Vici find themselves falling apart as they try to match Xiaogu instead of deny them.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the comfort is just playing champions they want to play and just letting the opposition make mistakes. And when you play against better teams, it's weird that Vici play this style, especially when they have 2 superstar Koreans on the roster, because they know that the higher level play you get, the less mistakes you start to see.
Yeah.
And so if they make a single mistake on QG's side, you have to capitalize. Like, your risk reward is quite high.
Really a very dangerous game indeed. Clid sitting just outside of vision, looking for Long. He's just waiting for him to step a little bit too far forward, but Vici collapsed on the mid lane. EasyHoon even pulls the minion wave, acing the hole on the Doinby. Here comes Cloud and Candy7. They've got the Tempered Fate to try stalling it out. That's Ghost used by Doinby. He's looking for the outplay.
Bard has the ulti.
Yeah, but the Tempered Fate does not get tossed. And the minion wave cleared out by Doinby keeps him safe, though he does have to use his Ghost to avoid the damage.
Yeah, and even using the Ghost at the same time as the bottom lane being missing just scared the heck out of Vici and just made them run away. The Kabe is obviously going to be able to interrupt Lung, and right now, Kabe is a big deal. Thankfully for Lung, actually, he closes the CS disparity, like make sure that they are still close together and will have his items, but I'm looking at Kabe's items and there's no killing him. Like, he has Merc Treads against all of the stuns that they've got, and he's got magic resistance.
Yeah, take a look at the gold. He's 1,200 gold ahead of Long right now. Even the jungler, Clid, is 900 gold ahead of Bangi.
That is the gold difference.
Yeah. Everywhere else, it's just about even, despite any CS disparities that we're seeing because of the neutral gold that Xiaogu have been able to get from those turrets.
And honestly enough, getting the kill for Bengi was fantastic. Going back top lane, getting a second was also very clever, but then he just stood in a brush and waited. And like QG actually adapting to that movement is kind of what caused the stir, and this random skirmish put the game to, oh, hello.
Oh, rip Doinby on top of the miasma. He's got his flash. Manages to get the courage of the Colossus, but snares and gets himself out.
And Clid should be here to help clear the wave. QG should be fine, but you can see the potency of what EasyHoon has to offer.
Yeah, Hitong is waiting in the wings, but Cloud followed him up. That's recall now out of Candy7.
Where you got, Cloud? Where you at?
He's got a journey.
He's being zoned away from the middle lane. Vici are still looking to make a play towards this, stopping recalls or taking 2 turret hits, hoping to stop a recall.
Yeah.
And they want that turret.
That's some Meteos tier disrespect right there. Taking turret hits to try stopping the recall.
They did stop it too. So Doinby is at threat of being dove, which is why Clid hangs around. They can't jump to safety when Cassiopeia presses that W. So like, as far as a pick comp is concerned, Cass real good for
Now
it.
they're pressuring bottom. That's the teleport from Maokai that they still haven't spotted as they're trying to fight it out. Chuan P regrets so many things right now. Stand United will buy him some time as Candy7 looks for the crit. There's Long. Hatong is actually the first to go down. Doinby joins up at the Tempered Fate, stalls it out. They're still trying to fight on 2 fronts. Candy7 is now trying to duel versus Long, but he's got the help of Kabe, who's doing some work. Clid will try to finish off EasyHoon and succeed as Candy7 cleans up Long as he's diving forward. Magical journey past Bangi to clean it up. That is an ace, and Xiaogu lose not a single member.
And I actually am really excited to watch that replay again, because we mentioned it last time when QG use the Rise ultimate, their positioning when they come out of it is actually impeccable. And once again, Kabe playing the teleport and getting onto the priority member of the opposition. He's 5-1 before this fight even breaks out, or 4-1. Like, he's completely unstoppable. The damage he's doing is absurd for a tank. And QG are just wiping the floor with Vici.
They're going to try to finish off this mid-tier 1. Clid is forced to leap away as Hatong gets there in time to clear the minion wave. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 2 dropped, and here's that replay.
Yeah, so Sean P tries to net just before the Twisted Advance can hit, utilize that move speed Karma provides, but follows it through, and this Bard ulti we have to also highlight, really good at zoning away EasyHoon. But EasyHoon doesn't have his ultimate, so whilst these guys are fighting on the top side, bottom side of the map, there's no Kabe, and you know, it kind of happens. I'm not sure why we're watching this when this is the higher priority aspect of the fight. But again, so much damage comes out of the QG roster at this stage in the game. I feel like Vici are already at a point of desperation.
And speaking of desperation, they take the Ocean Drake, but trade over that mid-tier 1 for it. So it is 1-to-1 in Drakes, Ocean for each of them, and I'm sure EasyHoon's going to love that, along with Doinby getting a way to get mana back that doesn't involve going back to base. But as we get towards that 20-minute mark, it's about 6,500 gold in favor of Xiaogu.
Yeah, it definitely is. So in terms of gold advantages with the team composition they've also compiled for themselves, they are well and truly ahead. And it doesn't get better here for Vici unless they start pulling out those miracle plays and get the Flash Cassiopeia ultimate or Cocoon onto the priority targets and make picks as they are racing.
Oh, they got it with 1 second left. Herald the Herald has been slain, and Kabe... Oh, did he get it?
Yeah,
there
he's got
it
it.
is. Okay.
That was super clutch.
Yeah. 1 second left on Herald the Herald as Baron came in right hot on his heels.
And speaking of Baron, Kha'Zix in a team composition always highlights his ability to take down neutral objectives. He has a Rise with him, and I think it's safe to acknowledge that that Maokai will not take a single point of damage from the Baron.
Not to mention that the next dragon is a mountain for even more true damage. And I'm sure Vici could love that as well if they were able to get that on Cassiopeia or the Caitlyn. They're set up in just as good a position.
I'm pretty sure that the Scrying Orb just spotted Kabe and they pinged him and they looked at it and then they walked away and recalled. There's just no point.
Is there a Maokai here?
Why do we waste 30 seconds and let them group?
Xiaogu, though, now with that Baron on that side of the map, are starting to set up on the top. Trying to contest some of this vision, but Vici are already a step ahead, controlling their side of the jungle.
Shen already set up in the bottom lane, so they've got the strategy in place. They're very much aware that Baron is what QG want. We already mentioned this in the pre-game as well. QG love Baron. Like, they absolutely adore that buff. And so Vici have built themselves a decent team composition. Firstly, to steal it by having the percent damage that Elise can offer, but also being able to do it themselves if they get a team fight victory. It's also just really easy to catch people. Ari Dignitas doing Baron.
Clid
Thanks, Raz.
imitating Bangi. I didn't want to call it out. Cloud is going to be caught out right here, and he dies very quickly. As Clid was imitating Bangi, and Bangi was just there a little bit faster.
Yeah, and again, like, Bard is an interesting pick. Let's be honest. So the Cassiopeia locks him down. There's no magical journeys available. There's no flash. And he didn't even use the exhaust because he just died. Like, he just got completely dismantled. And Bard's not that great for setting up vision when you're against teams that have a pick comp, because all you do is walk in, place a ward, and die. And Kha'Zix is not good at complementing a Bard against a pick comp because you both walk in and one of you dies.
If you don't get the Cosmic Binding and kill someone in answer. But, of course, walking blindly into a bush in which there is an Elise and a Cassiopeia, never a great idea.
Both animals can kill you.
Yes. The spider and the snake. 23 minutes in now. Still about a 7,000 gold lead for Xiaogu as they are slowly expanding, continuing to try playing the map as Candy7 keeps Xuan P occupied, and Kabe now with his teleport keeps Long occupied on the far side. And again, Cloud goes right back to the exact same brush. I wonder if he had a moment. I wonder if he had a moment of hesitation.
Perhaps. Of course, he had Duin be reassuring him this time. I will say that that ward was a pesky ward for QG, and they take it out as now they look towards an engage.
Yeah, they're trying to force a fight here. Tempered Fate catches Bangi as EasyHoon is now trying to duel it out with Cloud. They flash on top of the Miasma, making it a little bit more difficult to chase. Doinby follows up.
Oh my god.
He's still got the Realm Orb, however.
No,
you don't want to take that. Okay. But he goes in from the front, flashes, and is forced to back away. Turns on to EasyHoon. Wow, that is a lot. EasyHoon is going to be dropped despite the stand united out of Long. And Kabe uses his teleport and cancels it.
Massive cans on that guy. Doinby just went under the turret against like 4 people with no health to speak of, and somehow this gives QG a one-team fight in the turret. So again, confidence play, they are ahead, but he is really pushing the boundaries of what ahead means for the QG.
Certainly looking to take revenge from how he ended up performing in his previous game. So with EasyHoon dead, they take down that tier 2. However, with the recall of Xiaogu, Vici start trying to clear out some of these wards from Xiaogu, reclaim just a little bit of the vision before retreating back to their own side of the map.
It was a super fast reset though, so yeah, they get the opportunity to place like 1 or 2 cheeky wards in as deep as they can actually get. but with how quick Cloud moves and how quick QG move, they've actually just kicked this off. They might want to have a tank in the pit. What are you doing, Kabe?
They've got Doinby. Doinby's tanky.
What are you doing, Kabe?
Clid is actually taking half health here. Ward over the wall and the auto attack.
Teleports
P
are
is
in.
helping them out. That's going to be long getting in there. And yeah, the minion waves look like they're going to be neutral in the bottom lane, but that's going to be in favor of Xiaogu.
No, it will push for Vici. You can see extra minions down there. You
yeah,
can
in the
also
back.
see top lane pushing for Vici. What Xiaogu just tried to do is force Lung to teleport in.
Yeah.
Because Kabe does not have his available, and if he goes to a side lane, Vici then get control of the Baron area. And this is, again, deduction of importance. QG acknowledge how important Baron is to them, and they actually are the ones that force the teleport, because if they don't, they lose their precious jewel, or at least
Baron.
control of it.
Goodness forbid losing that gift of the Baron Nasher. Meanwhile, Mountain Drake is started out. As you've said, Vici are taking control over the pit. They see that Kabe is on the other side of the map now, but they don't actually see that this Mountain Dragon is being soloed by Clid. Small window of opportunity here.
Yeah, but they still don't want to get around the area, so they haven't walked into the pit itself. They're just on the backside of the wall. A lot of respect being shown to QG. Even with the Drake being killed, they're hesitant to push in because Doinby is able to push him away. And so they get more and more, starting to take away the entire bottom side of Vici's jungle. And then Vici are just getting the scraps.
Yeah, Doinby still going to hold on to that top tier 1 turret. Kabe probably feeling a little bit proud about keeping that turret still standing as Candy7 now completes his Phantom Dancer second. And all in all, it looks like Xiaogu still in control of this game, now 9,000 gold ahead.
That is a righteous glory. Kabe's just picked up a catalyst of the Protector.
He's actually doing it. He's actually doing it.
Righteous glory.
Yes, I love it.
Not a bad decision.
Just chase him down.
Again, like a hybrid Randuin's Talisman combo,
Yeah.
right? So you activate that Chevelier's.
Whoa, Realm Warp. Doinby looking for the solo kill onto
Good
Easy
stun.
Moon, who's stunned against the wall. Cloud, that's a big ultimate, however.
Yeah, the Shen shield keeps him alive to get the stun off from the Cassiopeia as they're looking for Clid.
Yeah, he eats a cocoon and pops right
Whoa,
over.
they need
Whoa,
help.
boy, that's the redemption. Kabe's not there just yet, and Bangi's still waiting just on the outside. This is now Vici waiting for it. Bangi's looking for the opening. Doinby and Kabe are trying to zone. They get
so
some
low.
good damage. Kabe flashes and kills Bangi as Baron is cleaned up by Clid. That's Kabe chasing down Chuan P here. Oh boy, you've never seen such a terrifying goalie outside of the pit.
He just like that.
Just a single headshot.
just walks through like whatever, man. Brush it off, dirt off his shoulder. QG now with the Baron buff, also sieging the middle lane. I think they'll just keep going with this momentum, and it should be the free inhibitor because Bengi's not alive and they cannot respond to this at all.
Yeah, Long on the opposite side of the map. His Stand United got cleaned up. The shield just burned through. And in answer, he takes the bottom tier 1 before completing his recall, but the inhib went down.
This is a massive power play for QG with that Baron buff. They can look towards top, they can look towards bottom and reset the minions there first. Doinby is a cheeky devil who instead wants to catch somebody clearing the top lane. No, he doesn't have the patience for it. So he's going to clear the wave and push in and pressure. He's by himself. So Vici just clearly don't know that.
He's got Realm Warp. And he has been looking for the outplays.
That was such a gold greed moment, I feel like, from the Rise. We'll see if he buys something. No, it's just being generally greedy. It happens.
Amp Tome and Blasting Wand.
He went top and got 6 minions, then recalled. Like,
Yeah. Just pressuring the map, keeping Chuan P and Hatong occupied. Now there are 2 inhibs left, and with that Baron buff, Xiaogu have got teleport on Kabe. They've got super minions pressuring down the mid lane. The world is their oyster.
it really is. And we just have to look towards what the next step is if they have to pick and choose their battles. Which battle do they actually wish to take? And with the middle lane inhibitor down, they have their pick of the litter. Right now, Doinby is just a roaming warband. He'll probably go with Clid and pick random lanes, but the indication is where Cloud and Candy7 are, and that's top lane. So they should go top.
This reminds me of one of those pick-your-own-adventure things where it's like turn to page 37, you win, you made it to the end. But then turn to page 42, and it's game over, man. Easy Hoon gets a 5-man ultimate.
This looks like Vici's best bet. If they can make this work, on the Doinby in particular. Disregard the giant tree. But they had a 5-second window. Now the Baron Boss going to let them push on the top side of the map. So there is a possibility that they've just bottlenecked themselves into another tower dead.
They're actually running a 2-1-2 right now, interestingly enough, to pull apart Vici. Clid joins up, turning it into a 3-2, and Vici just don't respond appropriately. They're going to lose out on that bottom inhibitor, and Doinby continues shoving forward, is going to land the snare onto Long. They even lose out on the top one. Everything is falling apart for Vici. What are they? Why? What are you doing?
They're just being pressured. They need to fight.
Still standing there. They're finally trying to force the fight, but that's on Kabe, the wrong person. Tempered Fate finds Chuan P and Hatan.
Oh
and there
my.
goes the Romor, bringing minions back. Clid follows up along with Kabe into the back line. They're on top of the fountain, but it's not going to do them much good as Xiaogu clean up 2 kills and now turn on to the Nexus. 14,000 gold ahead. That's the taunt onto Doinby. He's trying to kite it out in the back. Still has his flash and uses it to break the tether as Kabe chases onto Easy Hoon, and slowly but surely they clean it up. They've lost Candy 7, but they are certainly not going to lose the game at this point unless they decide to dive onto the fountain itself.
Don't count them out for that possibility.
But the Nexus goes down, and Xiaogu take game number 2 over Vici Gaming.
They bring us to the 3rd game, and QG in the 2nd looked a lot better, and all of the problem points we saw in that first game were no more. But Vici, I feel like they were the ones just left respondent and not really knowing how to react to what was being thrown at them, which was a lot more efficient.
And now joining us on the desk to help break down that game is Raz. So, the Xiaogu did it. They brought us to game number 3.
That was really nice from Xiaogu in the sense that they played towards their winning strength as the game went on, and it was Maokai. Like, the biggest point to talk about was that jungle brawl on the top side of the map where they really just emptied out every single member from the bottom lane to help out. At first we were like, wait a minute, where's the karma coming from? And then suddenly you see Candy 7 walking up too, so everyone committed to the fight. Just about every single person except for the Caitlyn on the bottom side of the map there. So they had the numbers, they committed to it, and Kabe, of course, was in there. He was getting his kills. So after that, Xiaogu came up with a positive trade, and specifically Kabe came down to the bottom lane, and he brought a few members as well.
Yeah, massive from Kabe, and the fact that they all came up, for me, actually speaks praise to QG even further. Vici not responding is an indication of how they wanted to play the game. They were winning laning phase through mid and bottom, but the end result of that isn't actually a positive. Like, it just becomes QG rotating, dragging then Vici up towards the same side of the map and winning the fight, and that was the game-changing moment.
That's the thing for me, is that they're not winning the laning phase, and they're actually drafting losing lanes consistently.
Yeah.
This is the second game where they've just legitimately drafted like 3 losing lanes.
Bard Sivir into Caitlyn Karma.
It's pretty punishing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw.
But they're finding ways to, I mean, even though they're really bleeding out in terms of the specific lanes, they're finding ways to leave, and they're finding ways to make these plays to get them back into the game. So really kudos to them. But I don't know if it's a strategy they can go back into game 3 and say, nah, this is working for us, because that's a very risky strategy.
It certainly is, but it seems like it paid off. The fact that Xiaogu were continuing to get to places faster than Vici, despite the fact that they lost in game number 1, they were still there first most of the time. This time, they just had an advantage when they were there first.
Yeah, and I think this comes back to your point as well, Raz. The top laner was just so large, and because they were going to Kabe, they were always going to have an advantage when they got there. But even utilizing the Ryze ultimate, using Clid on top of the Ryze ultimate with Doinby to get there quicker, means that they're able to out-rotate. But we still saw this in game number 1 as well. They were just rotating quicker. It was more that the advantages Vici had then were actually larger.
Then can we create a juxtaposition between these two games? Yes, Xiaogu are faster, they move faster. If they don't have an advantage, can they do anything?
It depends on the comps, obviously,
Of course,
as the first point. But going forward, it feels like Xiaogu, their advantages that they continue forward are based off team fighting, that they do want to look for those fights. That's something that they look towards constantly. Meanwhile, Vici, when they get the leads, they look towards just getting a stranglehold and looking for constant objectives.
Yeah, our MVP on the screen right there, 8-1-3. It is the giant tree himself. 270 CS, 65% kill participation, and 23.4% of his team's damage.
He was pretty massive.
Yeah.
He was a big tree.
Yeah, no, definitely deserving of that MVP performance. Clid in particular also going to the top lane, Doinby working around him late game. Like, QG have this unique ability to note where the strength is and exacerbate the strength. The big concern is last time we saw them play against GT, their bottom lane was winning.
Yeah.
And that doesn't actually happen anymore because they're against Vici's bottom lane, which doesn't actually change the fact that they're not against like superstars, but they're losing.
Yeah, they are consistently losing. I mean, they're picking the lanes for themselves, so it's very natural. It's not losing as much as we saw from Zubin earlier on this today, but they are picking lanes which it's definitely hard, but they're just getting shoved in, and that's a fair point.
In the draft, we said they should be Karma. They should pick a Karma here. Karma's great, and then they get Karma picked against them. Like, well, that's the 2v2 over. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
I mean, that's interesting from Cloud. I think that's actually a really big point. I don't know if it's a Cloud versus Ali thing, but Cloud wants that engaged support.
He certainly does. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll finish up our match of the week.
together forever, I hoped. I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final game of the evening. It's game number 3 between Vici Gaming and Xiaogu, our match of the week on the Week of the Reapers. Once again, I am joined by Zach Rusty Pie and Barento Raz Mohammed. Gentlemen, this is it. This one's for all the marbles. Xiaogu brought it back in game number 2. This is the test. Can they do it?
I mean, second game was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
It just looks like they have a completely different style. I mean, it's not a different style. Like, both teams right here, they look for different points altogether. Vici's looking for objectives, towers, dragons, everything else except for kills. Meanwhile, Xiaogu's like, hey, we have a great team fighting comp. Let's keep team fighting.
Yeah, look, we called it Match of the Week. We called it Week of the Reapers.
Yeah.
And they've shown that they're, if nothing else, bloodthirsty. They're fast and they are fun. They're basically Dominion in a team right now. But they look for kills. Always kills. There's no such thing as objectives. They're the afterthought, except Baron.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
absolutely adore
They
Baron.
love Baron so very much. I mean, you pointed it out in the game, and then from then on, looking at it, they always had it warded. They always had somebody nearby to dissuade it. Okay, so then I guess the big point we were talking about previously was Xiaogu was faster than Vici. They got there faster. They brought more people. More often than not, for the plays, they were there first.
Yeah.
But the big difference was, did they have an advantage that they could use that speed to capitalize upon? How do they make sure that they have an advantage going into game 3?
Early
Ooh,
game, I
yeah.
guess, is the biggest thing. So
Yeah.
first and foremost, obviously, draft is something that has to be spoken about. But
Yeah.
early game in the way they're playing it. Firstly, if they draft a winning bottom lane, like draft it, like will
Life would just
actually
be easy.
indicate
Yeah.
like that exact thing. Like they can just do more, and with the advantages, or not even like even, they can actually be faster and rotate and make advantages. So like I feel like that's a good place to start.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe pick
kudos.
Karma.
Yeah, there we go. That would be nice. I mean, the fact that they're even able to get to these team fights faster with while getting shoved in. I mean, that's just kudos to them. That's a
Yeah.
big point. If they can actually get a lane in the bottom lane, it does. You know what? Any lane.
Yeah.
I'm not a greedy man. I just want them to get a winning lane at some point.
But like they're actually digging their bottom lane out of the dirt, like they've been buried, and then bringing them somewhere to like pick them back up for the game.
Yeah.
So like
And
it's
while,
so
while
much
they're in that
easier
new
to
lane,
fix this.
yeah, it's like while they're in that new lane, it just keeps shoveling dirt on top of them. And in fact, speaking about that bottom lane, this time we have a new substitution. In fact, it is Vici Gaming swapping in. They're removing Xuan P and putting Endless in to try to replace him.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
there's
like
much you
permanently,
can-
but for
yeah,
this
I
game.
mean, it's just not much you can say about that. That's just something that happens, isn't it?
It's for lack of a better description, I actively dislike the Vici swap between AD carries, and the reason that I say this, and I'm not just saying it for no reason, is
Yeah.
for over a split now, they have agreed that this is something they want to do as an organization. They're on record saying that they like that they both have different styles as AD carries, and then you watch them play.
There's no
There
different
is
style.
absolutely no difference between the two. They pick the same champions except for the Twitch occasionally. They play the same way. The team doesn't shift in any manner whatsoever.
Absolutely
Like
no way.
I thought that they'd settled on Sean Champagne and I was
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
And now they're swapping Endless back.
It's like Smash P was playing really. I mean, he was playing pretty well for the, except for maybe the overstay in the bottom lane when he was going for that tower. There's no real reason to change him except for just the very sake of changing him.
Could that at all be inspired by Easy Hoon, who played with SKT and swapped back and forth with Faker?
I mean, to be fair, even before that, Vici was just a swapping machine. So overall, that's just I guess it's just a mentality shift. They're bringing on Endless. You know, he's raring to go. Hopefully that might be a little bit more positive in the comms. Who's to know? All I know is that this is he is set on that, shaking that.
He is.
He wants to shake that pretty hard. So, regardless of that, he's pretty excited. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's getting ready, making sure all of
Relax.
his settings are prepared. His chair is at the proper height.
But yeah.
And he's a mental reset. So,
Yeah.
you know, all things considered, we said this about Koro even joining for EDG instead of taking Mouse in the top lane. Like, it's a really good way to say after a loss, this is how we start fresh. You've got that positive mentality. And
Yeah. So that's a one positive that you can say from putting in Endless. Overall, I just expect the Caitlyn. I feel like Caitlyn Cassiopeia is definitely a point where they can continue to win through.
Yeah. I mean, both AD carries play the same champion.
We-
That's
That's
all
what
right.
it is.
Yeah, and to talk about that Cassiopeia a little bit more, we have been seeing a lot of priority towards Ryze over the course of this entire evening. Almost first picked for game talents 3 games in a row, effectively. And now Doinby prioritizing it in, let's see, is that first phase draft?
Yep.
Is this something that he takes into Cassiopeia a 3rd time?
I mean, Vici are comfortable in that matchup, so it's definitely a game where both teams are completely fine into it. I think really what ends up happening is Chaku recognizes that the matchup, like Vici's not going to pick Ryze. They're going to look to pick Cassio into the Ryze. So maybe that first pick will not be Ryze now. They'll just shift that into something completely different so they can get another point. Like maybe even a winning bottom lane, get that Varus, who knows?
Like, Ryze hasn't actually been first picked either way as well, and I like that. The reason that I say this as well is the Kha'Zix priority is the #1 movement for
Yeah.
QG. They've shown that there are capable players of Lee Sin. Like, Klid was a really good Lee Sin, but the priority's in the jungle right now. They get that jungle pick, and then they go towards the facilitator of the team. So QG actually have a very defined style in the way they want to draft.
Yeah. That's a fair point. I think getting the Varus early, just getting a solid bot lane early on would be fine. Simply because Bengi... Oh, I almost said Benji again.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bengi he's probably not going to look to pick it up. And even so, you can actually get a Lee Sin to it. I mean, he is a comfortable Lee Sin player into Kha'Zix. So overall, we'll see how that goes.
So we have entered into picks and bans for game number 3, our final match of the night for this week's match of the week. Vici, with priority once again, have decided to go towards blue side for this one. They're banning out Maokai, LeBlanc, and Rengar. That means Syndra is the ban towards Easyhoon, along with Jace towards Long. Camille is still open, and that means that Kha'Zix might get through, but instead they prioritize the Ivern, and immediately Camille is looked at by Long.
We have to highlight that as well. Ivern and Jace being banned, it's still a game 1 nightmare that has been well and truly entrenched into the QG roster, so they leave open something like the Camille. But there's no reason to not pick Camille, and I'm not going to lie. I understand this, but I hate this.
Ooh, picking away the Kha'Zix here.
That's a big.
Who
That's a
doesn't
big
pick
shift.
Camille?
I don't understand it. That's a really big shift. And it comes down to Chagu. They had a massive balls and letting that all open. Look at the red side fans. They were shifting for something. They were looking for it. And so it just seems like for whatever reason, Vici are saying, you know what? We value the Kha'Zix pick over all else. Even though Elise is open, they somehow still give away Camille. So I'm going to be looking towards Long and wondering what he picks into this. We've seen some Poppy into the matchup. We've seen Shen into the matchup. Shen and Kha'Zix is fair.
Like, absolutely, they can look towards a top lane counter pick, but QG are on the red side with Camille, so they have the last pick. Now, we have seen Camille played in 4 roles, I believe, competitively around the world. The only one that hasn't been played in is AD carry, and that makes sense. So, what are they going to pick as a countermeasure to Camille? Besides the Time Kench, which does work well, like we've seen, I believe, Darius, if you're going to be a creative top laner, like Fiora to match
Just
split
trade back.
pushing.
I think it has to be Shen, quite honestly. Shen was what I think has worked really well into... I guess they're not even going to look to pick it into the first phase, which is going to be really awkward because... Honestly, what Copy is just going to end up doing is just make Luong's life a little harder in the second phase. They should just end up banning top laners here.
You can see Doinby's very excited about the fact that his Rise has been taken away. Varus actually makes it through.
Oh, there we go.
You were talking about priority of getting that winning AD carry lane. What better way than to take that armor penetration Varus?
Varus definitely does stand out as probably the best AD carry, even in patch 7.1, for what he actually does, to the point where he's banned more often than not.
Wait a minute.
Avoiding that. You set me up.
We'll get back to
That was literally, that was a 1 second change. 1 second left, they go towards a first phase pick of Bard. I don't understand it. Even Thresh was actually still left open too. They just, for whatever reason, recognized, you know what, Bard worked last game. They actually were so close to picking a winning bot lane.
I'm actually okay with Bard as if they can still get the Varus. They get the first rotation of picks. It might even force a Varus to be banned when you actually think about it, right? And because there's no Caitlyn available, like they'd be fine with the Jhin. They'd be fine with the matchup now because they've also recognized it's a Tahm Kench. It's not a pushing disadvantage lane where the Karma wins.
And with that, we've also got the Cassiopeia targeted towards Doinby. I got to admit, I'm looking at Xiaogu, and I am vastly confused. I'm hoping they've got something that makes this all fall together.
I think Xiaogu banning out the Shen was massive.
Yeah.
Because the Shen was something that I was looking towards. It's a fairly good lane into the top lane of Camille.
LCK have proven that.
Yeah, and it's super good with this composition of Vici looking for the Rise and the Kha'Zix. They definitely should have just picked Shen a little earlier on. So now I'm just looking towards Long and wondering what he's actually going to pick up here. Maybe a Poppy. That's you have a bad early game, but you know what else can you do?
Called it.
There we go.
Jhin currently being hovered by Xiaogu, and now it is locked in. Vici are on to answer with it. There's no Caitlyn, and this is endless.
Yeah, so because the Varus was banned by Vici, they go towards the Jhin. It does you do expect the Ashe to then be picked from the opposite side, unless they want to go towards the Sivir direction, which is a bit risky. And QG seem to be the only ones that want to do that. You don't pick Ashe because they've got Tahm Kench as well. And so, like, QG's composition does make sense. The Shen ban's actually the best part of this, and that's where we look at Vici and we wonder why they didn't pick it in the first rotation, and if this really is a counter, because it was hovered and flexed last time.
Yeah.
I still think Doinby's playing at mid, just quietly. I just think he is.
Camille mid.
I don't need a reason this time.
That's actually a really good point. They've legitimately been holding mid counter pick for quite some time.
Caps played it into Rise. Just saying.
Well, we'll have to see if Doinby can do the same thing.
And if you actually just pick up a Singe, this is legitimately could be just a blind pick Singe. Singe is so punishable, is the word for it.
Oh, that's no fun.
Okay, there we go.
The classic Karma mid lane, the Doinby special. I am going to run around and empower my jungler to do cool things.
A little risky because bottom lane with the Jhin does not. I mean, as the game goes on, his damage is going to be purely through his ulti, unless of course he can somehow catch up in the fight and follow up. The problem is now that the bulk of the damage is going to be coming through Elise, Karma, and Camille. If Karma falls behind in the game, then it's going to be. I mean, plus he's probably just going to be going towards Athene's Unholy Grail. Then you're essentially putting the game onto Kabe. If Kabe falls behind, this is going to be like overall their damage and comeback potential pretty much just falls for.
But I mean, if like Lung wants to trade against Kabe, he'll end up pushing the lane with the poison gas. Klid's also able to go towards that top side of the map. They're on the right side of Summoner's Rift to be able to do that also. Realistically, I do see a lot of positives here for QG overall through the draft and getting the Camille ahead.
We'll have to see if they can get Kabe ahead once again in this matchup as the coaches shake hands. The test, the final challenge that the Xiaogu Reapers need to overcome to prove that, yes, they are here to stay. They are here to play with the big teams. They have got to take out this first big contender in Vici Gaming. And of course, later this week, they will also be playing against WE. But here and now, it's time for them to show that they can fight.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to a pretty big moment for QG against Vici. Now, the Tahm Kench has already proven that it's successful against them, especially against the Jhin. We've swapped AD carries out from game number 1. It's actually just completely different people, so the bottom lane is a whole new beast to contend with.
And in the top side of the map too, Singed is his trading pattern kind of obnoxious to deal with. So just the fact that he's just going to be stacking up a few rings. And he's going to be doing a few laps. Every single time Camille actually looks to lock him down with ult, he's just going to flick him right out of it.
We've seen a couple of interesting differences as well. Flandre playing the Singed went towards the armor boots as his first item with only 1 Dark Seal, so that he could survive through the damage that was coming out of his lane opponent before going the rest of the Dark Seals. Like, there's a couple of cool ways that you can do it, but overall, yeah, that's where he's going.
People have been reducing the Dark Seals as we go along. We see, if at first there's 3 Dark Seals, now people are doing 2 Dark Seals instead, because it's a bit of a gold investment.
It certainly is, but with that, we have loaded onto the Rift for the final time this evening. We will say goodbye to Raz as we prepare and take a look at this setup from Vici and Xiaogu. It's time for game number 3 of our game of the week, Vici Gaming, taking on the Xiaogu Reapers.
Now, while we look at the team compositions, it's actually super important that we highlight the differences from games 1 and 2 to the 3rd game for Vici. They've changed their comp to have much more of a pick orientation, and I think the most important reason for why is they've stolen QG's champions.
Yes.
So they've taken away the Kha'Zix, they've taken away the Ryze, and prevented their opponents from having those champions that won against Vici, but they've also picked the Ashe to complement that. Even Singed, when you hit mid and late game, is more of a pick orientation. And so this team comp has completely shifted the way Vici should be playing, and we might actually see QG and Vici clash in the middle, opposed to the ebb and flow and the back and forth style we saw from 1 and 2.
Ooh, I hope so. What better end to a climactic best-of-3 series than fighting and fighting and fighting?
UNB's only played 2 champions in the LPL so far.
Karma and Ryze. Well, the split is young. Tragically, he did lose that 34 KDA that he had going into this series, as the leash actually starts Bengi on the bottom side of the map. And Klid actually does the same thing. Doesn't get a leash, however, and is forced to kite out.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's interesting as to why they would even consider doing this. Now, they get level 3 and they end up on the top side of the map. And in terms of prioritization, maybe Vici have expected Klid would gank the top side and want to get Kabe ahead. We already spoke to the importance of the Camille. So Bengi's going to match Klid, who, instead of doing the level 3 quick gank top lane, has opted towards a standard clear. It'll delay the timing, might actually delay the ward efficiency from them.
Kabe gets level 2, immediately begins trading onto Long, as he is going for the Dark Seal refillable. Kabe heals himself back up to answer. And yeah, Bengi actually clears out blue buff and then immediately moves on towards the Gromp. Jungler should be finishing at about the same time now.
It may explosive plant and then go towards the lane, but it also depends on where the wards go down. So the extra time wasted from the Singe was him delaying it, and they assume it's in Tri-Bush, right? They saw the ping go down.
He immediately hops over the wall and finds Bengi in the river. No isolation bonus on Elise because she does have her Spiderling when she transforms, but that's still half health. They're trying to bully it out. Klid's going right on in. Repel to stall it out. Red buff burning away. Flash! And Doinby gets first blood. Klid flashes to escape from Easy Hoon, but
He
then
has no
flash
summoners.
and gets the tether on top of the blast cone. Gets knocked over a wall. Ooh. And with that, it's Xiaogu that gets first blood.
And how bittersweet as well. The mid laners are the first to rotate, and how quickly they do rotate when the junglers duke it out. We said they were going to meet in the middle. Well, they met in the middle of the river at 3 minutes in the game. The junglers butt heads. Cleared comes out victorious. And Doinby is actually the one that gets it with an auto attack, and that auto attack gives him double buffs. So now there's 4 buffs.
That's a slow.
Ganking mid lane.
Doinby is going to take the
Actually
Cocoon, goes
will die
wide. Klid leaps up but dies in midair to Bengi, who gets his buffs back. So, okay, never mind. That's just complicated as Kabe flashes, gets flung into the turret. Oh, but still gets the kill with the minions. 3-1. Alrighty, things are looking good for Xiaogu. Doinby's got first blood, Hid has got a kill to accelerate him, and Kabe, the pivot of Xiaogu's composition, solo kills his opponent in the lane.
When you leave a Camille alone, you have to expect something like this might happen, particularly against the Singed, and that's why Bengi started on the bottom side of the map, worked towards the top side, but Klid was already there, and again, this expectation they were going to meet on the top side, you don't expect them to actually just 1v1 each other next to where the Scuttle Crab is.
Yeah.
And this is what eventuates as a result. Now, Bengi does get his doubles back, which means he has an advantage in the jungle if they spot each other again.
Yeah.
But Doinby's got an advantage in the middle lane. They actually committed those resources towards killing Easy Hoon, wholeheartedly making that advance.
On the upside, Easy Hoon does have his tier. So it looks like he took notes on Doinby's rise and made it a little bit more efficient with the early tier. As Kabe continues to trade.
It's just dirty. And he's also maxing the Q out, so he'll be doing a lot more damage in general, not going for the cooldown on the E.
Yeah.
So less grapples.
Doinby trades back onto Easy Hoon as Courage of the Colossus soaks just a bit, but Klid is not done just yet. He's pinged out by a ward that spotted him on the top side of that mid-river. And you can even see Hatong is being pulled up along with Bengi to make sure that they can invade safely as Doinby gets a nice deep ward in there.
A big difference between the two Elises from games 2 and 3 is actually no mobility boots. He's gone for the skirmishes, and they've got Bengi.
Bengi, can they catch him before he leaps over the wall? Flash
What are you doing, Hatong?
As he leaps in, Klid is actually taken relatively low, and that's the attack. Doinby tries to get in there. Klid is running away, trying to cut it forward. Secures that one. Now Doinby is left in the back as Kabe gets there first. Klid almost certainly going to go down to the Devourer. Hatong just auto-attacks to finish it up, but that
Level
means
6.
that they were able to get it. Kabe gets the Hextech ultimatum. Hatong has got nowhere to go, gets flung away by Long, and it is 6-2 Xiaogu.
That's a 3-0 Camille running around Summoner's Rift. I actually believe Hatong's trolling, because Bengi jumps to the wall to get devoured by the Tahm Kench, and instead
Over
of
the wall.
Yeah, because you can do that, and instead of actually devouring and saving him, Hatong flashes in and says, "Let's go, boys, time to fight."
Yeah. Cloud
So
now
with
immediately
that-
turns onto Endless. That's Exhaust, but Flash now burned in answer, seeing that Hatong has only just respawned. Good punish from Xiaogu. And despite Endless being even in lane, saying, you know what, I'm going to replace Xuan P, we're going to go even, it's going to be great. Hatong, where are you going? Why are you doing this? Now I have no Flash.
Also, weirdly enough, Hatong was there.
Yeah.
So, all things considered, not a great time on the top side of the map if you're dragging a Tahm Kench up there that early.
Yeah, things looking a little bit wacky right now, but Xiaogu coming out swinging very early on and demonstrating that they have got what it takes. 2,000 gold advantage at the 7-minute mark. Easy Hoon trying to clear these waves out over and over, but again, Doinby just shoving that wave in, trying to get Easy Hoon bullied under turret. Taking a look, you can see Klid is actually waiting in the wings. Bengi goes for the isolation bonus first. Q evolve.
Yeah, wants to be able to assassinate some members, of course. He probably will find Klid in the near future in the jungle areas.
Doinby's trying to bait it out. There's a control ward over there. Not sure if they saw him as Kabe again.
No ult though.
But he's got
He's
red
actually
buff.
just got the kill.
He just kills him.
That's disgusting.
All right.
I mean, now he's 4-0. What are you going to do about it, Vici?
3 Dark Seals. Yeah, you can see Long's face right now. He's like,
I want to see Endless's face right now. The player cams on him is probably head on keyboard already. 4-0, about to go back whenever he wants and get the Stinger. So that's a 20% cooldown reduction. And QG are getting an Infernal Drake.
oh boy. As for, this is Xiaogu again, moving faster, taking that Infernal Drake. Woo! That is,
It's about to get apocalyptic, I think.
this is a rather dire game now for Vici. As not even at the 10-minute mark, the next Drake's another Infernal as well. Oh boy.
Jesus. It actually like hurts my soul. Like as a player of League of Legends, this game hurts my soul.
Hey, Doinby gets blue that time. Feeling pretty good about that. Bangy on the invade, steals away the Raptor camp.
Speaking of Doinby, actually going towards the Morello's build. So going much more of the damage route, not rushing Athene's Unholy Grail. So he wants to keep up with the wave clear and pressure that EasyHoon can place down. Make sure that he's still a damage threat throughout this game and it's not just Carbe. So he can go from that to a death cap if he wants. Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Doinby's actually roaming down towards the bottom right now. We'll have to check in on his item build later as he looks to expand upon those items by getting a gank. Tempered Fate. What was that? I've never seen that interaction, and it's amazing. Repel from Clint to try to escape as double teleport is here. There was no animation.
No, it was inside the belly, and so the golden toad actually spat out Ash.
Just popped out.
Yeah, so he actually lives. And again, the Ash Tahm Kench combo is really good at surviving these ganks. Already highlighted this. Tahm Kench could be QG's weakness. That's a good example of it.
It's like somebody dropped a Russian nesting doll, and another one just pops out. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad I got to see that happen. I was just wondering the same thing. I wonder if you can devour someone while inside of the Tempered Fate. And we saw it happen. All right, 10 minutes in. Okay, we can do this. There's still like a good 30 minutes left of this game. I know it. I can feel it. Feel it in my bones.
Bengi also looking towards the bottom side of the map. The priority seems to lie where the Jhin and Bard are, not having a lot of things available in their kit. That's not unsurprising. I would also actively avoid the top side of the map if I was Bengi. I have no idea why. I couldn't give you a reason as to why, but
As a professional analyst, it's just can't quite.
there's something about this side of the map that would make me actively avoid it if I was Bengi.
I've got it. Rift Herald.
Yeah,
Really want to stay away from that Rift Herald.
absolutely nailed that in one.
That is sarcasm. Because you know there's somebody who's going to be like, what? Why Rift Herald? Why?
No, Camille's a monster.
Yeah,
like, in all
4-0.
seriousness, like, if I was like a competitive player, would probably still look at Camille and say there's just no value in me being on the top side of the map because we're just opening ourselves up to the risk of dying, all of us, to Camille. Like, if Clid's nearby and we gank, the counter gank will win.
Oh, no. Clid made it in. Long is right there.
But Carbe shouldn't even be defensive, right? He's just respecting anyway. The bottom lane was missing, so I still feel like Carbe would have came out ahead on this. And it's a very long stay right now. They're about to get him.
Oh, there's the cocoon. And even using the ultimate. Wow, that was just mean.
Not letting him get out.
That man has a family.
He died in about 2 seconds. His face was expressionless in the cameras as he died.
Ooh.
Cloud's in trouble.
Tempered Fate finds one. Takes a journey over the wall, but he's still slowed. Doesn't have any flash, but he's still locked in the pit. Manages to get a stun off, however.
Yeah, no, that was an inevitable fate, unfortunately. Turning people gold only slows it down if the journey's not going to get you somewhere safe.
But yeah.
He could have perhaps changed the journey to go into the jungle where the explosive plant was, perhaps played a little bit coy with Vici, but the end result is still this top lane turret in the first one of the game.
Yeah, take a look at that gold. Oh my god, that gold difference. That's a
double.
2,800 gold lead
Oh my god.
over his opponent. That's a full item. Meanwhile, jungle, fairly even mid lane, a 1,200 gold lead for Doinby.
He's 2,500 gold ahead and Sims has 2,500 gold. And he's got Dark Seals. He's so inefficient. 2 levels.
But he's singed.
That's the Trinity Force. I hope you're ready for that Trinity Force. 12 minutes in the
man.
game. He's about to go to another lane, and this spillover is actually, like, colossal.
Oh, yeah. Trinity Force straight up at the 13-minute mark. Doesn't have teleport, though.
And 2 long swords and boots and a control. Like,
Oof.
if that's not the left-right good night of items, I don't know what is.
1-2 punch. Left, right, good night. Doinby flash snares onto Bangi.
got
Curtain
him.
call.
Wow.
Hatong shows up with the Abyssal Voyage to save Bangi just in case, but so far he's just taking the hits to make sure he stays alive.
Yeah, Hatong super tanky on that Tahm Kench, has the grey health, so he's able to waddle to safety and most importantly keep Bangi alive. So that was actually a really good use of the ultimate there from Hatong. He has shown up as a decent support, I will say, so far. In his first split, I believe, in that role.
Definitely showing that he's capable of keeping Xuan P and the other carries of his team, EasyHoon namely, safe in these times of need.
One cool thing, I guess, is that he's been with Vici for such a long period of time. Like, he was the main mid laner for the team, then he got benched, and he's still here. That's tenacity at its finest.
Indeed. He is the mercurial treads of items. As Infernal Drake is up in 12 seconds. You use the phrase, nobody uses the phrase tenacity or like tenacious in casual conversation.
I love that band.
Yes. I hear there's a great tribute to him.
That was the driest delivery. I actually appreciate that.
But the Infernal Drake is up. And Temper Fate. Oh, it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, God.
The dunk's dead, though.
I love that interaction so much. Woo! Okay. The lack of animation is really what just sells it. Ashton disappears.
The second Infernal Drake, though, Dom, so that's 16% of the stats. Whilst we're admiring that someone can get spit out whilst he's golden,
Yeah.
this is still quickly becoming even more dangerous, as that's the weakest magical journey I've seen.
That's the fun journey. The where you get off on the highway to get back on, to get off, to get back on, and you just keep looping.
Oh,
like
he missed. He's
doing-
gonna ult.
Yeah, there he goes. And that should be a dead singed. Yeah. Whoa, meanwhile, Clid is going very greedy over here. Doinby tries to save him and will be able to get the slow. EasyHoon's continuing
he's
to chase,
alive.
but is slowed again. Doinby has got super low cooldown on this.
Yeah, has the max cooldown reduction build, I believe, if we include his runes. That'd be closer to that 40% now. And Doinby's a monster. Clid gets out alive as a result of that, thankfully. And meanwhile, Hatong's 1v1 in Candy 7.
Trying to here.
Oh, he's got it.
Endless is
Yeah.
there as well. Flash is in fact used in answer for that exhaust.
That was good. Hatong's still making plays. He's probably the only person on Summoner's Rift right now that's trying his absolute hardest to be proactive.
I mean, I think Kabe is trying pretty hard. 6-0 Triforce
Okay, I mean
Tiamat.
Vici.
Okay, yeah. EasyHoon still down about 9 CS, 1 and 2. 16 minutes, has only just now completed his Rod of Ages. With the recall that he's currently on right now. Picks up Merc Treads and goes for that Amplifying Tome. As Kabe's found him again. Doesn't chase up to him though.
I was watching LCK. I believe it was a Freak of Freaks, and they were on blue side. And they didn't ban Camille, and they didn't first pick Camille, and the red side picked it. And you want to know what happened to that game?
Camille won.
The red side Camille definitely won, and I'm starting to see a very obvious trend. It's a super obvious trend. There's a reason the champion's meant to be banned and has 100% presence in every competitive game, whether picked or banned. Like, it
On-
just shouldn't be here.
On patch 7.1.
And 2, if it has
And
been
two,
played.
Yeah. Very, very influential champion. Hopefully next week when we swap over to 7.3, we'll see that those nerfs to Camille hit live, or I suppose hit tournaments. As it is, Vici are pressuring this tier 1 turret, however. They've got 4 members down here.
Yeah, they've pushed away QG's bottom lane, so they're able to do this quite easily. Now immediately rotating back towards the middle lane, because that's where QG had mounted Defiance and try and make a trade.
Yeah, Doinby trying to get some damage over here. He's got some help from Kabe.
I don't think you want that easy.
Yeah, that Rift Herald buff is going to help quite a bit, and EasyHoon is saying, they're going to go for the tier 2 help. I need an adult.
I'll defend mid. Camille's here, they've got mid.
Oh, you mean Camille's here, of all places. I could have sworn she was top killing. Oh yeah, that singed to 0 and 4. This is one of those games where you press tab and you're like, how did Camille get 6 kills?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, it's like 4,000. That's the goal difference between these teams,
Yeah.
and there's probably 3 of that on the Camille in comparison to his opponent. So right now, he is the pivot point and like the key to the door that gives QG the victory. We're just waiting for that really to just open.
Well, Vici are trying to hold that door shut if they can, and it's up to Xiaogu to try to bust their way in and take the win in this series. Doinby trading it out with Bengi here. Arrow is going to catch him, but instantly cleanses.
He didn't even need to cleanse there because Kabe was around. I think just showing himself would have been incentive enough to make Vici run away. In saying that, he does use the cleanse, so that's one of the summoners burn, and he's out of mana, so back to base. However, QG don't need Doinby to make a play.
Indeed, they do not. Candy7 going to clear out that bottom tier 1 turret with some help from Cloud and reinforcement from Clid. And as we get towards that 19-minute mark, Xiaogu are still in control of this game and slowly but surely taking advantage after advantage over Vici.
I mean, if you're Vici, you'd be very thankful that in 2 minutes the next Drake's not another Infernal.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one big takeaway that they've got at the moment. And they're just holding on. This roller coaster ride has to stop somewhere. Whether it's a victory or a defeat, like, they will get to their destination. It's just not their decision.
So I guess
that's the way they go.
That's the important question. Is this a Mr. Bones wild ride? Is it just going to keep going, or is there an end in sight? Can they wait out long enough?
There is a bad ending in sight. As for if they can find a positive result in this game, that's not visible.
It's certainly going to be tough. As Endless, this time he's the one who is going to be saved by Hatong. It's going to trade it over. Yeah, looking for it.
Use it.
Hanging on for some reason. Did he forget he has it?
He did just buy it, so that's always possible. But in saying that, I mean, it was QG making the plays. There he goes.
Oh, that it is. Whoa, Bengi chases forward. Doinby immediately flashes to get away.
Whoa.
That's the curtain call. Bengi eats a lot more, is consumed by Hatong, but Hatong has got
Good
no
Easy Hoon.
help. Easy Hoon in the front, tries to turn it around, but will be dropped by Xiaogu as they continue to pressure forward onto this tier 2 turret.
There they go
Doinby
again.
follows up. Kabe assassinates Endless, and the tier 2 falls.
Even the cameraman freaks out a little bit there as they make the pick. Once again, QG now at 20 minutes are looking at going straight to the Baron buff. Easy Hoon and Endless are dead. It'll require a miracle from Benji. It's 3 control wards.
Oh boy.
That's 4 control wards. They got control of the area.
Hatong is there, and he's brought Bengi as well. Leaps over the wall like
No
and
way!
he stole it. Bengi actually stole the Baron, and Xiaogu, look at all the vision they have. They should have seen it coming.
That's really tragic. I mean, we get to see the fight again. And this is still a good fight for QG, so we'll go through this one instead. Let's talk about the positives. Bengi gets saved by Hatong, but Kabe's the big deal, and it's Easy Hoon who, like, as Ryze, again, you want to be facing your opponents, doing as much consistent damage, and Camille will negate that as, unfortunately, after this turret, they just start clowning. But again, the flash play out of Camille, you can use that hook and flash to increase the range, just like a Gragas Body Slam. But the range difference between a Gragas Body Slam and Camille is like an extra 400 units at least.
Enormous. And then with the follow-up, I mean, you mentioned the fact that Hatong is playing excellent right now, bringing Bengi right up outside of the pit, getting just outside of range, letting him leap over and flash in, and Bengi showing, hey, remember that being one of the best junglers in the world?
And it's not a big deal that he stole the Baron, really. Like, in retrospect, it actually still 6,000 gold in the lead, and they're still in an advantageous position. They just get the Drake. They've got control of the map, even though Baron empowers minions.
Sure.
It just means that QG can't end right now. Like, there is 100% like less opportunity for them to actually end the game. They have to try and fight a Baroned up team, and Vici will use the minions to ensure that they're not fighting them for at least the 3 minutes. As Bengi gets sick of killing control wards, that's just a pain.
I am bored of this.
I attack too slow for this. I don't get paid enough. All right, here we go.
There we go. All right, round 2. He has to work himself up to it. Like, there he goes. Tong is like, but the ward gold is like the support's job.
He just cleared like 120 gold worth of control wards for his troubles there. Like, that guy was earning. That was more than a major buff is in the jungle.
Xiaogu just donated over the remnants of their I guess, pride.
Well, it means he made 420 gold in this.
Yeah.
Steals the Baron and gets the 4 wards.
However, Xiaogu, despite having the Baron, seem to be ignoring that fact and are sieging this bottom tier 2. Long shoves up top, now completing his recall. Nope, he's going to keep going, looking for the tier 1. As the Baroned up minions are cleared away, this large minion wave should help them just a bit. It's taken a long time.
The turret will go down eventually. Like, he's got the Baron empowerment, and the minions, the melee minions will take at least 4 hits to die. So this will go, and they'll still trade, relatively speaking, which is very handy for Vici. Of course, utilizing the Baron buff in at least a somewhat equal way. But they're just waiting for that buff to end, if you're QG.
Yeah.
The moment it dissipates, they can strike.
And I'm sure that they are ready and waiting.
Oh yeah, they've got their control.
They've got, do they? Let's see. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Okay, not as many as last
They're
time.
actually like item spacing blocked at the moment.
Yeah.
So at this stage in the game, Candy7 might even want to sell a Doran's Blade and get control wards. The jungler is able to get one, but even Camille can now because he's just completed an item, but up until this point it actually wasn't realistic.
This is a bit of a question that I have. So for Candy7, you can see he's got the biscuits. Does he hold on to the biscuits and sell the Doran's Blade, or does he sell the biscuits and get the control wards?
I mean, you can kind of pick and choose. The Doran's Blade, as you move later in the game, becomes less and less useful.
Of course.
And the biscuit, you can get more than one of, like if it comes to it. But
like
when you have a red buff, you don't need a biscuit.
Yeah.
As an example.
Turns out, health regeneration is a pretty good thing.
9% of your max health, I believe it is, from the red buff at this level. Might be 6. I think it's level. I'm not sure what level it is.
Xiaogu, however, once again setting up bottom. They've got a minion wave working its way down. Kabe heads top with his teleport ready.
Also, in saying that, I think there's an argument that Camille should get red buff from level 16 onwards when it's 9% of max health regeneration. Like,
out of combat.
When you're a health stack, but when you're a health stacking champion, like go Titanic Hydra, Trinity Force, Sterix, think of the regeneration. Like,
that would
be
probably
the
be
biggest
helpful.
pain.
I mean, he's already got 1 Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
So I feel like getting a red buff for health sustain when you've already got an Ocean Drake is a little overkill.
Probability-wise, he'd 1v2 this quite easily, except the Ash Arrow.
They're bringing Hatong up there as well. The Ash Arrow missed, I suppose?
It did miss,
Yeah.
and that means they're pushing bottom as a result of the arrow not being there.
Yeah, there goes the teleport as it's actually answered now by Long. The inhibitor turret goes down, and Kabe gets right on top of Long, who's immediately consumed by
we're on
Hatong,
Easyhoon.
But he turns it around onto Easyhoon. Tempered Fate means that it's only Long in the ultimatum, and they are going to
that's
follow it
dirty.
up for 1 kill. Make that 2, as it's swiped up a double kill for Kabe, as Joinby in the front is still alive. The curtain call doesn't quite cover the entire fountain. Ranky is going to try to punish Candy7 just a little bit. Oh, but sidesteps that deadly flourish at the last
looks like
moment.
this could be enough. They have no health, so Easyhoon actually has a possibility of making this work, but pretty rough.
He's at least got to try as their tanking turret hits. The Nexus turret goes down. They're moving onto the Nexus itself. Bengi is snared. Xiaogu are poised to take the series as Kabe tries to clean it up, but is denied the kill. And Xiaogu take the win over Vici Gaming 2-1.
A 26-minute victory to round it out. Joinby points at his teammates and say, this is your fault the Baron got stolen. But still a clean, very clean victory. And I think we all know why.
Yeah, joining us once again on the desk, you can hear him smirking already. Mr. Raz.
I revealed myself.
You have indeed.
It was
You
just
would
Easyhoon's face.
You would make a terrible supervillain.
Yeah, definitely would.
There's a laugh for it.
He does, yes.
But yeah,
You would make like a good, no, okay. Anyways, tell us about this game, yes.
I'm gonna have to figure that one out after this. But yeah, that was just Camille. That was definitely Camille. The skirmish turned into what was a triple kill for Camille. It's just I mean, obviously, even in the solo lane, she gets the solo kill. Overall, good champion.
Great champion.
Pretty
Raz.
strong, yeah.
I mean, like, that skirmish was kind of the moment where you looked at the map, like you'd press tab and you'd be like, well, this is pretty much over.
Yeah.
Unless something amazing happens, and there's only limits in a competitive game to how many amazing things can happen to save your team. Like, just ban Camille.
I like the fact that, just a small point, that Xiaogu recognized how massive their Camille was, and when it was so like I guess it was early in the game where Camille had Trinity Force so quickly, even got a Titanic Hydra before I even recognized.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they're just giving red buffs off to the Camille saying, you know what, this is your game now to shine, and that's exactly what happened. Every team fight, Camille just ended up ulting someone and they died immediately. It was just legitimately a Camille show.
I guess that was the question that we posed earlier on. We've seen what Xiaogu can do when they have an advantage. We've seen how they struggle when they don't find an advantage. Well, Pick and Ban pretty much gave them the advantage for this one.
I mean, it was even... Here's the thing with Singed. Singed is a champion that can deal with it if... I mean, he has to be an elite, especially with the itemizing that he goes towards with that many rings. And so if he's going to go for those, he really needs to... at the very least, keep even in the matchup. At the very least. Or else that's the most inefficient build for the... you're going up against the Trinity Force Camille when you just have the most early game items ever. So you're just falling apart.
That is one of the smoothest growth curves I think I've ever seen in terms of like gold differential. Just slowly growing upwards. And Xiaogu, as we saw, did take the 27-minute win, 10,000 gold lead, 16 kills to 3, and complete neutral objective. Oh, God. Oh.
I mean, yeah. that's the thing that's just happening right now.
Yeah.
They had no damage.
They just did no damage at all.
They couldn't. They really, every single one of them are medium range champions. And guess who's going to beat you? That's just the moment you walk into Camille's range, it's like, I guess I'm stunned.
So I'm pretty sure Doinby and Akabe did more damage than the entirety of Vici Gaming.
That's just what's going to happen. That's just, legitimately, there's no way they'll ever start a fight or at least finish a fight. The moment Camille gets that far, this is a big ups to Xiaogu. Ever since the first game, they really did rally together, get into the second game. They started to take fights together. They started to really move together. That's a big point for them because there are a lot of skirmishes that Vici were just not ready for.
Yeah, and I actually want to come back to your original point of like mid-range and highlight that even further, thinking about QG's entire team composition. So firstly, Bard's good against mid-range champions, not long-range champions, and they had the long-range AD carry in Jin, so he actually outranges all of Vici once again. They've got the Karma, who actually also does the exact same thing and can lock down immobile champions such as the Rise and force Kha'Zix and whatnot to actually jump away. So they drafted really well into their opponents.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he went towards Morelos instead of the I guess the defensive build was fantastic, right? Because the moment he started to do that, it was not even just a thing. I just love the fact that we get to see these kind of pseudo poke compositions running around. I remember it was Nidalee and Jin last split. This time he used Karma in the sense that you would be looking towards that W follow-up, and yeah, Kabe is going to take it.
Yeah, his second MVP so far this split, 10-0-2, 200 CS, 75% kill participation, 12 out of 16, and 27.6% of his team's damage.
And that's going to be his second MVP overall. He played a solid game, to say the least. But overall, as I said, the composition was really well done. Jin was going to have the easiest follow-up simply because the poke coming from Karma made it very easy, especially if it was an empowered poke. Then he gets like, oh, you're slowed now. It should be much easier to actually lock you down.
And like QG's team composition was really good, especially when ahead. And that's the real big thing. There's just nothing left for Vici when they fell behind.
Yeah. And I feel like that's something that we talked about in the end of Game 2 going into Game 1. Can Vici show that without an advantage that they can make things happen? Well, it turns out they can just make things happen.
I think it's very relative as well in that sense. So like Vici can make things happen without an advantage, but QG make too many things happen with an advantage to the point where you can't make anything happen. And that's like where they get bottlenecked into this defeat screen that's just inevitable after 26 minutes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes down to communication as the skirmishes come through as well, because there are definitely miscommunications coming through from Vici. A lot of, I can save you. Tom Kench, no, he's flashing over, like you mentioned.
Okay, that one was ridiculous.
That was a little bit.
Benki was not getting out, that was acknowledged. And Hatong, who had such a great game and honestly had a pretty good series, like he was playing well. He was probably the best player on the team. I think it's safe to say for Vici in the games 2 and 3, even when they lost. And he just made that one mistake. And that was like past the point of no return after that mistake happened because Camille walks out 3-0.
Really kind of tragic, but Hatong definitely showing that he is stepping up. And Vici as a whole showing that this is still a very strong team. We have to respect the fact that they are playing so well, despite the fact that Xiaogu ended up taking the win here.
Yeah, so Vici is always, to me, it's going to be an enigma to see what they go for next time we see them, right? It's going to be interesting to see. I guess they're going up against Game Talent, so that we're going to find out if they continue on to the path of the comps that they're choosing. I think the comps that they're choosing is smart. The only question, of course, was the Camille coming through, but that's neither here nor there. But with that being said, I guess that kind of solves a lot of the questions we had about Xiaogu. Xiaogu, we were wondering if they were going to be competitive in their group, and they were more than just competitive. It looks like they're a bit of a golden fruit. I see it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I will agree that they played well against Game Talents, and they played well when given opportunities to do so.
Yeah.
I think that they definitely still had some blemishes. In game number 1 against Vici, it seemed like they were grasping at straws the entire time.
Yeah, but they learned from that. And that's the biggest point that coming out of this is that the lesson is definitely learned, and their version of learning a lesson isn't so much playing a slower game. They're just playing a much faster game now, and that seems to be what they came away from.
It's a LSPL and old school LPL thing, right?
Yeah.
Like they're playing fast and hard. They're diving you if you're at a numbers disadvantage. They can see you on the opposite side of the map, and instead of matching it like you see in other regions, they dive the opposite side. And like there is always a lot of room for error when you actually play this style. But if you play well enough and you're confident enough in your team, you communicate well enough, usually you'll still make enough of the right moves, and you'll force enough errors from your opponents, such as we saw here, that you'll get the victory in the end. So it's never going to look unblemished. Like you'll always look like a little bit unrefined, but it's by forcing mistakes from your opponent. Like literally Maria Sharapova screaming loud enough that you get distracted. Like that's what it is.
I like that one. But overall, I mean, it just feels like these, and you mentioned it, these are major risks that they're taking, these massive fights that they're really committing towards. And it's like if they come out ahead of it, but they're coming out ahead of it. These are massive gains that they make. In game 2, they came out with a massive Maokai. Now in game 3, a massive Camille. These are great games and great showings from Kabe. But overall, it's not so much Kabe, it's the entirety of the team that's coming in to back each other up.
Yeah.
It certainly is indeed. Sorry, I was just taking a look at the schedule for tomorrow's games that I'm also looking forward to. But again, this isn't the end for Xiaogu this weekend. This is the first half of the test. Vici, this is the first step. They're going to have to play against WE on Sunday.
Arguably the harder game on Sunday, I will say as well. Vici and WE have similar styles, and like there's arguments as to how they get places, but Vici like to counter things. WE like to just disregard it and trade. So instead of saying like we're going to pick Cassiopeia and you come at us and we'll hit the ultimate, WE go to the opposite side of the map. So it'll be very conflicting to see how they perform in against another pressure, like good team environment, but someone that plays with a very unique style that I actually think does super well against QG's style.
Yeah, I do too. I think this is going to be really fun to take, especially since Xiaogu, a lot of the times they commit to fights or commit to really picking those fights with flanks. And if WE just disregards that and says, we're recognizing that's what you're going for, and either move away from the fight entirely, or I feel like they'll just match it and be just as good. So for me, this is a really good matchup for WE. I mean, we're looking at this matchup, and it was kind of all up in the air.
Yeah.
But since Xiaogu, you mentioned it was there's a third test to this.
Yeah.
And it feels like this one's going to definitely be what shows how good Xiaogu is in.
And we chose this as our match of the week, but like we were very much up in the air as to whether it was this one or the next QG match, which is why we've called this Week of the Reapers. They're both epic potential matches.
So as you can see on your screen, we've got our current standings. Right now, EDG are at the top of their group, 3-0, and Xiaogu are at 2-0. WE 1-1 with Vici now 1-2, and Game Talents and Newbie at the bottom at 0-2. Nothing's changed in Group A because we haven't seen them play today.
And that's the thing about Group B. Just look at that. The fact that Vici's 1-2 with how we've seen them play today is really indicative of how hard this group actually is. So, I mean, we're going to be seeing Group A hopefully tomorrow, and it's going to be a pretty big surprise for us. Let's see how it goes.
We'll see.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. But that's going to do it for us, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to come back tomorrow for more thrilling League of Legends action. Have a good one.